May call your next witness, please. All right, Mr. Focus, you may call your next witness, please.
Morning. Just go stand up in the chair. I'll swear you can have a seat. Do you mind raising your right hand? Do you solemnly swear from the evidence you're about to present in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat. Make yourself comfortable. If you do us a favor, state your name for the record and then spell it for us.
Carolyn Ordonez, CarolynOrdonez.
Ms. Ordonez, where do you work and what do you do?
I am employed with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation in the Division of Forensic Sciences, also known as the State Crime Lab or the GBI Crime Lab.
How long have you been doing that?
About 7.5 years.
What's your educational background?
I have earned a Bachelor of Science in Forensic Science and a minor in Chemistry from the University of Central Florida. Since being employed by the GBI, I have completed a 20-week National Latent Print Examiner Training Academy in Mississippi, as well as the latent print processing and latent print examination training housed at the GBI Crime Lab. All of this training took about 3 years to complete, and since then I have been partaking in continuous education with different courses and classes throughout the years.
You mainly deal with fingerprints, is that?
Yes, I am a latent print examiner.
I can turn it in.
Thank you, Judge. I apologize. If you would, just kind of tell the jury what you have to do, what type of training. We've heard about some of your training, but kind of just in layman terms, tell us what type of training you have and how do you identify fingerprints?
So with fingerprints at the GBI, we do provide in-house training. So I did have external and internal training on fingerprints, which took about 3 years to complete. But as a latent print examiner, I do both latent print processing and latent print examination. So that includes processing physical evidence for the presence of latent prints, as well as photographing any prints that may be developed on those items. I also am trained in taking known and postmortem impressions, as well as comparing any latent prints. So that's unknown origin prints, meaning we don't know who they belong to, comparing those latent prints to known prints or known individuals. I also utilize the Automated Fingerprint Identification System, that is AFIS, that's the Georgia Fingerprint Database, as well as the FBI's Next Generation Identification System, that is the FBI's database. Both of those are fingerprint databases that we can utilize to try and make an identification on fingerprints. I also will write up my results in official reports and testify in court when subpoenaed.
To get your job, did you have to take any tests or was it competitive in any way?
Yes, so prior to working at the GBI, we did have to have a bachelor's degree in a scientific field. And then with application to the GBI, we had to successfully complete a visual acuity test. That's essentially looking at each individual's visual acuity to see if you can distinguish between different or minute differences in images and stuff like that. As well as throughout training, we had several different kinds of tests, both oral, practical, hands-on tests, and then written examinations as well.
In your job, you don't have a badge or carry a gun or anything like that, do you?
I do have a badge, but it's just a civilian badge, just saying that I work for the GBI Crime Lab, but I don't have a gun and I'm not a sworn law enforcement officer.
You don't normally go out to crime scenes or talk to witnesses or do anything like that, do you?
I do not. I only work in the crime lab.
And where's your office at? Where's it actually located?
We are located down in Decatur.
And if we could see your office, what would it look like?
My office itself is a cubicle. There's a few of us that share an office. There's a few cubicles in each office. And then we also have the laboratory, which is where we will process all of our evidence.
So you're one of what I consider a CSI type scientist for the GBI, is that right?
I'm not a CSI.
But you are a scientist, I guess, or in the field of science?
Yes, I am a forensic scientist.
And how many fingerprints do you think you've examined in your career?
I don't keep track of a specific number, but easily several thousand, both throughout training and now with having worked several hundred cases.
And how many of those in a year do you actually do? Just trying to do examinations for law enforcement or things like that?
Casework, I complete roughly 20 to 25 cases a month, and each case can involve anywhere from 1 to 200 latent prints that involve comparison. So really it does vary, but I have looked at several thousand latent prints and comparative prints as well.
And is the GBI a professional organization that they're accredited by another organization?
Yes, we are.
And who is that?
The GBI Crime Lab is accredited by ANAB. It stands for the American National Standards Institute National Accreditation Board.
Do you have to do any continuing education as part of your job?
Yes, I do.
Tell us about that, if you would, please.
With being a forensic scientist, especially in the field as itself, but also within GBI policy, we do have to have continuous education. So we are continuously taking different courses, whether it be online or in person throughout each year.
Do organizations, agencies, other people in criminal justice, do they ever rely on you for training or opinions just to help with what they do or cases?
Yes, we do work with several agencies, both with if they have any kind of case questions on how they would handle something or how we would handle something, as well as we do help with training as well.
And have you ever testified as an expert before?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
13 times.
Just this time, I'm going to tender the witness as an expert in latent fingerprints and examination.
No objection.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, we've got that out of the way, so let's quickly go to why you're here today. Do you have an opportunity to examine the knife in this case?
Yes, I did.
And that's, the knife's been tendered already. It's actually State's Exhibit 83. Judge, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm going to show you, just kind of hold the box up and open it. This is the knife in the case. And if you can, the only thing I want to do is, I believe, there it is. What is that number there? I'm pointing to in the box of this knife.
It is the GBI Crime Lab case number.
And what is the number that's on this sticker here on the box?
It is the GBI Crime Lab case number and item number specifically.
Is that the same one you report?
Yes, it is.
Tell the jury what the DOFS case number is and how we track things.
In this case, the DOFS case number is 2020-1031455. And in our laboratory, each case is given a GBI Crime Lab case number. And each item that is submitted in that crime lab has a specific item number. So in this case, the knife was item 10. And so it's given a barcode with that listed GBI case number and item number. With that barcode, we are able to track the chain of custody. So anytime it moves between an individual in the lab or a storage location, we are scanning that barcode so that it can constantly be tracked as to where it is from the moment we receive it to the moment we release it back to the agency.
Here, may I approach the witness? I'm handing you what's been marked State's Exhibit 99. I think that's your report, is that right?
Yes, it is.
Judge, I tender the evidence now, State's Exhibit 99.
No objection.
It's admitted.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right, let me ask you a question. What date did you issue this report?
This report was issued on February 18th, 2021.
Let's see if I can get technology to work with me here. All righty, can you see that?
Yes.
It states 99 on the screen. And so we've got the DOFS case number on the top right, is that correct?
Yes, that is
And then below that should report date, is that right?
correct.
And then it's, what is the requested service?
The requested service was LP processing, so that's latent print processing on the item submitted.
And then it was requested by the Canton Police Department.
That's correct.
And then we have agency requested by, then subjects and victim under the case individuals.
That's correct.
And what date did you receive the knife in this case?
The evidence was submitted to the GBI Crime Lab on December 11th, 2020. That is not the date that I specifically received it. That's the date that it was submitted to the GBI Crime Lab for testing.
And then we have your expert opinion in this case is what?
Based on latent print processing of this item, I physically and chemically processed it for latent prints with negative results, meaning that there were either no latent prints present on that item or those that were did not have the potential to be suitable for comparison.
And what I want to ask about that is sometimes when we try just to see if we can get prints off or things like that, in this case, we have the knife submit to you. tell the jury first, what is a fingerprint and what things are you looking for? And then why sometimes even when you know someone may have a knife, you don't find a fingerprint on the item.
So going back to what is a fingerprint, on the palms of your hands and soles of your feet, you have a type of skin called friction-ridged skin. So it contains raised portions called ridges, which form different patterns. For example, the pattern on the top joint of your hand or your finger is referred to as your fingerprint. Those ridges don't flow continuously across the surface. However, they form different ridge characteristics. For example, a ridge that flows and suddenly stops is referred to as a ridge ending, whereas a ridge that flows and splits into two, similarly to a fork in the road, is referred to as a bifurcation. So those different ridge characteristics are what I am looking at during my processing, but particularly that's what I'm looking at during my examination to see if I can use those ridge characteristics in a comparison and ultimately make a conclusion of identification or exclusion. With the fingerprints, a latent print, so that we use the terms latent print and known print. A latent print is an unintentional or a chance reproduction of those ridge characteristics on the skin when you touch or handle an item. A latent print is not always visible to the naked eye, so it requires us to process it using different chemical techniques in order to render it visible, then allowing us to preserve it and examine it for comparison. Whereas known prints are those that are intentional reproductions of the ridge characteristics on the skin, and those are collected for comparative purposes to any latent prints that are collected at the skin, or at the scene, excuse me. What was your follow-up question afterwards?
Sometimes, why would you not find a fingerprint? What can get in the way or cause a fingerprint? Even though if you know someone held a knife, it may not be there.
There are several factors that can play into whether a print is left on an item at the time it's handled, as well as if it may be developed later on or not. In regards to if a print is left at the time of being handled, some of the factors to consider is whether if there is even some kind of transferable material, either on the skin or on the item being touched. So on that friction-ridged skin, it is lined with pores, which are constantly producing sweat. So that sweat on the friction-ridged skin is what is deposited when you handle an item. If there is no sweat or a residue on the skin when you touch an item, you may not be leaving a fingerprint on the surface, or if you are, it may be too fragmented for us to be able to work with it. So there has to be some kind of transferable material, either on the skin itself or on the item. And when I say a transferable material on the item, if you have blood, grease, paint, even something really dusty, if you have that on the surface and you touch that surface, you can essentially do a takeaway print where you're removing whatever's on that item and you can leave friction-ridged detail as well. So as long as there's some kind of transferable material, you can typically leave a fingerprint on an item. Another factor to consider is the item itself, if it is even conducive to accepting latent prints. For example, a surface that is dirty or very rusty may not be as conducive to accepting prints, as well as an item that is very textured versus an item that's very smooth. The smoother surface, typically the better a latent print may be left on that surface. As well as if the surface is hot or cold, wet or dry, dirty versus clean, all of that can affect if a print is left on the surface. In regards to if a print is developed after handling, one factor to consider is the environment. If it's left out in humidity, if it's hot versus cold, that can evaporate some of the latent print and essentially evaporate any detail that's left in that print, as well as if it was wet versus dry. So if it did rain on that item or if it was thrown into some wet environment, that can essentially damage or remove some of that latent print detail, as well as how the item was handled both at the time it was touched as well as after. So if you touch an item and it's a clean touch and release, you may leave a fingerprint, as opposed to an item that's handled a lot, where if you're moving your hand around a lot on it while using it, or a door handle, which many individuals are constantly using that, so that with door handles or types surfaces like that, it's constantly being handled. So you're constantly damaging or removing latent prints that may be present on that item. So there are several factors that can play into whether a print is left at the time that it's handled, as well as if a print is even developed afterward.
And on this knife, you didn't find any prints, is that right?
That's correct.
Nobody's, not the defendants, no one else. You found no prints whatsoever.
Correct. There were no latent prints developed on the IUP.
And whether or not a fingerprint could be there, it could be because of the type of material, like the knife itself, what it's made out of, could have a factor.
Yes, it could be the knife itself, or in this case, there was a reddish brown residue on the knife, so that could interfere also with any latent prints that may be present.
So blood or a lot of blood can interfere with the leaving of a fingerprint.
That's correct.
Just that's all I have.
I don't have any questions of this witness. Thank you.
Thank you. You can step down. Call your next witness, please.
Carly Blomquist.
Good morning. Yeah, can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, I do. Okay, you can have a seat. Can you state your name and spell it, please?
Carly Blomquist, CarliBlomquist.
Okay. Do we want her to adjust her microphone down a little bit? Can you just pull that down just a smidge? Yeah.
Is that better?
Yes. Can you tell me how you're employed?
Yeah, I'm an emergency room physician at Northside Cherokee Hospital.
All right. And can you tell the jury a little bit about your educational background and training?
Yeah, I went to undergrad pre-med at Emory University, graduated in 2005, and then I went to medical school at Medical College of Georgia, graduated in 2010, and then I went back to residency where I trained based out of Emory University at 5 different hospital sites, including Grady primarily, and then after that, so I finished that in 2013, and I've been a practicing ER physician since then at Northside Cherokee, so for a little over 10 years.
Okay. And in your practice as an emergency room physician, what does that mean?
So a lot of things. There's a variety of patients that I take care of. I don't work at a level 1 trauma center anymore, but I trained at Grady, which was one. We do get occasional traumas. But we don't get the bigger traumas unless they're very, very critical and they have to come to us. But I take care of heart attacks and strokes and sepsis patients, and occasional traumas, car accidents, and then basically patients that are, they lose their pulse on the way to a trauma center, so they have to come to us instead.
Okay. And you say on their way to a trauma center, Northside Cherokee ER is not a trauma center?
It's not.
Okay. And does that influence what types of patients are brought to you in like an emergency setting?
Yes. So if there is a serious trauma, then they should go to a trauma center if they can make it there. But if they can't make it there, they go to the nearest ER.
Okay.
But at Grady, which is where I trained primarily, I was there for 3 years. That's a level 1 trauma center. So I do have a lot of experience with trauma patients.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I would tender Dr. Blomquist as an expert in emergency medicine.
No objection.
So noted.
I want to talk to you about December the 8th of 2020. Have you had an opportunity to review your records from your treatment of Hannah Nicole Driver?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember that incident, her coming into the ER?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember that independent from your records review?
Yes. I just reviewed the records yesterday for the first time, but I recalled before that.
Okay. And tell me, apart from your review of the records, what you recall in terms of your memory of responding to that incident.
So I was an assisting physician on that case. The primary physician is one of my colleagues I've worked with for 10 years, but I came into shift and there was a crowded room. So I jumped in to see how I could help. So I entered the room and I saw Hannah, and they were securing the airway when I entered the room. And then I just jumped in to see where I could help basically in the resuscitation efforts. Her clothes were bloody. CPR was in progress. I could see these stab wounds on the neck that were no longer bleeding. And there wasn't any apparent sign of life. Dr. Albinger had already secured one access in one of her legs. And so I did it in the other leg so we could have more access for medications. And unfortunately, after all the attempts that we tried to get her heart back beating, it was very clear that that wasn't going to happen. I performed the bedside cardiac ultrasound, which we do a lot of times during ACLS before we call it. And we could see that there was no cardiac activity. So then time of death was called.
Okay. You indicated when you entered the room that they were securing an airway. What does that mean?
Intubating, putting on the ventilator machine. So basically it's just a process that we do where we put an ET tube into the airway and connect it to the ventilator or bag them until we get life back basically, and then we'll connect it to the ventilator machine.
Okay. And you indicated when you entered the room, you entered into a crowded room. How many people were working on Hannah?
I don't recall exactly how many people. I would guess around 10, but I don't really know.
Okay. And then you said Dr. Albinger had secured access through one of her legs. What does that mean?
Yeah, so from what I read in the documentation, they were unable to get any peripheral IVs en route, so they didn't have any access to her venous system in order to give the medications that we have to give to get the heart beating back, like IV fluids, epinephrine, bicarb, which is what she had received. So we have to have access somehow. So an emergency situation when we can't get access in the veins, which often happens when they don't have any blood, we get access into the bone. So there's a drill that we use in order to gain access into the bone of the leg, and then we can give medications or blood or fluids in that area.
Okay. And you indicated that sort of at what point after getting those access points, securing the airway, at what point did you all shift to the cardiac ultrasound to make decisions about whether to continue life-saving efforts or call a time of death?
I believe it was 1502 from the documentation, but I don't have it in front of me.
Okay. If I show you your record, would
That would be
help?
helpful, yeah.
May I approach?
Yes.
I think that's when I placed the IO, but let me see. Patient arrived to the ER at 1444. Looks like the patient was intubated at 1500, and that's around when I would have entered the room because I remember that. And then at 1502 is when I placed the IO in the right knee,
And what is the IO?
the intraosseous line that I talked about with the drill.
Okay, you put that in her right knee, and you said Dr. Albinger had already put one in her left?
Correct.
Okay. And then what time was that?
That was at 1502, and then at 1509 is when I performed the ultrasound. And then at 1510 is when time of death was called.
Okay. And when you performed the ultrasound at 1509, what did you see?
But there was no cardiac activity. There was no fluid around the heart. Basically no sign of life, or no sign that the heart was pumping at all.
Was there any other medical intervention you all could have done at that point to preserve life?
Unfortunately, no. She had gotten multiple rounds of epi. She had gotten IV fluids. She had gotten bicarb. And it was clear that the wounds were no longer bleeding. She had lost a lot of blood.
What does that mean, that the wounds were no longer bleeding from a medical position?
That means that she had basically exsanguinated already. Usually if you're doing compressions and there's still blood in the body, there's going to be blood coming out of the wound every time you do a compression. And that wasn't happening, which makes you think that she was empty.
Okay. You used the word empty. Was that?
Her blood was gone.
Okay. All right. And what time did you all call her death?
1510.
I have no further questions.
Cross-examination.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Prior to you jumping in to assist all the other doctors and staff on that day, did you know anything about any of the backstory about how Hannah came to the hospital?
No.
Did you ever find anything out in the course of your treatment or after the fact?
Afterwards, I had heard that her mom was at another hospital
Thank you.
Anything else with this witness?
No, Your Honor.
You can be excused. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Witness, please.
Your Honor, the state needs to take up something outside the presence of the jury.
All right, we're gonna let you be in recess in the jury room. So don't, leave us your notepads, don't talk to one another, and we will call you in as soon as we're ready, hopefully in about 10 minutes.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I promise that I will be honest with you.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you have some opposition to swearing? Is that
Yes,
the
I do.
concern?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you affirm that you will be honest and tell the truth today?
I just told you that I would be, and I will be. I will be completely honest and transparent in regards to the matter of which we're here today.
Okay.
And my experience with this circumstance.
Okay, great. And can you state your full name?
Jason Allen Spillers,
All right. How old are you, Mr. Spillers?
36.
And you're wearing orange.
Yeah.
Are you in custody at this time?
Not in Cherokee County.
Okay. Do you have pending charges somewhere else?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And does it have anything to do with this case?
Absolutely not.
And the only reason I'm asking you that is, have we made any kind of deals with you or discussed your charges with you in any way?
Actually, you made it very clear that you're uninterested in the charges that I have because it has nothing to do with this.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And I'm not going to ask you anything else about that.
Okay.
So I want to know how you know Benjamin Ben Michael.
I call him Z.
Okay.
And I call Chloe a Lexus driver Kawani. Those
All
are
right.
the names of which they were introduced to me as.
Okay.
So just to relieve confusion for the court and for the jury, these are the names that I still call these people by.
Okay.
So I just want to make that very clear so there's no confusion. And maybe I just want to make that very clear. So I met Z in April of 2020 through an associate. And we met because of an interest in trust law and using trusts to legally incorporate yourself to minimize risk of obstruction by the government, like in the forms of taxes and being able to hold your properties and assets in a trust and making them safer. And there's a whole lot to that. So, I mean, how much would you like for me to talk about that? That's just the nature of how I met him.
Okay. And that's great. And I'll just keep asking small questions till we get to all the information that we need.
Sure.
You said that you had the interest in the trust law, but how did you actually come to know him? How did you forge that connection? Did you meet him somewhere in particular?
What do you mean? Like
How did you come to know he exists?
Through Peggy Schindler,
Okay. So
Yeah.
you met him through a mutual
a
contact?
mutual friend.
Okay.
Yes.
Um,
I saw Peggy in Whole Foods,
okay.
and she was telling me about the trust,
Okay.
but she perhaps doesn't have the vernacular or the capacity to explain it.
Mhm.
And so Z does. So I spoke with Z, and and then Peggy gave me the trust, and I began a relationship with Z from there.
Okay. And you said that was April of 2020?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And so going forward for the rest of this questioning, I'm going to refer to Benjamin
Yeah.
as Z.
That'd be great.
Okay,
Yeah, to
that will
avoid
help you.
confusion for everyone.
Okay.
Thank
And
you.
Chloe will refer to as Kuwani.
Kawani, yes.
That's how you.
Spell that, please.
Kuwani, Ku'Ani.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And is that how you were introduced to them?
Yes,
Okay. And is that how you knew them through the entirety of your relationship and still know them?
yes,
So in April of 2020, when you met Z,
yes.
was that an in-person meeting when you first encountered
Yeah,
him?
it was.
Okay. And where physically were you?
In a park. We met in a park in South Asheville.
Okay. In North Carolina?
In North Carolina, yes.
Was he living there or staying there at that time?
Yeah, he was staying with Peggy.
Okay. And when you met him, did you become aware of his relationship status?
Yeah,
Okay. And what did you learn about his relationship status?
that he has 4 wives actually,
Okay.
and that he practices polygamy.
Okay.
Is that the question? Is that the answer you were looking for?
Yeah, that's what
Yeah.
I'm trying to get at.
Sure.
At that time, were you in a relationship?
Yes, I was.
And did you exercise any type of polygamy?
No,
Okay. And so when you initially met him, did you come to know his wives?
not initially. initially, but we did later. I believe I met Kwani briefly in May, but we really spent some time together in late May.
Okay.
When I went down to Florida to visit them with the girl that I was with at the time.
Okay, so you had a girlfriend at the time?
So we can call her my girlfriend, but
Okay.
you know, she was living with me, and I mean, you know, I guess you could say that I have always believed in plurality as well. That that men should have multiple women, but I was never in a committed. I mean, I was with Jen. She lived with me,
Okay.
and I took care of her. I provided her. She didn't work, you know, so I provided her with food and shelter and safety. And companionship and love, but it was never in our agreement that I wasn't allowed to see other women.
Okay.
So,
and as it relates to Z and his relationship, who were his wives that you came to know?
so their given names on their birth certificates would be Chloe Alexis Driver, Jessica Lee Kafijian, and Sarah Stiles.
Okay.
But those women will be referred to as Kuwani and Anna, Gamliana, and Shalig, respectively, because those are their chosen Hebrew names.
Okay. Tell me about Jessica. You said, what did she go by as her chosen Hebrew?
Gamliana,
Gamliana?
yes.
How do you spell that?
Gamiliana, I'm pretty sure. I'd have to look at it.
Okay.
Gamliana, yes.
And you all called her Gami?
Gami or Anna, she prefers now.
Okay.
Because she says that people have a hard time pronouncing Gami and they question her, so she goes by Anna now.
Gami or Anna. Okay.
Yes.
And is that a decision that she made to change that from Gami to Anna?
Yes.
Okay. Because
Like I said, she says that when she introduces herself as Gami, people say, what? God. And so she just goes by Anna now.
okay. And then Sarah is the legal name. What?
Shalig.
Shaylee?
Shalig.
How do you spell it?
Sheilig. It's a Hebrew word.
Shalig?
Shalig. It's a
Okay.
Hebrew word. Yes.
All right. So, when did you meet Kawani, Gami, and Shaylee?
Like I say, I think I actually met Kawani and Gami in May before they left, like briefly at Peggy's house.
Before they left North Carolina?
They left North Carolina to go to Florida, but
Okay.
I can't remember. It seems like I did. So you're asking me, you know, this is like 5 years ago almost. So, you know, whether I met them before I went to Florida, I can't remember. It feels like I did, but that's kind of irrelevant because we went to Florida. Jennifer and I, this girl that I was with at the time,
Okay.
we went to Florida to visit them and stay with them.
All right. Do you know when that was that you went to Florida to visit and stay with Z? And
It was after Kwani's birthday, which is the 18th,
okay. Tell me when Kawani's birthday is. 18th of what?
May.
Okay.
Um,
So after May 18th of 2020, you and Michelle,
Jennifer.
sorry, Jennifer,
Yes.
you and Jennifer went to Florida.
Yes, we did.
And did you stay with Z and Gami?
No, we stayed in our van.
You stayed in your van. Okay.
Yeah, but we spent all of our time with them though. Like they were staying in a motel at the time
Okay.
in Nokomis Beach.
Where?
Nokomis Beach,
Where's
Florida.
that?
It's by Venice. It's like south of Sarasota.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you mentioned that when you first met them, they were in North Carolina and then they went to Florida, that they were staying in hotels. For the duration of your relationship with them, was that routine for them to kind of move around or travel or stay in different places?
Yeah, they were moving around a lot
Okay.
at the time.
Okay.
From what I understood, but they had been in, I can't recall what they were doing before that, but they stayed in Florida and then they went to Connecticut and they would stay in different places for like months at a time. You know, I know that they stayed in Florida for months. After we left Florida, they stayed there for at least another month, I think.
Okay.
And they would stay in one place, like a singular location for a few months, and then they would go to the next location wherever they decided to go. I know that Kwani and Z had been in Myrtle Beach together for a pretty extended amount of time in Virginia Beach. That's where they met Gamliana. So they stayed in these places for extended periods of time.
Okay, so you're aware of Florida, North Carolina, Connecticut, Virginia,
Yes.
anywhere else?
Gosh, I don't know. I mean,
Did they ever spend time in Tennessee?
I don't think any extended time. I don't know. I can't remember.
Okay.
I don't know. I mean,
All right.
so
And so you indicated sometime in May of 2020, you went down to Florida and spent a lot of time with them?
yes.
Okay.
We spent a week down there.
A week?
Yeah. About
Was
a
that
week.
the first time you saw Benjamin with all three of the women?
Yes, it was.
Okay.
Yes.
And when you first met him and learned that he had 3 wives, sort of what was your thought process on that arrangement or situation?
I thought that was really interesting because, usually you only see that with like religious cults like Mormonism. Even though, scripturally, even, old Jewish and Christian tradition promotes plurality. Like it's promoted in scripture that men have multiple wives, like it's written about all through the Bible. But you don't really see it that much anymore, perhaps in Mormonism only. And I had spoken with Z extensively about what was happening with his his wives in his situation. And I found it pretty interesting because he was providing care, all of the things that a man is supposed to provide for a woman. Like I said, and it was kind of like something that I was interested in because, like I said, with Jen, I provided Jen with food, a place to shelter. She didn't work. I provided her with companionship and love, and I listened to her and I was affectionate towards her. Even though I was never in a committed relationship, but it's like the value of having a wife is profound, like the value of having that intimacy that perhaps couldn't be achieved through a non-marital relationship. And so Z had basically taken what I found to be what I wanted in life was plurality, but also incorporating the deep intimacy of marriage with multiple women. And I thought that was highly interesting. And I was very curious to see how that played out and how that worked. And so was Jennifer. Honestly, she's like, whoa, like multiple wives, really? Wow. We that's different. Like we should totally go hang out with him, So we did. So we went to Florida. Sorry, I'm going to adjust myself.
You're fine.
My niece.
And you said you were kind of interested to see how it played out from
Or
May.
basically, we're talking about like the social dynamic
Sure.
of a circumstance like that, which I think is really like where most people go with that. When they hear about polygamy, most individuals will question the social dynamic of such relationship and how does that work? Like, what is the social dynamic between the women and the social dynamic between the women and the women and the men? I mean, you can see these types of shows. There's shows on television now that promote polygamy and
Like Sister Wives.
like Sister Wives. Yeah, exactly. And so it's kind of like to see a firsthand perspective of that, of somebody who's really living like that. I thought was highly interesting. I was very interested in what these women had to say and what they were about.
Okay.
So was Jennifer.
Tell me, you said you're interested to hear what the women had to say and what they were.
Well, yeah, I was just curious how they interacted with each other.
Okay.
So.
From May of 2020, when you said that you and Jennifer went to Florida and started spending time with them, how
That's
much time did you spend with Z and the 3 women from May until December of 2020?
Oh, well, there's a lot.
Okay.
I mean, so I went to go see them in May, and then I broke up with Jennifer. I broke it off with Jennifer over the summer. So she actually never saw them again.
Okay.
And then I stayed in Connecticut at Z's parents' house at the Joyce home in Connecticut in September for, I think I was there for about a little over 2 weeks.
Tell me about his parents. What do you know about them?
Oh, I love the Joyces. They're good. Mike Joyce is great, is a good man. They're essentially, Michelle Joyce is they're very powerful people. Like even, they're like really intelligent. They're highly intelligent people. highly well spoken about their traditions and values, and they're very warm and open and welcoming folks. Like,
Are they, his biological parents, still married?
yes, they
Do you know what they do for a living?
Michelle sells real estate, and Mike works at a factory,
Works at a factory?
like a machine shop.
Okay. So you said you went to Connecticut and you stayed at his parents' house?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And how much time did you spend at his parents' house?
Like I said, I was there for a little over 2 weeks, I think.
Okay. Was he there with the 3 women as well?
Kawani and Gamliana were staying there, and Shaylig was there sometimes, but her parents also live in Connecticut, so she was at her parents some too.
Okay, so Shaylig's parents are from Connecticut as well?
Yeah, they live like, I don't know, it's like 45 minutes down the road in Southbury.
Okay, so Gami and Kawani and Z and you spent time at his
Yeah,
parents' house?
we sure did.
While Shaylig spent time with her family?
Yeah, I was sleeping in my van. Again, I had a van
Okay.
that I stayed in.
Okay.
And so I was sleeping in the driveway
All
in the
right.
van.
And was it, from your observations, was it common for these women to go spend time with their families outside of their relationship with Z?
I mean, if they wanted to.
Okay.
I don't think, I mean, I didn't really get the feeling that Kawani or Gamliana were very, like, you know, enthusiastic about going to spend time with their parents.
Okay.
And that they loved their husband and they stayed with him.
Okay. But Shaylig wanted to go see her family in Connecticut?
Yeah, I mean, I think it was just like a matter of convenience too, because they're all like staying at the house, and you know, she went back and forth, you
Okay.
know, so.
Did you ever meet the parents of Shaylig, Gami, or
I've met all these people.
Kawani?
I've met them all.
You met all of their parents?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Tell me the circumstances under which you went into their family's homes.
Let's see. I met Phil and Nancy Kafijian in October of 2020. I have actually stayed with Ben and Sharon Stiles at their home in Connecticut. I stayed there for the better part of a month.
At Shaylig's parents?
At Shaylig's parents, yes, I sure did. And I've met Eric and Renee Driver on several occasions. I met them for the first time in the summer of 2020. I met Kawani and Z and Eric and Renee Driver at a river in Tennessee, and we spent the day together.
Okay.
That was the first time I met
So
them.
Phil and Nancy Kafijian are
Jessica's parents.
Jessica or
Gamliana's
Gamliana's
Yeah, I knew
parents?
that. We're going to try to avoid this confusion.
Where do they live?
They live in Virginia Beach.
In Virginia Beach. Okay.
Yeah.
And then you said that Shaylig's parents live in Connecticut.
Yes, they do in
And do
Southbury.
you know where Eric and Renee Driver, Kawani's parents live?
In Knoxville, I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
I've never been to their house,
Okay.
so,
All right.
but I know that she's from Jacksonville originally, but
Okay.
I think they moved
Okay.
to Knoxville.
Okay. And do you know what the order of the women coming into this marriage was? Like
Yes.
who was first?
Yeah, it
Okay.
was Kawani first.
Okay. Do you
And
know
then-
how long she had been with Z? Like as of 2020 when you met him, how long they've been together?
Gosh, you know, I don't know the answer to that question. Years.
Okay.
Yeah.
And who came next?
Jessica Gamliana.
Okay. And how long had she been with him?
I think like Kawani and Z had been together since she was like right when she was 18. And then they met Gami a few months later.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure. I don't know the answer to these questions.
Okay.
Exactly.
If you don't know, then
Yeah.
that's fine.
I'm
but
just
if you
like
do know,
telling you what I think it is.
Okay.
It's kind of like I haven't really considered that. I haven't, you know, I'm sure I was told at some point, but I mean,
Okay.
golly, you know,
and from your understanding, who was the last woman to kind of enter the picture?
Shaylig,
Shaylig.
yes.
And when you met them, do you have any idea how long Shaylig had been in a relationship with Z?
I'm gonna guess like 6 months or something like that.
Okay, so pretty recent.
Yeah, within the year. It had been within a year.
Okay. Do you still have a relationship with Z?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And do you know whether Shaylig and Gami are still with him?
Yes, they are.
They are.
They
Okay.
are very much still with him.
Okay. All right. So when we were talking about the sort of the social dynamic of polygamy and sort of your interest in that when you met Z,
Yes.
what did you observe about sort of his treatment of the women or their interaction and treatment toward him? Like, what was that from
I
your
observed
perspective?
a very beautiful, healthy relationship.
Okay, what do you mean by that?
That all, like, they would wake up every morning and talk about feelings, you know, which I thought was really cute.
Talk
And
about feedings?
feelings.
Oh, feelings, okay.
Like, they would wake up every morning, they would be in the hotel, and Z would wake up with these girls, and you know, they'd all wake up and sit around and talk about feelings.
Okay.
And how they felt that day and why they were feeling that way. And he would sit and be patient and kind and caring to them,
Okay.
and treat them the way a wife should be treated, with compassion and patience and love.
Okay.
And even Jennifer and I, we both observed this. Yeah, I was actually a little surprised at the amount, like the absence of like petty argument and jealousy, you know, because you have to kind of expect that. That's what Jen said too. Like, we were like, wow, this is really, like, they really have a healthy thing here. That they're all interacting with each other. They all share the same type of value for humanness, you know, that like there's a real value here that you don't see in a lot of individuals. Like, most people act solely in self-interest, and that's not what you saw with these girls and their man. And it was really sweet, actually.
Okay.
Like, Z was always, he was being very kind to them, and they all got along. Like, I didn't see, you know, we stayed there for over a week in the van, and, you know, we didn't see any bickering, and we were with them all day, every day,
Okay.
like this whole time.
And that was
you know,
the week
so-
you spent with them in Florida in May of 2020?
That's right. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
When you left Florida, I asked you sort of the broad question of how much time you spent with them between May of 2020 and December of 2020.
Sure.
But after that week in May, when did you later spend chunks of time with them and where?
Well, like I said, I met up with Z and Kawani and her parents at a river in
Mhm.
Tennessee.
Do you know when that was?
Gosh, sometime in the summer of 2020. I actually cannot remember exactly when that was.
Okay.
And then I stayed with Z. I stayed in his parents' driveway for a few weeks in September. Then I went back home, and then I came to Virginia Beach in the middle of October, and I stayed there for about 3 weeks with Z and Kawani, and Gamliana too. Sarah Shalig was in Connecticut at that time with her parents.
Okay, so in October, you spent 3 weeks in Virginia. Shaylee was with her parents.
That's right.
And Kuwani and Gami and you and Z were together in Virginia?
That's right.
Okay. I want to get signed back into this computer. I want to show you, may I approach the witness? Let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 84. Do you recognize who this person is?
Yeah,
Okay,
that's Gami.
okay. Does this accurately reflect the person you know?
That
you've been
is
referring to as
that
Gami?
is Jessica Kafijian Gamliana, who prefers to be called Anna now. And I told her the name change is a little difficult for me.
All right, Your Honor, this time I'm going to tender State's 84.
Okay.
State's 84 is admitted.
Permission to publish?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, so this is Gami.
That is Jessica Kafijian Gamliana.
Okay. Do you know how old she is compared to Kuwani?
Jessica's birthday is June 3rd, 1988.
June 3rd, 1988.
That's right.
Okay, so she's older. And And this is State's Exhibit 85. Do you know who this is?
Yeah, that's Shaylee. That's Sarah Stiles.
Okay.
Yes.
Your Honor, I would tender State's 85.
It's admitted.
And this is, how old is she?
Shaylee was born February the 8th, 1997.
February 8th, 1997. How do you know all these women's birthdays? Is that something that's
I have a
important?
partially photogenic memory.
Okay. Would that be information that you seek out about people that you care about, or that
No,
you?
I don't even try to remember.
Okay, you just remember it.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the nature of my mind.
Are these two pictures the scene that you remember of December the 8th of 2020, being at that residence?
Oh my gosh, that is the inside of Jerry's house, isn't it? Wow. Yeah, I don't know the inside. I was gonna say, because I see the picture of Shaylee there, and I'm like, wow, that's really messy. Like, because they never kept a messy place, but Jerry does.
Okay.
So I see that there. That is the inside, because like you see all the dirt and like just like it's kind of nasty looking. I was just like, where was this picture taken? Like, because they do not keep an unclean house like that.
Okay.
But Jerry definitely does. Jerry's kind of a slob, self-admittedly on his part. So I'm not trying to,
Okay.
he'll admit that.
All
So,
right. Tell me a little bit about that. You said that they keep a clean environment. In terms of sort of the dynamics of the group when you were with them, did they have any viewpoints about like diet or like health in terms of?
Oh yes, very much. That's like a part of the way that they live, and it's part of the way that I live too.
Okay. And what were sort of were you all like-minded in that way?
Yes, very much. And that's
Okay.
one of the things that that I liked about Z immediately, was that the way that he cared for himself and the way that he cared for his women.
What do you mean by that?
First of all, like there's like a standard of purity. I've been on and off vegetarian for most of my life. I met them and they're vegans.
Okay.
They eat no processed sugar. They eat extremely healthy, like no vegan. And the reason why they don't eat animal products is because of the inhumane treatment of animals. So it's like, it's viewed as like an innocent life. So you have an innocent life in this animal, and Z feels that, we are not entitled to take that life. And that was actually something that I picked up from Z, because before I had just been a vegetarian for my own health purposes. But then he told me about his reasoning for veganism, and I agree with him. It's like one of the things that, I met Z when I went down to visit them in Florida. I hadn't been a vegetarian for a very long time, like 2 years. It had been 2 years that I've been on a meat eating diet. And I got back around them, and I was influenced in a positive way, I would say, by being around them and being around their health again. And so I immediately went back to vegetarianism, and I've been a vegetarian ever since.
Okay.
Back to my routine. And Jen did it with me too,
Okay.
for the remaining time that she was with me.
All right.
Like we immediately switched back to vegetarianism.
Was everybody, during the time you spent with him between May of 2020 and beyond, was everybody a strict vegan?
Yes.
Okay.
And they also used like no drugs or alcohol whatsoever,
Okay.
which
And
is
what was the reason for that?
because it's like toxic,
Okay.
and because it's like it dilutes your mind and your ability to process and be your most pure and able self.
Okay.
Yeah.
Were there any viewpoints surrounding like water, or what kind of water they could consume?
What do you mean?
Just did they have any rules about what water they drank?
I don't know that I can speak to that specifically. I mean, I know that, but I will say that reverse osmosis water, I know that Z drinks reverse osmosis water, and so do I. I've been filtering my water reverse osmosis for the past 20 years.
Okay.
Because, you'd like to get there's a lot of particulates in the water, especially, you get the water out of the sink, out of the tap here, it's full of chemicals and fluoride, and chlorine and things that are heavy metals that are unhealthy for your brain and body
Okay.
that should really be avoided at all costs by everyone. But like I say, very few individuals take the time to care for themselves at this like level of impeccability. And so that's something that I respected about them very much and attracted me to become closer and better friends with them.
Okay. From your perspective, was the observation of these practices something that was inherent in them or something that required discipline from them?
No, definitely not. Like Kawani was the one who was like giving me a hard time about eating meat when I was in. She's the one who's like, she's like, you just don't care about the animals, do you? And I'm like, she's like, maybe you're just an asshole. And I was like, maybe.
She said maybe you were just an asshole?
Yeah.
Okay, and you're talking about
Kawani, the woman who's sitting right there.
Okay.
And I said, maybe I am, and maybe I should stop eating meat because of this reason, not for my own health purposes.
Okay.
Because of the taking of life and because, it's better to live that way.
Mhm.
And so I was like, maybe you're right, young lady, like I see where you're coming from. And so I actually went back to vegetarianism then.
Was she expressive in communicating about sort of her belief system of subscribing to these practices?
Yeah, totally.
Okay.
Yeah. It's not like it was like forced,
Okay.
it's like, it's pretty logical, really,
Okay.
it's like, and it's like, it makes sense. It's like, this is impeccability. This is taking care of yourself in the highest regard. This is eliminating toxic waste from your body. This is living a life that's clean and pure without drugs and alcohol of any type, including caffeine.
Okay.
No nicotine, no alcohol of any type. They don't drink at all.
Okay.
So it's like, it's really rare to find that level of commitment of care to yourself. And all of these girls were just on board with it. They were like, of course they are, because it makes sense and you feel better and you feel healthier and you're like, representing something that is separate from the regular world of toxicity and negligence to one's own well-being.
Okay. You mentioned that during I've used kind of December of 2020 as like a date just because of the incident that we're here for, but
Yeah, we'll get there.
how long did you spend time with the group even beyond that date?
Oh gosh, I'm still friends with Z now. I was in
Okay.
Shaylee's parents' house for a month in March of earlier this year. Like,
Okay. So for the last 4 years, you've
I've been-
maintained constant communication and contact
Most
and friendship
definitely.
with them? Okay.
Most definitely, and we've all been very hurt by this, and we've worked through this together and as the best we can.
All right. So you mentioned that they didn't consume any drugs or alcohol. Are you referring to sort of illicit drugs or just all drugs? What do you mean by the term drugs?
Anything that is psychotropic in nature,
Okay.
anything that's like no pharmaceuticals, no alcohol, no drugs of any kind.
Okay.
What do you mean? What drugs are there?
I guess what I'm going to get into is sort of like modern medicine or treatment of ailments or like healing practices. Like, did they have sort of didn't adopt the traditional worldview of like the exercise of medicine?
Yeah, none of these girls really had very many ailments.
Okay.
So, I know, but you mean like ibuprofen?
Sure.
Definitely not.
Okay.
Yeah.
Um,
I prescribe to these systems myself. Like I don't
Okay.
take those kinds of drugs either.
All right. And was the whole group sort of like-minded in that way?
They're all for it. Yeah.
Okay.
100%.
So were there sort of healing practices or things that you all did for your bodies that were not traditional?
I mean, like what?
Like drinking your own urine?
Sure.
Okay.
I've been drinking my urine daily for 4 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
And can you tell me, like, obviously that's not traditional in a broad.
Well, it was in the past when people understood their bodies.
Okay.
Now we've become so deranged and diluted and essentially live in a psychotic society of mental illness and addiction to pharmaceuticals and alcohol and toxic food that we have become so diluted and separate from what it means to be healthy on the deepest and most fundamental cellular levels that we would, describe an attempt to achieve homeostasis in the body. Yeah, so urine therapy is non-traditional in today's modern terms of, our deranged society, toxic society, but it's actually written about by medical doctors. It's written about by people all over the world. There's if you go online and look up urine therapy, there's 15 books available written by allopathic medicine doctors, homeopathic medicine doctors, written by shamans and gurus from the East, written about by regular everyday people who have healed themselves, who claim to have healed themselves of things such as cancer by drinking their urine.
Okay.
And it tells all about, if you want to do your research, urine is from the word orin, meaning light. And basically it's like when you go to an oncologist and they take a urine sample instead of a blood sample, that's because the urine is more telling of the malfunctions in your body. And so allopathic, homeopathic, and people from all types of different natures write about, the photonic realignment of your DNA through urine therapy. So urine has discarded nutrients in it, but those nutrients have passed through your kidney and bladder and are now contained within orin, the light production of your body. And it needs to be understood, and this is just very common programming in the world, that urine is waste, and it's literally an antiseptic. It's the opposite of waste. Your stool is your waste. Your urine is an antiseptic. It's a true sterilant, and it's antibacterial. That's why Boy Scouts 101, when you have an injury or you have a snake bite or a jellyfish sting or something like that, and you use your urine to sterilize and to act as an antiseptic and act as an antibacterial immediately on open wounds in the flesh. So you could think about this as the same type of thing is happening inside of your body. We're talking about antibacterial,
How long have you been engaging in that practice as
do
you consider it a healing practice or a health routine?
Well, to me, it was a healing practice at first. And I would say that the first year, it took me probably 6 months to a year, but actually I would say maybe a little less than that. I think for some individuals, they would probably, that would be a healing practice for at least a year, but I was considerably healthier and more fit than the average individual.
Okay.
Like I said, I've been filtering my water, all the fluoride and chlorine out of my water for 20 years since I was in high school.
Okay.
I started these practices very young. I just realized that, it's would you like to have toxic waste and heavy metals in your water, or should we filter these out? It doesn't really take a genius to figure this out. We should be taking these steps to heal ourselves and and not only heal ourselves, but as a health practice. So I'd say for the average individual, I think their first year of urine therapy would be more of a healing, but I use it to maintain my body still to this day.
And did you start urine therapy practice before you met Z?
No, actually, but I didn't learn about it from Z. I learned about it from Peggy.
Okay.
Yeah. And then I started drinking my urine, and after about a month, Z never even mentioned that.
Okay.
But after I had been drinking my urine for about a month or something, I was mentioning it to Z, and he's like, oh yeah. He's like, yeah, we do that too.
Okay.
So I actually know a couple dozen individuals who drink their urine regularly.
A couple dozen. Okay.
Yeah, sure do.
And as far as Z and Kuwani and Shalig and Gami, did they all participate in urine therapy also?
As far as I know.
Okay. Did you ever know of anybody be forced to participate in that practice?
No, I didn't actually. All the individuals that I've met, or it's kind of one of those things. It's oh, I didn't even know about that. I didn't know until Peggy told me.
Mm-hmm.
And then I started doing my research online, and it turns out there's a lot more people that do it than there's this guy who I really respect online. His name's Troy Casey. He's the certified health nut. He's an influencer on Instagram. And so he and several other individuals, they really promote urine therapy. They do it all the time. Okay. So it's it's a little more mainstream than, you would think. And unless you know about it, And then you hear about it and it's like, oh, this is a lot more mainstream than I thought.
You already kind of just spoke about the sort of group's collective views on medicine, or traditional medicine.
Sure.
Were there any other types of healing practices to either like center themselves or strengthen their mind or their body that you were aware of?
Gosh, I mean, I personally use all kinds of, like, I use Rife machines. I've watched people have miraculous healings from Rife machines.
And what is that?
A Rife machine is a frequency generator developed by Royal Raymond Rife in the early 1930s at the University of San Diego, Southern California. And this man found that, and you can do your research on this, anybody who's interested. This man found that when exposed to that everything has a frequency and vibration, because that's the nature of reality. It's just an atomic structure. And so to understand the fundamentals of science, which we're all taught in school, but it just doesn't seem to sink in to a lot of people, that everything that we're experiencing right now, the air is mostly nitrogen and the matter's it's mostly carbon. So we have a atomic pixelated holograph reality, and these things have been written about from, the 1927 Solvay Convention in physics and beyond, even to Michael Talbot and Carl Sagan, who write about the nature of reality. And so everything has a frequency and vibration, including illnesses inside of the body. And so this man, Royal Raymond Rife, was able to find that these illnesses, specifically tumors and things like MS and certain other illnesses, have a certain vibrational frequency. And when exposed to certain frequencies, now we're talking about particles and waves, which is, another foundational cornerstone of science, of the understanding of science, quantum physics, and reality. When you have the particulate matter of a tumor inside of your body, it may be exposed to the wavelengths of certain frequency vibrations, and it destroys tumors. I've watched some pretty miraculous healings. People being on their deathbed to walking around cancer-free.
Were those things that?
No, that's just me.
Okay.
I'm just introducing this to the world
Okay.
here right now.
Let me ask you about, and I mean, I've got to just keep
But
it.
Z knows about frequency Z knows about Rife machines too.
Okay.
So I'm just curious, like, which ones?
Let me ask a more direct question.
Yeah, please.
Are you aware of them using any type of sensory deprivation or dark therapy?
Dark therapy, yeah, from the teachings of Montauk Chia.
Okay. Can you
Absolutely.
tell me about that?
Okay, so I did dark therapy in September of 2020. I actually did it after I left Connecticut. I had like a small bungalow style house, and so I taped off the bedroom and the bathroom, and I blacked out all the windows, and I retreated into into a meditative place for 432 hours.
Okay. And was meditation or sensory deprivation or dark therapy, was that something that Z and the three women also subscribed to and participated in?
Z did dark therapy like 10 years ago.
Okay.
He did dark therapy, but at the time when I met them, none of the women had done dark therapy.
Okay.
Gamliana was the first one to do it, and she did it for 2 weeks at my house in November of 2020.
Okay.
She was the only one to have done that at that point.
What brought about her doing that? Did she want to do that, or was she made to do that?
No, definitely not.
Okay.
Z
So,
never made them do anything like that.
Okay.
I mean, it's like they volunteered because they're interested in the same type of achievement. I know Shayla did the dark therapy for a very long time.
okay.
She went into the dark for like 2 months.
Okay.
Yeah. And she's will speak highly of it, but she was seeking that. She was seeking, Z didn't say, go be in the dark. It's like, that's not the thing.
And in practice of dark therapy or sensory deprivation, do you come out of it whenever you feel ready, or is it something that like you're locked in even if you don't want to do it?
No, what you're asking is like a personal question about the individual who's embarking on their quest for enlightenment. So you're asking me to, speak to the nature of another individual's personal. I set a time. I was like, I'm going in for 432 hours, and when that time was up, I came out.
Okay. And from your observations of the rest of the group, was that personal to them? Did they make choices about whether they wanted to do it and how long they wanted to do it?
Sure.
Okay.
But it was also, the kind of, it's like, as I was raised in my household, and I know that this culture and society in the modern world has deviated a long way from traditional practice, but my father is the head of my house growing up, not my mother.
Okay.
Like we lived in a house where my dad set a standard, and that's what we lived by, and my mom was a wife, that, lived that, her dad, like it's a patriarchal household,
So
and my mom was never oppressed, just like these girls were never oppressed.
So you subscribed in that way to more traditional gender roles?
Yeah, more
Okay.
traditional gender roles where the man is the head of the household.
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right.
And Z is the head of his house.
Is that biblically based or what?
No, it's psychologically sound.
Okay.
It's like, men are better leaders. They're better decision makers. They can regulate their emotions in a way that women cannot. And they're just, they're better leaders.
Did you ever
So-
see that manifest itself in the mistreatment of
Absolutely not.
Shalig, Gami?
I've
or
already told
Kawani?
you how sweet and kind he was to these women, but also at the same time, he sets a standard. If they wanted to go do drugs and alcohol, then leave. That was the thing. It's like they all lived this life with him by choice. This was not, you have to live. It's like, if you don't want to do this, if you don't want to live your life, and this is the way that I live my life now, and every woman that I've had in my life, in my entire life, has been this way, and the way that I live my life right now. When I'm free again, which shouldn't be too long, I will be, and any women that come into my life now will live the way that I live. We will be clean vegans. We will not use drugs and alcohol in any way. You will be treated with care and respect and love and kindness and listened to. I will appreciate and respect your feelings, just as Z was doing with his wives, just
Okay.
as I've always done with the women in my life.
And
But
if-
when it comes to crucial decision making and setting the standard for the household, I am the head of the household.
Okay.
It's pretty simple.
And you said, if any of these could leave,
They could leave at any time.
did you
Right.
ever have any perception that they were not free to leave?
Absolutely not.
Okay. All right. I want to talk to you about, now you said that you spent about 3 weeks in Virginia in October of 2020. And that was with Gami's parents
October of 2020. No, we stayed in an Airbnb in
an
Virginia
Airbnb
Beach.
in
Yeah,
Virginia.
that's
Okay.
right.
What was the reason for that location?
Oh, it's where Gami's from.
Okay.
And it's a beautiful area.
Okay.
Sure.
And then after October of 2020, when you spent 3 weeks with them there, what time did you spend with them after October?
Gosh, we were together pretty much all the time from
Okay.
that point on.
How did you all spend your days? Did you all work or like what was the dynamic?
I worked some, at that time. I have a background in personal fitness training,
Okay.
yoga instruction, private yoga instruction, and I'm not a certified nutritionist, but I offer my opinion on nutrition and health. And I work privately in these areas. And like I say, all of my financial partakings and everything is private through my trust.
Okay.
So
And what about Z and the 3 women? How would you all spend your day to day? Like what would you do during the day?
gosh, most of this time from October 4th was caring for Kawani, honestly. And trying to help her find her way back to a place of sanity. Right? I mean, we use these terms insane. I know that these have psychological terms, and I know that these have legal terms.
Mhm.
And so I don't mean to like, in my own ignorance to what is happening here, I mean, I may need you to educate me on which words are acceptable to use and which words are not. And,
Okay.
but I would say at this point in time, most of the time that we spent together was, trying to help to assist and do correct by Kawani to try to help her with the mental health, the severe mental health issues that she was suffering from.
Okay. So tell me in terms of timeline, you said that you, in October of 2020, that you spent 3 weeks in Virginia.
Yes.
And then where did y'all go after you left Virginia?
Back to Asheville, North Carolina.
And why Asheville?
That's where I lived. That's where Peggy lives. And it's another beautiful area.
Okay. And where did you all stay in Asheville?
I let them stay at my house
Okay. So,
in Candler,
all right.
41 Oakdale.
Okay.
And I let them stay there, and I stayed either in my van in the driveway,
Mhm.
or at my parents'.
Okay.
Back and forth. I also stayed with my sister a little bit, but I didn't mind to open up my home to them at all. I let them stay there.
We've talked a lot about the 3 women,
Yeah.
and Z. During the entire time you knew them, was Hannah a part of that?
Yeah, she was there. She was there all the time. She was always around. There was never any point in time where Nimsi, as I will refer to her, there was never a point in time where Nimsi wasn't around.
Was Nimsi her Hebrew name that was
Yes.
given? Okay. May I approach the witness? Do you recognize what's depicted in States 86?
Yeah, that's her.
Okay. Is this the child that you spent time around?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna publish States 86. And you said that she was always around.
Yeah. She was.
How did they manage the care of Nimsi? Was everybody involved in that, or was it?
I would say it was more predominantly Kawani,
Okay.
but the other girls definitely were there to support, and C definitely was there to support.
Okay. We have tissues there if you need them.
Yeah.
So, all these periods of time where you talked about weeks at a time spending with him and the
Yeah.
women, was Nimsi a part of that too?
100%.
Okay.
That's my little friend right there. We grew a pretty significant bond together.
Okay. What do you mean by that? What was your relationship with her like?
I mean, she was like I say, she was my friend. She would always wave and smile at me, and she would come to me and like allow me to hold her, and she wasn't always like that with everyone.
Okay.
We were I was definitely pretty close with that baby, and all of the individuals in the group recognized that particularly the baby would go to me. But a lot of babies are like that. I'm like that with a lot of babies.
Okay.
Like, I come from a large family. My dad has 5 siblings and my mother has 4. They all have children. All my aunts and uncles have children, except my dad's oldest brother. And so, I'm the oldest on my mom's side. I have like 11 cousins, and some of those cousins have kids now, and I've held dozens of babies and been around, family, and I've spent a lot of time. I've held a lot of babies, and interacted with a lot of babies. And she was a really bright light and a special child. And we got along. She was, I cared deeply, as I still do, obviously.
Let me go back. You mentioned a minute ago that, in terms of the terminology of mentally ill or insane, and you said, you're going to have to shoot me straight on that. What I want to talk to you about is just observations.
Okay. Well,
need
that
you
we
to
can
put-
do.
I don't need you to put labels on anything.
Awesome. Well,
or,
if you find me I'm just speaking freely now, so there may be points and times where, words come where I use words to describe the state, quantity state, mentally
Sure.
impaired, insane. Like, I mean, erratic manic behavior. You know, I'm using these words because I don't know what other words to use.
Okay.
And so if you would like to direct me in another way, I may, you know, I will use the words that you would like for me to use. So
Let me ask you a pointed question. In terms of, do you think collectively as the group that you all maybe had some untraditional worldviews? Or not subscribed to by the masses, I'll say.
not subscribed to by the masses. Yes, I'll take that compliment.
Okay. And I'm not trying to be offensive. I'm just trying
No,
to get to the root of it.
I'll take that
And
compliment, like I said.
the purpose of my question is I want to establish with you, and I will do it through questioning, the difference between an independent delusion that Kuwani might have been having versus belief systems that you all adopted that maybe are a departure from the masses.
Yeah, I hear you. I mean, I find that to be rather irrelevant to the whole thing because, you know, we're talking about a woman. And so here's the thing. I'm going to lay it down for you like this. When we went to Florida, me and Jennifer, we had like a, you know, a real curiosity about this. And we're like, you know, what kind of strangeness is this? Like, you know, I met Z. I think, like I said, I feel like I had met the wives like briefly at Peggy's house, but only for a minute. And I can't remember if that's how it was or not, or if I didn't actually meet them until Florida. But I feel like I
don't mean to be disrespectful or
Yes,
interrupt
ma'am.
you, but we have to have whatever your responses are be in response to my question.
Okay, very good.
So let me just ask a narrow question.
Very good.
In terms of the belief systems or the things that you may have discussed amongst the group, was there any type of belief that the world is fake or things are not real around?
Not real?
Mm-hmm.
Well, define real.
Okay. Do you recall having discussions or the group subscribing to some type of a belief that?
No, I asked you a question.
Okay.
I asked you to, or I made it as a statement, define real.
Okay. Was there any belief system amongst your group that like there is an alternate reality or that what we're perceiving or living is not
So
actually what we're perceiving or living?
So I'm going to answer that with facts.
Okay.
Okay. And we're going to go back to what I was talking about before, that it is fact that atoms, ATOMS, exist, and that atoms are in it mostly just empty space. Okay. And so they are colliding particles that form a visual and materialistic reality that we experience right now. Now, if we are to define what is real, I mean, then you are to define what is real by your senses, because these fundamental understandings of factual reality are understood by, you know, intellectuals all over the world. Now, whether the common ignorant masses can put them into practical application for their own life and their own ability to strive to understand and comprehend themselves and see reality as it is, I mean, I live amongst the inept, but to describe something that is mostly empty space as real is scientifically, logically, and factually repugnant.
Okay.
So real would mean that we have our senses and we are connected to these bodies. And like many tens, hundreds of millions of individuals around the world, I hypothesize, and I would call it to be my belief that that we all have souls, that there is a soul, that there is an energetic manifestation that is participating in this reality in a body. So there's something greater. There is something greater. To answer your question directly, there is a greater there is something greater happening here than what the inept can perceive or choose to perceive.
Okay. And did Z and Kuwani and Gami and Shalig, did they all sort of share that view? Are those things that you all discussed?
Well, this intellectualism was shared by myself and Z for sure. Like we
Okay.
talked about this immediately.
Okay.
But like I say, I mean, I know several individuals who are able to keep up with these like types of conversations and comprehensions of fact.
Did you all
So-
believe that you had some type of broader consciousness, or I don't know if I'm using the right
I think that
terminology.
everyone has the potential to have a broader consciousness.
Okay.
That did I know it to be factual that I am pursuing that and that the average individual is not? 100%.
Okay. And was that sort of the tone of the group in terms of like your,
Absolutely.
I guess, broader calling in the world?
I mean, I'm not going to sit here and try to put words into the mouths of these other individuals. Now, we have some agreements.
Mhm.
Now, we have some agreements into the matter of what is factual, scientific
Mhm.
understanding.
And to your point on that, like, what were the agreements? In what way were you like-minded with Kuwani, Shalig, Z?
I mean, we're not talking about them. I'm talking about Z.
Okay.
I don't think
I
that
want
this
to talk about the collective group. And
I think that these are women, they want to run and laugh and be silly on the beach.
Okay.
Me and Z are sitting here discussing,
okay.
yes, doctorate level, perceptions in quantum physics. Yeah.
All
But
right.
these women don't have these conversations.
Okay.
They play with the baby and they do what women do. And they be,
Okay.
silly and,
Okay. So
smile and laugh and do things like that. Like, what are you
Okay.
talking about?
So
Like
you observed them more to be sort of carefree and fun and playing and laughing.
We're not having these conversations. I'm not
Okay.
having these conversations with these women.
Okay.
Like, I don't even know if they're capable of that.
Okay.
I mean,
Um,
honestly, like, which is not an insult. It's just a matter of fact.
Okay.
And so that's okay. That's not their role anyway.
Okay.
Their role is to be together and, have like fulfillment in their life from their version of reality that they're experiencing, which is for the most part what I saw. I mean, until Kawani started to really have her break, and become what I would call mentally ill,
Okay.
and her suffering and mental illness had completely consumed her.
Mhm.
Before that, it was really just like mostly just a lot of like hanging out and playing with the baby and laughing and being girls.
Okay. All right.
Like
So tell me, when and we've talked about like the word insane, the word mentally ill, in terms of things that you saw from Kawani.
sure.
And the reason I started by asking you about worldview is because I was trying to distinguish between things that maybe she was being delusional or having an individual break from reality versus things that the group believed collectively.
I mean, I get where
So-
you're coming from. And like I say, again, I feel like that's like, I feel like that's like irrelevant because we're talking about a woman who had complete breaks in her cerebral capacity
Okay.
to understand, to where she didn't remember what just happened.
Okay.
She did, and I don't think that has anything to do whether she's a Mormon or a Christian or a Scientologist.
And that's
or,
not my point, but
Yeah.
to your point earlier, the law does have definitions, and
Okay.
it does relate specifically to certain symptoms or things that she exhibited. So
Sure.
what I want to know is, from your observations, was there anything that she exhibited that you saw to be a delusion?
Yeah, I mean, maybe, it's like, so what you're asking me is whether the verbiage and the information that was coming out of a psychologically unwell individual was or was not delusion by my judgment or my standards.
Okay.
That's what you just asked. So I'm not sure that, there is. Okay, so I want to make an example for you in direct response to your question. There are individuals who, and this is documented, there have been massive case studies on individuals with things like autism, or things like There are, other psychological unwellnesses that we could call them, classify them as mental handicaps, as they would be labeled by society, who have these incredible abilities to give us information that is perhaps unperceivable by a mind. So what we're talking about is frequency and bandwidth. So with some of the things that I saw and heard Kawani say to be delusion, yes, but did I also in her like deranged mental state see, like, it's like, so what is delusion? Like what, like these questions, it's like, yeah, I mean, she was outside of her mind blabbering about complete nonsense sometimes.
Okay. So tell
but
me,
when she would come back,
let's be specific. What was the complete nonsense she was blabbering about?
gosh, I can't even remember specific things. I mean, but there's also like, okay, so we have to really dissect the mind here to understand, because there was an event that happened on November 25th, which involved a woman who pulled off on the side of the road. Kawani was having an episode, I guess you could say. And this woman pulled off on the side of the road.
All right, let me stop you for a second. What do you mean by episode? What did you observe? What did she say?
Okay, so we'll begin there to come back around to what I was saying.
Okay.
Because it was only after that day that I heard Kawani mention at all the safety of the child.
Okay.
And that was on November 25th. And
Of
it was
2020?
it was because of this woman who had this psychotic, drunk woman who was on drugs and who was threatening us with gun violence.
Let me back up. On November 25th of 2020, where were you guys at?
We were at Peggy's house.
In what state?
North Carolina, Asheville, North Carolina.
Who's Peggy?
Peggy is, who is Peggy? Peggy Schindler is someone that I've known for like 20 years. Friend of mine. Yep.
Okay.
I used to work with Peggy's daughter at this sports bar called Hickory Tavern. And
We don't need to get into the weeds. I'm
Yep.
just trying to provide them some context of who Peggy is.
Peggy's a friend of mine for 20 years.
All right.
Yep.
So Peggy's got a house in North Carolina.
Yep.
You all were spending time at Peggy's house.
That's right.
Who was there?
Me, Shaylig, Kawani, Peggy, Z, and Nimsy.
Okay. And how long did y'all spend at Peggy's house around
That
time?
day?
Just that day?
I mean, no. We were around Peggy's house a lot.
Okay.
You
And
know,
you specifically referenced November 25th. Why do you know that date?
Because that was the day that this woman pulled off on the side of the road, and I feel like I think that was like a real turning point for Kawani, which had massive effects on her psyche, which led to the death of Nimsy.
Okay. So tell me, on November 25th, you were talking about this woman, which we'll get into that in a minute. Prior to this woman being involved, what were you observing of Kawani on the 25th?
On that day.
Yes.
Okay, so it was actually a pretty normal day. Like, she was being like relatively calm and clear, and like you could tell, like I could always tell it in her eyes when she'd be in a certain place, and then something would trigger her and she would just lose it. Like, I mean, like her eyes would change and she would come back and she would not remember what happened. And
What do you mean she would lose it? What would she do?
gosh, all kinds of things. So this day, she was in it and she'll start shaking and like, attacking Z and attacking the other girls. And she's tried to attack me before, and never the baby though. That's needs to be clear. Never the baby. Because I would have nipped that shit in the bud. I would have not tolerated that, and and I don't think Z would have either. Like so we were at Peggy's and she starts and then she just runs out the door, like for no reason, like no clear and definable reason whatsoever.
So I want to know, what did you see? You saw her shaking.
Or just being like, it's like, she's just being like, she would get this look in her eye, like she was absent,
So she had an absent look in her eye and she was shaking. Did she say anything?
She'll like scream and she's like, I have to go, I have to get out of here. And she's like, starts screaming and we're like, Z's like, honey, calm down. You know, like he's trying to, was like constantly working so diligently with her and being so patient and kind and working with her because, you know, she would come back from these episodes and she'd start crying and she's like, I don't know what's happening, you know, and she would just like completely like lose her mind. I don't know how else to describe it. This day, she just took off running and we're on Overlook Drive, which is a really dangerous road because there's been people killed on that road before, literally. And pets, all kinds, you know, it's like there've been major accidents. People fly on that road and it's known that people go really fast through there. And so Z was like, I was probably in a little better shape than Z. I'm probably a little faster on my feet at the time. He asked me to go run her down and cut her off and try to get her to like come back, you know, not that like we're trying to like, you know, we're just trying to make sure she doesn't hurt herself, you know? And
What made you think she was going to hurt herself?
because she's running in the middle of a road.
Okay.
Like, I mean, she's like running like a crazy person down the middle of the road for no specific reason that she made clear that she just had to go suddenly at that point. And she made no specific reason clear why she was doing that. She made no specific, like, she wasn't trying to go anywhere. She had no real purpose. You know, she's just like, you know, an endangerment to herself and to others, you know, like she's running down the road, just like
In traffic?
in traffic,
Okay.
belligerently. And
Okay.
so I'm like, okay, yeah, we probably should like try to get her back. And so I ran down and I cut her off and she ran back towards Peggy's house in the middle of the road now. And I'm like trying to avoid cars and like their cars are stopping and like she's just like running. And she finally like tired out and sat, and then she was sitting on the side of the road, collapsed, crying. And Z asked me to pick her up and carry her back across the street to our house.
You said she was
So-
sitting?
She was sitting like on this, like almost like on the side of the road, pretty much. And the shoulder is like very narrow on that road. So we're in the road,
Okay.
you know, like towards the white line.
All right. And did she articulate anything at that time?
No, she wasn't articulating anything. She's just like crying and sobbing, like just
Okay.
like incomprehensible jargon of like blabbering about, you know, like non-tangible things. I don't even know. I wasn't even really listening to her at that point. I was just kind
When
of
you say non-tangible, was I'm trying to get at, was she paranoid about something specific? Was
No.
she delusional about
I mean,
something
not
specific?
that day. Not
Okay.
that day. No,
All
she
right.
wasn't.
She was shaking.
She was just,
You said she had some kind of look in her eye.
yeah, the look, you know, the look that she would get when she would be like absent of herself.
Okay.
And like, you know, it's like, and then you ask her about it later and like, she's like, I don't really even remember some of these things, you know, like
Okay.
she's like having a complete break in her like ability to perceive reality, basically.
Okay. And when you first saw her behave that way was when?
When I first saw her behave that way, it was in September. She was not like that in May.
September.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, Kawani has, you know, she's admitted to me a lot about her past, which had led her to have like a really, some psychological unwellness anyway. Being like, this is her words to me. Like we have talked about this as a group, that she was raped by her brothers when she was like 9 years old. That she had an older brother drug dealer who sold cocaine, and she was doing cocaine regularly by the time she was 9 or 10 years old, forced to have sex with her older brother's friends when she was like 10, 11 years old. She talks about how her parents abused her, how she went to her second grade teacher and told her teacher that her parents were locking her in the closet and abusing her.
These are discussions she had with you about her mental well-being?
Her past,
Okay.
which I think
Was that in relation to sort of her
yeah, totally. I think it was
mental
like,
and emotional
I
health?
think it was the foundation of her breakdown. The foundation of her breakdown and the mental unwellness began in her childhood, not like when she was like, you know, 20 years old. Like these seeds were already sown by the people that cared for her. And, you know, I remember her saying things like, yeah, my brother's penises were really small, so it wasn't that bad being raped by them. You know, like things like that. She would give details about these circumstances, details about being locked in a closet by her parents.
Okay.
Details about using cocaine regularly. So I think that the psychological unwellness and the foundation of mental instability, like she was already, these were demons that were planted in her a long time ago.
Let me ask you, did you ever see anyone in the group or yourself be physically violent toward her?
No. And now I did carry her across the street. That's the only time I ever touched Kawani. Was that one time carrying her across the street to get her out of the road so we don't get hit by a car.
Okay.
That was the only time. Now I saw Kawani be violent towards everybody in the group. I saw her be aggressive, but not when it would be like a total snap like this. And so do you want to finish because I'd like to tell about another day,
Sure. Well, I asked you when the first time is that you kind of saw her exhibiting any behaviors. And you said September of 2020.
Yes.
And then you had referenced specifically November 25th as being, in your mind, some pivotal date
It
that
was a hugely pivotal date
changed things.
from my observation of her.
Okay.
Yes.
So-
And the things that she was saying, like there was a woman who pulled off on the side of the road to kind of make whatever was happening there her business. She was drunk, belligerent, she assaulted me and Peggy and Z. This was like a very disturbed woman. And she...
Is this when you're carrying Chloe?
No. I was carrying her across the road, and a woman who lived in the apartment complex was pulling out at the time. And she was like, "Is everything okay?" And I was like, "Yeah, she's just having a panic attack. I'm going to carry her back to the house to get her out of the road so no one gets hurt." And the woman who lived in the apartment complex where we were said, she said, "I see. And if you need any help, if you need anything, just let me know." Okay. So that was the woman who lived there. Now, this woman who pulled in off the side of the road was just some stranger, who she pulled off on the side of the road, and Kawani ran over to her car and was like, "I need to call my mom. I need to call my mom." That's what she started saying then. That's just like a random thing. She hadn't talked about calling her mom at all. That's just something that came out of her, just like some random thought or memory or whatever it was that was like just random that day. After she decided that she needed to run in the middle of the street, we got her back over to the house, and this random complete stranger pulled inside this apartment complex to make this her business, like I say, rudely and belligerently. And Kawani started going to her and saying, "I need to call my mom."
Okay.
And so...
Had she asked to call her mom up until that point?
No.
Okay.
Like I said, this was just like something that just started coming out of her. It's like, she's just like, all of a sudden, she's just like, "I need to call my mom. I need to call my mom." She's like saying this. And me and C and Shaylee and Peggy are all standing around. Shaylee's holding the baby. We're all like, "Let her call her mom."
Okay. And
Let
did
her
she?
call her mom. No, she didn't, because this woman started being belligerent and jumping out of the car, and Kawani started to come back into herself. You could see it in her eyes that she realized that this woman was a danger to her. And the woman started screaming about how we're all going to jail, and she's and all of these things. These completely just this belligerence,
So this was a passerby that
a
intervened when
passerby.
she saw you with Chloe,
That's
with
right.
Kuwani.
That's right.
Okay.
Yes.
And so what happened after that?
Gosh, a whole scene happened after that. She started being verbally abusive to everyone.
Who's she? Who are you referring to?
This woman named Sandra Torres.
That's the woman that stopped?
That's the woman that stopped.
Okay.
And she was like threatening us. Like she threatened, "I have a gun in my car right now, but I'll shoot you and kill you," and all this stuff. Her breath, was rank of alcohol, So she's just this random drunk lady who apparently had a gun and was, there's like this whole scene that unfolded. And I think that it's the most important thing to take away from that day, and why I mentioned it, is because after that day, after she was screaming at Kawani and Z that she's going to get the baby taken away, so she pulls over on the side of the road, and like her story is to be like this vigilante to help this woman who's being kidnapped and blah, blah, blah. She gets across the road. This woman who's sitting right there was screaming about how she wanted to call her mom. All of the other individuals said, let her call her mom. Simple. Let her call her mom. No one's objecting to this. The only reason why we just had this whole scene is because she's like endangering herself and other individuals. Let her call her mom. Sandra Torres makes this into like, we're all very calm, you know, at this point. Like, we're like, okay, we got her out of the road. That was like our goal. You know, we got her out of the road, and now we're just calm, waiting for Kamani to calm down. Whatever conversations, whatever care we need to show her to get her back into a calm place, we would do. And this woman is just like aggravating this situation, you know, with her own like, you know, drama. And she threatened to have the baby taken away and that she was going to kill us. And it was only after that day that there was anything in Kawani's delusional speak. You know, like I said, we have to define what is, you know, in her delusional speak, in her blabbering, when she would go outside of her mind, outside of herself, and her eyes would change, and she'd start to be erratic and sometimes violent. That was the first time ever after that day that she said anything in those states about the baby.
And after that incident, what was it that she said about the baby?
It started as, I need to protect the baby.
Okay.
Like the baby's in danger. The baby's in danger. Something's going to happen to the baby. And she was also talking about that woman saying that she was going to kill us. Like that, like it like got inside of her head somehow from this woman about the baby's in danger and all of this stuff. You know, like it was a really dramatic shift.
So as it relates to that dramatic shift that you just described and her feelings about Hannah
Yes.
and the baby,
That's why I mentioned it.
was it always she had to protect Hannah?
Those were the things that I heard her saying, that she needed to, the baby was in danger, and, you know, like the baby, and then it started to develop after day. Because this, you know, Nimsi died like less than 2 weeks after that,
Okay.
you know?
And so did she ever articulate who she thought the baby was in danger from?
Not really.
Okay.
No.
But in terms of the things she was saying, it was a paranoia of her needing to protect Hannah.
Yeah, and then there was talk about how the baby is going to die. Like
Okay.
I heard her say that. I never heard her say, I'm going to hurt the baby. I never heard her say, I'm going to kill the baby. I never heard her say anything like that. I did hear her say the baby's going to die. I have to protect her.
Okay. And when
So-
she said the baby's going to die, it was in the context of her role to make sure
protect
she
this
didn't.
child. Yeah.
Okay.
Which it was still like coming out in this like really delusional, paranoid, schizophrenic, whatever you want to label these things type of way, manic. Like she was having real struggles, and it was coming out in this way. But before that day, there was never any like mention of the baby in her delusions. Like it was about herself, like that, you know, evil was after her, and that I heard her talk about hurting herself a lot. I
Okay.
heard her talk about committing suicide. I
So-
watched her injure herself by punching herself in the face many times. And, you know, I've watched her be violent towards everyone else and never towards the baby. And there was never even mention of the baby until that day.
Okay. So you said prior to that day where Sandra Torres said the baby's going to get taken away, then she started having delusions or paranoia about protecting Hannah.
She did.
Okay.
Yeah.
Prior to that, you just mentioned a second ago that she had delusions or paranoia, or whatever word you want to use, related to her.
Sure.
What were her manifestations related to her that you perceived to be some type of mental health related incident? What types of things would she say about herself?
That she was like, you know, in danger of evil, and like there was all this evil in the world. And but see, there you go. We're talking about like things that are coming out of her, that so it's like she wouldn't remember saying these things. Like she would have these episodes and not remember, but some of the things that she was saying are valid. There is a lot of evil in this world. There's a lot of evil in this room. So it's like is that a delusion? I don't think so. It's like, is that delusional to say that? Is she in a delusional state when she's making these proclamations? Yes. Is she in a state where she has no memory of what she's doing and is like absent of herself? Because Kawani is a sweet and caring and loving mother. Like I saw her in May, and that's, when Jennifer and I went to Florida, that was the whole thing. Like we saw this baby, and there was this bright, happy, joyous, cared for child. I've been around enough babies to where I know you can tell when they're not in proper care from their mothers. And there was no sign of that whatsoever. Like this baby was completely carefree and happy and joyous. And Kawani was an excellent mother. She was attentive. She was warm and nurturing and loving. She would never strike her husband or the sister wives in the way that I saw her later. She would never do these things. Like, I mean, it was just very apparent. And that was in the child. Like you could see that in the child. It's like, if I had an aunt who was a little on the loud side, it's like even when her children were little, they were a little on the loud side. You know what I'm saying? Like they, children imitate their parents. And so you see it in this child, and you're watching Kawani care for this child, and they're all like fine and wholesome. There's like a lot of wholeness in their group, wholesomeness. And the baby was just fine. Like I wouldn't have continued a relationship with these people. The foundation, because I like Z, I did. And when I first met him, he's a highly intellectual individual who likes to, and we shared a lot of worldviews that are based on fact and science and understanding of teachings and things like that. So we hit it off.
Let me ask you, I don't want to get too far afield of what the original, that's okay. Sometimes you get going and then we don't even remember what the question was.
A full scope.
I get it.
Yeah.
So I want to narrow back in on, you said you had seen her punch herself or injure herself?
100%.
Had you ever seen anybody else restrain her or physically assault her?
Not like that.
Okay.
There was this one time where she tried to jump out of a window in the place where we were staying in Virginia Beach, but and Z hugged her, basically put his arms around her and stopped her. But I've seen Z sit there and take licks to the face and do nothing. I've seen these other girls be abused by Kawani in her delusion. Like I say, she never did that. And when she would come back, she would start crying, and we'd talk about what had happened and how she was attacking people, and she'd start crying, and have an emotional breakdown. She'd just be like, I'm so sorry, and she was just not that way. Kawani's not really violent like that. She doesn't hit. I mean, I had never seen her do that in a clear and I only saw her do that when she was losing her mind, as I say.
Okay.
And this just continued to get more and more intense and severe as time went on.
All right. Now you said, I want to go back a little bit to the incident on the 25th of November.
Yes.
So you said Sandra Torres intervened, that she said things about Hannah's going to be taken away, she's going to have the baby taken away, and that sort of set Chloe on this path where she believed that she had to protect Hannah.
Yes.
How did that incident end on the 25th?
The incident ended, so like I say, this woman that, is sitting here, Sandra Torres pulls off on the side of the road to rescue this woman, so she would say, and this woman who's sitting here willingly and knowingly gets into a car with her husband and her child and her sister to leave, to escape this belligerent, seemingly psychotic, definitely drunk and threatening of gun violence individual. And Sandra Torres, like I say, Sandra Torres was trying to block Z from leaving. Z's like, we're out of here. Sandra Torres goes into Z's car. Now, this is a random person. Keep in mind, this is just some woman that pulls off on the side of the road, decides to make this her business. Kawani's screaming about how she wants to call her mom. We're all standing around, let her call her mom. No one's trying to prevent her from doing this or do anything except run in the road and cause harm to herself. Please, here's the phone. Like, here's the phone. Call your mom, you know? She never did call her mom. She was just being belligerent. And so is Sandra Torres. And then Sandra Torres gets out of her car and goes over to Z's car and takes the keys out of his ignition. So keep in mind, this is a stranger who pulls off on the side of the road and then goes into a man's car who's being calm and cool and let my wife call her mom if that's if that's going to make her feel better. Goes into the car, pulls the keys out of his car and says, you're not going anywhere. You're going to jail. We're taking this baby away from you. You guys are disgusting people, like all this stuff. To strangers. She's doing this. Z takes his keys back from her. Ma'am, this is my property. Give me my keys back. She starts slapping him and assaulting him. They get in the car and leave. Peggy stands, like after they had pulled like a 50-point turn to try to get past this woman, because she's like moving her car to try to block them from leaving. She pulls over to rescue somebody and then tries to stop them from leaving in their own will and tries to like make a huge scene out of it to try to like hurt them in some kind of way. She pulls off and then then Peggy is standing in front of the car and she basically Sandra Torres started attacking Peggy, beating the crap out of her, slamming her head up against the hood of the car. And I sat there and watched that. And now Z and Kawani and Shayla had already pulled away at this point. So I'm just standing there watching Peggy get her ass kicked, pretty much. And I was like, I sat there and I watched for probably like a little bit too long, to be honest with you. That's how I felt about it because of the way she was getting beaten by this woman. This woman's like very tall and broad-shouldered Nordic woman. And Peggy's this 5'0" petite woman who is not a fighter. This woman has a violent history, you know? And so she's, you know, assaulting Peggy and beating the crap out of her. And so I put my body in between Sandra Torres and Peggy. And then Sandra Torres punched me in the face once and I went like this and she punched me in the face again. And I picked her up and I put her down on the ground and I got in my car and I left. And that was the end of that day.
What do you mean you put her down on the ground?
I picked her up and I forced her body to the ground.
Okay. How would you describe a slam, a push?
I picked her up and I dumped her to the ground. Yeah.
You picked her up
Yes.
physically off of the
I
ground?
physically picked this drunken, belligerent woman who had just assaulted 3 people and was threatening us with gun violence up off the ground, slammed her down on the ground, got in my car and I pulled off.
Okay.
Yeah.
Were the police ever involved?
Yes, they were.
Okay. When you were there, were the police involved?
No, they weren't.
Okay. Did you call the police?
No, definitely not.
Why not?
Because I rarely find that justice comes from these types of circumstances when police are involved. And I mean, I just like don't really like you guys.
You've told me that a number of times, right?
Yeah,
Okay. And that's okay. We don't have to like each other.
that's okay. And that's not personal. I just find that like the legal cult
Sure.
and the legal culture,
Mhm.
you know, we use that word cult to describe culture. It's just a shortened version of that word. I find that the legal cult is, it brings injustice more often
And
than not.
were you all collectively as a group sort of not call the police type of people?
Peggy was definitely not call the police type person. I asked her, I was like, you know, you should really call the cops. You know, like she's got a black eye and she's all busted up and hair pulled out of her head by this woman. And I was like, man, you should really call the cops. She's like, I'm not calling the cops. She's like, I don't want anything to do with them.
All right.
We'll just let this go. We'll just be gone with her, you know, and like, we'll just go about my life.
So you said you got in the car and left. And when did you become aware that the police had been involved?
That's a good question. I can't remember, like days later or something like that. Or I can't remember, honestly, when I became aware.
Did you ever get interviewed or spoken to about those circumstances of what happened on the 25th?
No, I never did. Nobody
Okay.
ever asked me about this. This is the first time where I've been able to speak plainly before a court or before anyone involved in that openly about the events of that day.
Okay, so you left. At some point, you became aware that someone else had contacted the police.
Now, when Nimsey died on December the 8th, I gave an interview where I spoke about this circumstance to a woman named Tiana Cruz, I think is her name.
With Canton Police Department?
Yeah,
Mhm.
I told her about what had happened
Mhm.
and how, because, you know, that day was kind of like a breaking point and it manifested into, I mean, looking at this from like an outside perspective as best I can, you know, without, you know, it's like I'm very emotionally attached to the baby and to, you know, what happened. But it's like that day, Kawani's delusions go from I'm in danger, these things, to the baby's in danger, to the baby's going to die, they're going to take, to a dead baby.
Mhm.
You know, like that's what just happened. You know,
Okay.
so I spoke that very clearly, as far as I can remember in my interview, because I was just so in shock that day. Like I couldn't even believe that this has happened. This, like, it was just like,
All right. Let me ask just directly. From that incident on the 25th, did you get charged with anything?
I did.
When did you learn that you were being charged with something?
I got charged with an assault on Sandra Torres.
And when did you learn that that was the case?
April of the following year.
April of 2021.
Yes.
Okay.
I had no idea.
Did you have any contact with law enforcement between November 25th when it happened and when you got arrested in April of 2021?
No, I did not.
Okay. So you just find out because you have a warrant for your arrest?
Yeah, I got pulled over.
You got pulled over and you
Yeah.
got arrested from a warrant from the incident on the 25th?
That's right. From
Okay.
6 months earlier.
Okay. And what happened with that case?
Well, I wanted to go to trial because I thought that I could win in the name of self-defense, you know, and protection of Peggy Schindler. And Peggy was going to come and testify in my trial that she was being attacked belligerently. Z and Shaylee were going to come and testify that this woman was threatening them and being crazy, and she reeked of alcohol. And she's a known drug user because I know her.
Mr. Spillers, I'm not trying to be
Oh.
disrespectful, but we just got to rein it in. So
Oh.
what happened with your charges?
Oh, I got a misdemeanor.
Okay.
I ended up with a misdemeanor.
Did you plead guilty?
I did plead guilty pursuant to Alfred Law.
And what does that mean?
Alfred Law, I was told, means that I maintain my innocence, but I was being held in jail. Like they were holding me in jail, and I couldn't afford my bond. And so I waited for years for a trial for that. And they never gave me a trial. And so I finally pled guilty to a misdemeanor. And I think that they just gave me a misdemeanor because they knew that they would lose in trial and they didn't want to afford that opportunity.
So you did a time served
Time
misdemeanor.
served, they sentenced me to 75 after 22 months of incarceration.
You were in jail for 22 months?
I was in jail for 10 months and then I made bond, and then they reincarcerated me after 8 months. They held me in house arrest for 8 months.
Okay, so
All
some
over
of that was
this.
house arrest.
All over that.
And then you pled guilty under Alford,
Yes.
which
To
is
be
just
released from jail.
to a misdemeanor.
Do a misdemeanor.
Okay.
That's right.
All right. You mentioned that after that incident, Chloe started having paranoia surrounding needing to protect Hannah. Did you ever witness, perceive, or hear her say anything about ever believing Hannah was a danger to her?
Absolutely not.
Did you ever hear her articulate that she felt threatened by Hannah in any way?
No.
Did you ever hear her say that she needed to defend herself against Hannah?
No.
Okay. Was all of the things that you heard with relation to Hannah, her needing to protect Hannah?
Yes.
Okay. You talked about the sort of response of Shaylig and Gami and Z and you whenever Chloe would have, whatever you want to call them, episodes.
Sure.
What was the response amongst the group in terms of helping her?
Well, I think mostly it was like trying to find patience, you know, and trying to find a way to keep her calm and get her to, at some points, like stop hurting herself. Those are the times where I've seen Z like hold her arms, you know, because she's punching herself in the face, you know, or she's striking somebody else. And I have seen him like hold her hands, be like, honey, calm down, calm down, calm down, you know? And that was pretty much it, you know, like I never, you know, we would all respond in our own way. I tried to just be as diligent and patient and kind as I could, you
Okay.
know, and try to talk her, because like I said, she would be, you know, she would come up, Kawhi's a pretty open person, you know, like she talked plainly and openly about, you know, sexual assault by her own family members and, you know, all of these things that had led her to be this like fractured person, individual rather. And I would, you know, just be there to listen. That's what I was getting at. Like I would just be there to listen to her about how she was feeling and if there was anything that I could do and try to avoid, you know, that right hook, you know, if she was trying to, you know, kick and scream. And, but she only did that to me a couple times.
Let me ask you this. You mentioned that incident on the 25th where she ran out in the road.
Yeah.
After that happened, between then and December the 8th, did she go spend time with her parents at her family's house?
No, she didn't.
Was
I
there-
recall.
Was there ever a period of time where
Oh,
she?
whoa. You mean after Thanksgiving?
Yes.
Yes. I'm sorry. I thought you meant from October.
No. The incident on
Yes.
November 25th.
Yes.
And she said, I want to call my mom.
Yes, she did.
Okay.
She did say that.
Did she ever go see her mom and stay with her mom?
Yeah, actually,
after that
they came later that day, Eric and Renee. That was like the second or third time that I had met them.
Okay.
They came to pick Kawhi up.
On what day? The 25th?
It was either that or the next day.
The 25th or the 26th?
Yeah, right around there. I can't, you know, it's 4 years.
Okay.
So I mean, you're at it. Like,
You're
doing the best
you're
I
doing
can.
fine. So either on the 25th or the 26th, Eric and Renee Driver came and picked up Kawhi.
Yeah.
Okay. Where did they come to?
they came to Peggy's.
To Peggy's house? Okay. And that was in North Carolina?
Yes.
All right. And where were they living at that time? The drivers?
Oh gosh, Tennessee.
Tennessee. So they went from Tennessee.
Knoxville, as far as I know.
They went from Tennessee to North Carolina and they picked up Chloe.
That's right.
Did Hannah stay with you guys?
She stayed with Zeke.
She stayed with Zeke. Okay.
Yes.
And to your knowledge, did Chloe go back to her parents' house?
Yeah, she did for like a few days.
Okay. And when and how did she rejoin the group after she went to her parents for a couple of days on the 25th or 26th?
I'm pretty, she kept in contact with her husband, and then I think he went to go pick her up after that.
Okay. And
Yeah.
you said, were they still communicating? Z and she were still communicating?
Totally.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so he went to go pick her up. Do you know when that was?
Shortly after that, a few days, something like that.
Okay. A few days after
A
Thanksgiving?
few days after Thanksgiving, yeah.
Okay.
I think she got really jarred by that whole thing with Sandra Torres.
Okay.
Like I say, there was like a lot of dramatic shifts in her wording and the things that she would say after that.
Okay.
And yeah, like that was it.
All right. And then tell me about Thanksgiving. Where did you spend Thanksgiving 2020?
Oh, I was there. We did Peggy's, and then I was at my parents for the rest of the day.
Was Chloe around for Thanksgiving 2020 or was she with her parents?
That was that day. That was Thanksgiving Day.
What was Thanksgiving Day?
The whole event on November 25th.
The 25th was Thanksgiving Day?
I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was. I'm not 100% on that, but I'm pretty sure that was Thanksgiving Day. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it would have been after Thanksgiving that Chloe went to her parents.
That's correct.
All right.
Yes.
And then you said it was a couple of days maybe she was with her parents and then Z went and got her and she came back to the group.
She came back. Yeah, she did.
Okay. And when she came back, what was her demeanor like?
Pretty much the same, really. I mean, she's a regular Kawani a lot of the time, even though at this point in time she had become kind of degraded. Like she was like, her whole like air had become different. Like she was like really like frustrated with herself. Like she was just like frustrated with what's happening, and she was sad. You could tell. And then there was like this whole different air about her that I think, like I said, was part of the whole interaction with Sandra Torres, you know, where she just became, I don't know, she just got this idea in her head about NIMSY. After that, there was just like a lot of
About protecting them?
protecting NIMSY. Yeah.
Okay.
And like the danger to the baby, that they're going to take the baby. All of these things that had never really come out of her before that I heard, you know?
Okay.
And I mean, I wasn't with them like 24/7, but I was with them a lot, you know, like a
All right.
lot. So,
Okay. You said that she first sort of started having those types of, I don't know what to call them, episodes, paranoia, whatever it is, in September of 2020.
well, no, it was before that, actually. It was really during the summer. Like Z, you know, I was talking to Z pretty regularly. We would just, you know, talk about all kinds of stuff. And he spoke of his wives openly, you know, with me, and how Kawani had really started, it was really in July when he began to, because I think it was in June that I met them at the river that day
With her parents?
with her parents.
Okay.
And she was fine that day. Like she was, you know, behaving normally, providing excellent care for NIMSY, being an excellent mother. And yeah, I mean, gosh, you know, I just,
And let me ask you this. At any point, did you become aware of her getting any type of like counseling?
no,
Okay.
definitely not.
What's that?
No,
Okay.
she did not.
Did you know about her doing anything on Zoom?
No.
Okay.
I did not know about that.
Okay. And
Was she doing that? I don't know.
if you don't, I have to ask the question.
Okay,
So
that's
if you
fine.
don't know, that's
Yeah, I don't
completely
know.
fine.
I didn't know that. No, I
Okay.
didn't know.
And we already talked about kind of the group's views on drugs and sort of the holistic approach.
Yeah, Z did not want her to be institutionalized. That's for sure.
He did not want her
He
to be
did not want her to
institutionalized.
be institutionalized, probably for the same reason as like the institutionalization culture probably doesn't offer, like, you know, she's just surrounded by 3 or 4 people who really love her and care about her. And instead of just being a patient that gets doped up with medication and spoken to once a day for an hour by some doctor that she doesn't know, Z was really trying to do this in more of like a wholesome family way to offer Kawani healing.
When she was just her normal self,
Yeah.
what was her relationship with Z? How did she interact with him? How did she treat him? What did you
I
observe
mean,
during
like
this
I say,
time?
it was like we went to, when Jennifer and I went to Florida, it's like there's like a lot of love there.
Talk to me about like Thanksgiving time, December. What was the nature of their relationship around that time?
I mean, sometimes she's around and it's the same. Like there's a very loving nature and a very like, you know, a very, there's like a lot of companionship, and between her and the other girls, like, you know, I remember we were at my house right before, because they had found a house in Florida. Because that's one of the things that Kawani was talking about, especially towards the end in October. She's like, we need to find a house. We need to find a house so I can be better, so I can find a place to be and just be in one place all the time, so I can be in this place and I can heal and I can get better.
Did she want a more stable lifestyle than traveling all
Not
over the place?
before, but no, I think she was just fine with it until like she started to really like degrade,
Okay.
you know, and then she realized, you know, she would come back from these episodes and we tell her what's happening, what had happened. She has like no memory of, she's crying and being all like apologetic and, you know, like troubled by her own mind and like how little control she had.
Somewhere would be beneficial for her?
Yeah, and that really started to come out in October. Like after we came back from Virginia Beach, I was letting him stay at my house, and she started to talk about that, even incoherently. She's like, "We need to find a place," and so they had found a house in Florida
Okay.
that was for sale,
All right.
and they were going to go buy it and live there.
All right.
And Z had already like called about it, and it was in Florida, and we were moving there that day on December the 8th.
On December the 8th, y'all were headed from North Carolina to Florida
To
to move
Florida.
into a house.
To move. We were moving them. I rented a U-Haul in my name for them.
Okay.
And they had all of their stuff packed up in the U-Haul. And they were moving to Florida. And we stopped by Jerry's house on the way
Okay.
down.
All right. So on December the 8th, how many days, if we start on December the 8th and we track backwards, how many days had you been with them? Had you been with them continuously from November 25th?
No, continuously since October, since the middle of October when I went to go visit them.
Okay, so you spent every day with them.
Almost every day, yeah,
Okay.
pretty much. Yeah, they were staying at my house. Like I say, I went to Virginia Beach in October,
Mhm.
and the middle of, I think I arrived there on like October 11th
Mhm.
or something like that. I stayed there until after Halloween. So it's like the better part of a month because I remember celebrating Halloween or walking around for Halloween down in Virginia Beach. And then we came back to Asheville and they were staying at my house. So, I'd come by like all the time. Yeah.
Okay.
Sometimes I'd stay in the van and I'd come and I'd walk in and we'd talk about feelings in the morning, and which I thought was great.
Okay.
And there was like a real camaraderie and like just like family style life there.
All right. And as it relates to sort of the efforts to assist Chloe, did she also believe against like drugs and alcohol or things like that?
Totally. I mean, she grew up, like I say, she grew up being, using drugs by her own accord, by her own account.
Okay.
From the time when she was like 9, 10 years old, using cocaine every day. And like, she's like very against drugs.
Did you have any knowledge during this period of time about her desire to try to utilize CBD?
Yes.
And what did you know about that?
So I found that out because she was looking for like some kind of medical assistance, and Z was just not having her be on prescription medication.
Okay.
Because, and I agree with him in this regard that because she would come back from these episodes, it's not like she was like this all the time.
Mhm.
And this was a recently developing thing.
So when you say it's not like she was like this all the time, what in terms
she
of
wasn't psychotic, losing her mind,
well, in
belligerent.
terms of quantifying how many episodes like that you saw or how often that would happen?
Right. Yeah. I wasn't around them all the time at that point, but I know that it really started to get bad in July.
Okay.
So by the time September came around, I saw her behaving erratically. She struck Z for one of the first times she had ever struck her husband when I was there in September.
Mhm.
But Z's perspective was like a more like natural homeopathic type thing where he didn't want to institutionalize her, and he didn't want her to be on drugs. He wanted her to work through this and come to a healing on her own. And she was about that too, but she was also looking for, so they decided on CBD.
Okay.
They decided to try to use CBD, and Kawani had ordered some CBD offline.
She ordered it offline?
Yeah, she did.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so you said that they were both kind of about not medicating traditionally, but that they had explored other options and arrived at CBD.
That's right. To
Okay.
try to just give her some assistance.
Okay. And the CBD that she ordered offline, do you know anything about that?
I don't.
Okay.
I mean, I know she just ordered some CBD. She had been taking CBD, and that a package arrived.
From just like a traditional CBD?
Yeah, just something online that she
Okay.
ordered.
All right.
Yep.
And at any time, did you provide her with anything in that regard?
I did. I
Okay.
had some CBD that I bought from a woman in Asheville, North Carolina, that I had purchased because my dad's cousin had cancer. He was using a Rife machine, and he had become cancer-free by using the Rife machine, and he was interested in taking some CBD. And so I bought some CBD from a woman. I could tell you who it was if you want.
Was it a legitimate CBD manufacturer? Was it
Yeah.
some shady,
No.
back
this is-
alley? What was it?
No, definitely not. This is a woman who worked in the hemp industry.
Mhm.
This is a product that was being sold on store shelves that she had in abundance. And so I bought some of it from her, but this is like a legal product that I bought from her.
Okay.
Yeah.
And in which state?
What's that?
What state?
In North Carolina.
In North Carolina. Okay.
Yes.
So it was a off the shelf, legally manufactured hemp
That's what I
product.
was told by this woman who works in the hemp industry.
Okay.
Yes.
And so you said you bought that for your
I
phone for?
bought that for my dad's cousin.
Your dad's cousin.
It
Okay.
would be my cousin too. It's his first cousin, my
All
dad's
right.
first cousin.
And so you had some left over, or what was the situation?
No, I had some. I was taking some of it.
Okay, you took it.
Yeah, I did.
And what did you take it for?
I was taking it because I have shoulder injuries from jujitsu,
Okay.
and I was trying to. And I had quit smoking weed at that point, and I had been without. I have been clean and sober off drugs for a while. And I, and that was something that happened before I met Z. Like I quit smoking cigarettes and doing all kinds of things. But before I even met these people, like I said, that was another attraction, that we had, like a commonality that we had, that we were both sober.
So the CBD that you purchased from the woman in the hemp industry that you subsequently gave to Kuwani was
Yeah.
CBD you had also personally used.
I had.
Okay.
Yeah, and I used it because I have a shoulder injuries and a neck injury from jujitsu, and I was trying to alleviate some of my pain.
Had you taken CBD before?
Yes, I had.
And anything special about this particular CBD?
No.
Okay.
I mean, it's fairly like non-invasive. It's CBD.
Okay. And what is it about CBD that sort of comports with your views or beliefs about?
Well, I was just trying something, I was just trying to take it and just see if it offered me any relief. Because I had become really opposed to cannabis marijuana at that point in my life. Even though cannabis marijuana had been a part of my life for a while, but I had stopped using it and I completely turned against it, which I think is, I think it needs to be, I think there need to be stricter laws on marijuana, and it needs to go backwards on this whole legalization thing.
Well, for the jury that may not know, what's the difference between CBD and marijuana?
Okay, so the cannabis plant has, from my understanding of it, the cannabis plant has around 85 different cannabinoids found within it. And cannabis hemp is different from cannabis marijuana in that it's harvested for because it's abundant in CBD. And marijuana is like a hallucinogenic drug, which is heavy in THC. So this CBD that I gave to Z and Kawani, which I wouldn't have even suggested that, but they had already ordered CBD. Like they were already exploring this. And I was like, hey, I have this here. Would you like some of it? And they talked about it and they decided, yes, we will try this that you have. And so it was made from hemp, not marijuana. And it's like I say, it's a product that, that you can buy on the shelf. I bought it from a woman who works in the legal hemp industry in North Carolina.
Okay.
So.
All right. This is a good time for a lunch recess. So we're going to be in recess for lunch until 1 o'clock. Leave us your notepads. Don't talk to one another about the case or let anybody talk to you. You will have the lunch that you ordered in the jury room. You can, take a break, go outside, walk around if you want to, but be back in the jury room at 1 o'clock. Thank you. Seated. And Ms. Gropper, you may continue direct examination.
Thank you, Mayor. All right, Mr. Spillers, I want to ask you, we were talking about the CBD,
Okay.
and I want to go back to that. I'm handing you State's Exhibit 87. Do you recognize what's in this photo?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what,
Is that-
that's what I gave to them.
Okay. And does this truly and accurately reflect it in the manner you gave it to Chloe
Yeah,
Driver?
it's in a very small glass jar.
Okay.
Yeah.
Your Honor, I'm going to tender State's 87.
Any objection? It's admitted.
All right. All right. And is this the CBD that we're referencing?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And was this the same sample of CBD that you had given to your
My dad's cousin.
dad's cousin?
Yeah.
And that you had used yourself?
Yeah, it
Okay.
is.
And then you just gave the remainder to,
I just had some with me that I was taking for my
Okay.
shoulder issues, for my shoulder pain.
All
And that's the jar that I had that I was just using personally. I had purchased this a year before.
okay?
And I still had some left over. And I just gave the rest of what I had to them
Okay.
after they considered it. Like I offered it and they considered it. And like the next day they were like, yeah, we'll try it, because it was free.
Okay.
Instead of spending all their money, I just gave it to them.
All right. So
you know.
she had ordered CBD offline
Right.
and then you offered this and they talked about it and accepted it.
Yes.
Okay. In terms of administration of this, do you just eat it? How does that work?
Orally, yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. And were you a part of the discussions surrounding the CBD or the use of CBD?
No.
Okay.
I mean, I found out that they had come to like an agreement,
Mhm.
about using CBD to try to help Kiwani to find some, without using pharmaceuticals. It seemed like a much softer and more organic approach to some kind of chemical alleviation for her lapses in what we will call sanity, if you will.
Was she interested in that approach?
Yes, she was.
Do you have any knowledge about her ever being involuntarily forced to take CBD?
Definitely not.
Okay.
I mean, it was her who ordered it. I mean,
Okay.
she had to convince Z to let her do that.
She had to convince Z to let her take
Yeah,
CBD.
because it's like, he was trying to, like I say, she kept coming back into real or whatever you want to call it, back into a place of mental clarity where she would apologize and not remember what she did, but he found it significant that because she wasn't like, it's not like she was like she wasn't like clinical, it's not like she was like that all the time. This was just like something that had developed. Then I say, because of her past and postpartum and, who knows what else was contributing, to like these eruptions, and he was trying to heal her organically. So yeah, she had convinced him to allow her to use CBD and he agreed,
Okay.
as an alternative, as a more organic and softer alternative to pharmaceuticals.
Okay. And you just used the expression, she wasn't like that all the time.
I mean, where she was like losing, I was just trying to make a clear and distinct difference between the woman who was a loving mother and the woman who would violently attack her husband
Okay.
and the other women.
When she was her normal self, that was
Yeah.
with Z for years.
Yes,
Have you ever described her as being a Spitfire?
totally.
Okay.
Yeah,
Was she strong-willed and spirited?
definitely.
Okay.
Yes.
And you said earlier that, she asked you if you were an asshole who liked to eat animals. Was that?
Yeah, I mean, she was
demonstrative
kind of
of her
snipey
personality?
sometimes, but that's not like, she wasn't like aggressive or violent. She was just kind of like stern, I guess you could say, and like curt and to the point.
Okay.
You
Was
know.
she, did she speak her mind?
Yeah, totally.
Okay. And amongst the three wives, who was the clear leader of the three?
Kiwani, I feel like, but they were all like, I feel like Kiwani was like the more like the more of the leader, I guess you could say. But those other girls, they were very vocal. Like, I mean, there was like all this interaction between them. It's not like Kawani was like commanding authority or, you know, like, or that she was like in charge of the other women. Let's not put it like that. You know, like it's not like she was like the boss over them or anything, but it was very clear that she was like the more like headstrong and, you know, like more iron-willed of the three, I guess you could say.
Did she like things her way?
I mean, doesn't everyone, you know, it's like, no, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that Kawani was like that. Like, she's like, has to have it her way kind of girl.
Was she afraid to speak her mind?
Definitely not.
Okay.
I mean, that's like very much the opposite of that.
Okay. I want to talk to you about the traveling from North Carolina to Florida.
Sure.
And you indicated that there was an intention to,
We were moving, you're talking about December the 8th.
yes.
Well,
But I
yeah,
want to talk about where you stopped en route.
totally.
Do you have any knowledge about going to Chloe Driver's parents' house?
We did go to Kawani's parents on the, it was the night before that.
December the 7th?
I'm pretty sure it was the 7th, or maybe it was the 6th. Like I say, these, you know, you're talking about like the differential between a day that I'm trying to remember. Was it the 6th or the 7th of 2020, 4 years ago? I can't remember.
Okay.
But it was not the 8th because that's the day that we were traveling and Nimsy died.
And in terms of who was traveling and how many vehicles you had, what did that look like?
It was my van, and it was the U-Haul, and it was their SUV, I think. My head is itching. Let's go do that quick. I can't remember if it was their SUV or their car, but I was driving the U-Haul, and one of the girls, I think Shaylee, was driving my van, and then Z was riding with Kawani and Nimsy in the SUV. I'm pretty sure. I can't remember that.
And what about Gami?
I think she was with one of the others.
Okay.
Like these are details that escape me.
Okay.
You know?
But there were multiple vehicles.
Yeah, we were in it was, I know that my van was there.
Okay.
And I was driving the U-Haul.
Okay.
So, and then there was at least one more car. Maybe they had both cars. I can't remember this.
Okay. So 3 or 4 vehicles.
3 or
total?
4 vehicles, yes.
Okay. And you know that Z and Kawani and Nimsy were all in one car?
Yes, they were.
Okay. And you drove the U-Haul by yourself?
I did.
Did all of those vehicles go to Eric and Renee Driver's house on the way?
Yeah, they did actually. We parked in the, they live in like a condo duplex type townhouse thing. And we drove the U-Haul up the hill to their house to load up all the Kawani stuff. And we left all the other cars in the visitor parking by the pool at the entrance.
Okay.
And Shaylee took a nap in my van.
All right.
while they were there.
And what was the purpose for stopping at Eric and Renee Driver's house?
To get the rest of Kawani's stuff so they could move to Florida because they had found a place to live and be stationary and establish some kind of grounding, which she initiated this sequence, and we all supported that to try to help her find a place to heal where she could really like be still and, you know, not have to deal with like stressors from the outside world. The Sandra Torres thing was obviously hugely traumatic to everyone. And so she wanted to find a place to live, and they found a place in Florida.
Did, what stuff were you all retrieving from her parents' house?
I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, I just pulled the U-Haul up and
Okay.
they loaded it up. I didn't even like, I
Okay.
have no idea. I would say like personal belongings, probably like things that she needed.
And do you know if her
Clothes.
parents were there and they
They were
interacted
there.
with her?
They were there. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That was the
Um,
first time that was another time when I met Eric Driver. He came outside and I saw Kyle Driver.
Who's
her brother.
Kyle?
Kyle's brother.
Her brother. Okay.
Yep.
All right. And anything eventful happened while you were at the driver's house?
Nope. It's pretty smooth. We just
How was
rolled up.
Kawani acting?
She was actually, you know, by this point she had become like even in her normal self, she was kind of like, you know, she's like really dealing with a lot of like mental health issues, you know,
Okay.
and it was really starting to like drive her down.
You described her earlier as like looking sad. Is
Sad.
Okay.
Yeah. Just like, you know, like really needing to get like that, like needing some kind of like something, you know, like the stable place in Florida where they could go, and, you know, and she was really looking forward to that, and everybody was, you know,
Okay.
like that was.
Do you know who made the decision to go to the driver's house to get Kuwani's things? Was that something that she
Gosh, I
requested?
don't know.
You don't know? Okay, that's fine. How long were you all at the driver's residence?
Probably like an hour and a half or
Okay.
so.
All
You
right.
know, we just stopped in, picked up stuff. She had just been there after Thanksgiving and then had come back to Z and her family and with her sisters and her baby. And they had like, you know, things had like mended and they were going to Florida and Eric and Renee opened their house up and Z was there talking to Eric. Like it was just like, you know, this is all after that. You know, this was December the 6th, right before Nimsy died.
Okay, so December the 6th, in interactions between Z and Kuwani and her parents and her brothers there, did you observe anything that was abnormal,
Not at all.
tension, conflict, anything like that?
Actually, not at all. Like
Okay.
it was just smooth.
All right.
Like Eric and Renee were, you know, they were there. They're like, here, you know, they opened their home. Z was talking to Eric.
Mhm.
You know, he went inside, gathered their stuff with Kawani, and loaded it into the U-Haul.
At that time, was Kuwani excited about going to Florida?
They were all very like eager to get to Florida, or like, you know, like, yeah, excited, I guess, you know,
Okay.
as excited as a person who's that kind of, who's like sad like that could be, I guess.
Okay.
But yeah, they were all like ready to get to Florida and be stable. And they wanted to have a garden. She was talking about having a garden and growing food and doing, you know, some self-healing meditations and being stable and being away from stressors of the world. Like, you know, just, you know, they had found a spot in the country, you know, that was kind of like a way, you know, to where, you know, she wouldn't have as many triggers to go into these.
Those were the things that she expressed she wanted?
Yeah,
A
totally.
garden and land and to be
That's
out in the country?
That's it.
Okay.
Yep.
Was Nimsy with her and Z and the group whenever they were there with
Yeah.
Eric and Renee Driver?
Yes, she was.
And then you said you believe that was either the 6th or the 7th?
The 6th or the 7th, yes.
Okay. And then I want to talk about the 8th. You all
Yeah.
went to Jerry's. Did you know Jerry already?
Yeah, I know Jerry.
Okay.
I had been to Jerry's house a couple times before. I'd spoken to him on the phone. It's kind of like one of those situations with Z. Like I met Jerry. Jerry is a really interesting guy. He's intelligent and he does like a podcast talk show. That's like really, you know, it's like an interesting thing that he does. And so I had spoken to Jerry for hours on the phone. Like I just called him up just to chat, you know, like I do with people that I meet that I'm interested in. Kind of the same thing when I first met Z, just the same thing. Like I met Jerry, I liked him. I still like Jerry, you know, and so yeah, I knew Jerry. Yes.
Okay.
Just trying to give you just descriptive details into our.
Sure.
Yeah.
All right. So you were familiar with his home. You come to Cherokee County with everybody we've already discussed, right?
Yes, on
Okay.
the 8th.
On the 8th.
And I had been there before several times.
Okay.
Yeah.
So any idea what time you arrived at the house?
Sometime in the afternoon, I'd say like, gosh, you know, I don't know what time that was. Like, what time was that? Maybe like noon or
Okay.
11. Gosh, you're like I say, these are because we woken up early that morning and gone to the 12 tribes.
And what is the 12 tribes?
12 tribes is like a quasi-Jewish, quasi-Christian cult of culture of individuals who, you know, they have like a long-standing foundation of devotees, and they have like delis and stuff like that, and they have like a minha, you know, where they sing and dance in the morning and stuff like that. And
So you all went there that morning?
we went there that morning.
Okay. And did Kuwani participate in that?
Well, we were all there. I mean, participate. We just sat there, you know.
You said there was singing and dancing.
Yeah,
and
no,
stuff.
she wasn't doing that. Neither did we.
Okay.
But yeah,
What were you all doing?
just sitting there.
Okay. Were you
Yeah.
communicating?
We spoke to each other,
Mhm.
or yeah, of course.
Okay.
I mean, but-
Anything about her behavior on that day at 12 tribes that, was she normal, Kuwani?
Yes, she was.
Okay. Was she in a bad mood, good spirits, just,
It seemed like she was pretty normal. Like I say, she was pretty disheartened overall in general at that point, like pretty worn down and just tired of dealing with the mental illness that was plaguing her. I'll call it that.
Okay.
And yeah, but during the 12 tribes, she was, yeah, just normal Kawani. She did have an episode, an outburst at Whole Foods later that day where she would just have panic attacks and start screaming and, you know, like, but she was pretty much in the car while that was happening. I knew it was happening, but I didn't really see it.
Okay.
Like she had gotten like overstimulated on the road or something like that.
Okay.
And some kind of triggered
Were you
something.
interviewed by law enforcement in this case back in December?
Yeah, I was that day. That's
Okay.
the only
Yeah.
thing. Yeah.
And is it fair to say that everybody kind of described her as acting like herself on the 8th?
For the most part, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I know that she was having like a little bit of a freak out, you know,
Mhm.
episode in the car. But that was it at Whole Foods.
When you
Like,
say freak out episode,
yes.
you know, in the context of what we've already discussed about her being a little bit of a spitfire and speaking her mind, when you say freak out episode,
I'm talking like on a whole nother level from, but go ahead. I'm sorry, I interrupted.
is it something you observed? The
What do you
freak out episode you're talking about, did you see that?
On the 8th?
Yes.
Actually, I knew it was happening. I knew that she was having a hard time because Z was just like, Z got out of the car and he was like, you know, Kawani's like needs some space right now.
Okay.
But no, I didn't actually witness that.
Okay, so let's just talk about the stuff you actually saw. There
Okay.
was an incident with her in the car on that day where he said she needs some space.
Right. And so
Okay.
I just went into Whole Foods by myself and
Okay.
I needed some food. So I went into Whole Foods, got some food, came back out, got in the car, and then we took back on the road to Jerry's.
Okay, and did he give her some space whenever he said she needs some space? Did everybody give her some space?
Oh no, I think he was like doing what he normally does and talking to her and trying to, you know, like guiding her back to, you know,
Calming her down?
trying to get her to come back to him, you know, in like a
Okay.
place of like normalcy, like, you know,
Okay.
wholeness.
You don't know what that conflict was about? You
No.
didn't see her?
No, I
Okay.
don't. But I mean, so I could only make assumptions.
Okay, we don't
So,
want you to do that.
Yep.
So on the 8th, when you get to Jerry's house, you said it was around the noontime hour. There's at least 3 or 4 cars and the group of you. What happened when you got there? Where did all of the women go?
Okay, so everybody went into the house,
Mhm.
except for me. I stayed out in my van. I took a nap.
Okay. And did you assist in moving any of the stuff out of the house?
No, I did not.
Okay. And at what point did you wake up from your nap?
I don't know what time that was.
Okay.
I have no idea.
Is there anything that awoke you?
Sometime, yeah, Z woke me.
Okay. And
Yeah.
tell me about that.
Well, I was sleeping in my van and Z was like, hey, I got all this stuff because I wanted to take a nap, and he was cool with that, and he was loading up all of his stuff, and he got all of his stuff loaded. He said, hey, go ahead and wake up. And I woke up and I got up and I was standing in the driveway, and Jerry was in the garage, and Shayla and Gamliana and I were all standing in the driveway.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what happened next?
I heard Z scream.
Okay. And
Like
what did
this.
you hear him scream?
No, just like this, like at the like this terrified, painful scream, like just like a scream. Like
Okay.
it was like shocking, you know, like Z doesn't really scream like that. That's the only time I've ever heard him express any sound that even closely resembled that. It was
Is
like,
he typically quiet?
no, he just doesn't, you know, I mean, the trauma, the pain, it was just a scream of just so much pain was in his voice. And so I didn't even know what had happened. I had no idea what had happened. But I was outside and I told Gami, I was like, you need to call 911 right now. And so she started calling 911 and I ran inside the house. Shayla was already running back in the house, and so did Jerry
Okay.
when we heard him scream like that.
You
But this is how I
previously,
remember. Maybe Jerry wasn't standing outside. I feel like these details are probably more or less irrelevant, but at one point Jerry was standing outside. I don't know if Jerry was still in the garage right there
Mhm.
at the house when I heard Z scream,
Mhm.
but Gami and I definitely were. And I told her to call the cops,
okay.
to call 911, because something was definitely wrong. Like I had no idea what had happened, but it was a scream of pain and like something like bad, like
You previously testified that you're not a call the cops kind of guy, and you're
So-
obviously sitting here wearing orange.
that's
So, tell me what about what you heard made your first instinct be call 911?
I can't really remember. I don't remember. I just remember hearing the scream, and perhaps like I can't even remember what happened in between there. It's like it's been so long. It's like I don't know exactly what the sequence of events was, but something compelled me. I said, Gami, you need to call 911 right now. And she did.
Okay.
And I ran inside, and then I ran upstairs because that's where the scream was coming from. And then I walked into this like really horrible thing.
Okay. What happened when you walked into the room?
I walked into the room and there was blood everywhere. And Z was, I'm going to talk through this one. Z was trying to give Nimsy like mouth to mouth. Like she had obviously had some laceration wounds to her neck, and there was like blood everywhere. And Kawani was laying on the ground, and she had tried to kill herself by stabbing herself in the chest and in the throat, and she was bleeding profusely. And so I was just went into shock, basically. Like I had very little or no experience, especially with a child. Like, I mean, I've witnessed a couple things, but not like this. And so Z's like giving his daughter mouth to mouth, trying to like breathe some life back into her, and she's like gurgling her last breath, and Kawani's laying on the floor bleeding profusely.
Was Nimsy still alive when you went into the room?
She was on her way out.
Okay.
Like she was gurgling, but she wasn't moving, and she looked very not alive.
Okay. And tell me about your interaction with Kawani, sorry.
I went to the ground, and Z said, keep pressure on the wounds. And so I did. I went down and I kept pressure on the wounds, and I tried to just stop them from bleeding. I was using my sweatshirt and my hands to put pressure on the wound that was on her chest and on her neck until the paramedics got there.
Okay. And how was Kawani reacting to you? Was she saying anything or doing anything?
She was saying that she wanted to see Nimsy one more time, and she was actually trying to push me away. She was, you know what? Earlier I said there was only one time when I touched Kawani, but that was the second time when I was trying to save her life. I was holding pressure on the wound, and she had blood all over her hands, and she was pushing my face away, telling me, stop, I'm supposed to die. And I wanted to see, and then she was like trying to lean up to see Nimsy one more time, but I held her down because I thought that, I just didn't want her to lose any more blood, because there was blood everywhere and all over me and all over our clothes and all over the floor and the bed. It was like a massacre. And I just wanted to try to save her life. So I held her down and kept pressure on the wounds for probably about 2 minutes because the paramedics came really fast.
Okay. So she told you to stop. She tried to push you away.
Yeah.
She said, I'm supposed to die, and that she wanted to see Nimsy one last time.
Yes.
Is that what you recall?
Yes.
Okay. And you indicated that you were attempting to save her life, and that he was attempting to save Hannah's life.
Yeah, he was.
Did you care about Kawani and Hannah?
Of course.
Do you still care about them?
Yes.
Okay. And after this happened, did you maintain a relationship with Kawani?
Actually, yeah.
After she was arrested, did you all continue to communicate with her?
Yeah, she called from inside jail a lot.
Okay.
And we had a chance to speak a couple times. Yeah.
Okay. And do you know for how long she maintained a relationship with you and Z and the other women after she was arrested for murdering Hannah?
Gosh, I can't remember. A while, more than a year.
Okay.
Yeah.
And were you a part of some of those phone conversations?
I was, yeah.
And what was the tone of those phone conversations?
Pretty like mellow, really. Like just pretty, just, she's in jail, and we were talking to her and just reminding her that we love her, and that even though this was like a horrible thing, and we forgive her, and we know that wasn't her that did that. We still love her and care about her, and we forgive her for that because we know that she would never do that.
And did she continue to express love for all of you?
Yes, she did.
Okay. And have you maintained contact and stayed in contact with Z?
Yeah.
Okay. And have you all discussed that, you still care about Kuwani and you don't want anything bad to happen to her?
That's right.
Okay. And have you discussed that it is your desire that she go to a mental hospital and not be in state custody?
I mean, honestly, when it comes to that, I feel like my opinion is that this woman has suffered enough, with all of her, I can't imagine having to deal with knowing that something that you lost control of your own mind to the point to where you killed your own daughter. Like, women don't kill their babies. Like, that's really rare, and when you do see it, it's usually a case of like the child is unwanted. That's not what this was. This was not an unwanted child. This was some kind of deep thing being expressed through Kuwani that started, like I say, the trauma that fractured her, I think, began when she was a child. And Z did what he could to help her with that. And so did all of us. And it ended up being this really horrific thing. And I do think that basically, like, I know that, I just don't think that prison is the place for her. No, I don't.
Okay.
I don't think that I think that she's just gonna degrade, and these prisons are horrible, and they're just like.
Have you stated previously that you think she suffered enough and that you all believe she needs to be free in society?
That's a question mark. Like, free in society, I think that she should be, I think that it should be acknowledged that in the term of what we'll call, not guilty due to insanity. It's like you hear about people using this as a cop-out plea, and this is actually like one real one,
Okay.
And
we've discussed that you don't know what the law in Georgia is, right?
I don't. I'm not trying. I'm just trying to speak as as much familiarity with it as I have.
And my question is whether you have stated that you think she suffered enough and that she should be free.
Okay, I think that she has suffered enough. Do I think that she needs to be immediately free? I don't know. Maybe. I think that she could be, I don't think that she's a harm to anyone. I don't think that she's a harm to society, and I don't think that she's a harm to herself. But maybe she is. Maybe she does need to be institutionalized. I think that should be determined by a professional.
When's the last time you spoke to her?
Gosh, it was a while ago, like a couple of years ago, I don't know. Do I personally feel like Kuwani should be free? Yeah, but maybe not. But maybe I'm wrong. Like I say, I think that should be. I do personally feel that.
Okay.
And you have to understand, like, I have zero toleration for abuse of children. I think that the laws aren't strict enough on those who abuse children and individuals. If it is so the case that Kuwani was abused as a child, then her abusers should be brought to justice. And I don't think there should be a statute of limitations on that.
Did you ever tell Detective Cruz in the investigation of this case that woman chose to do what she did today? She took those actions. She made those choices.
I don't remember saying that. No.
You don't remember saying that?
No.
And the person that stabbed Nimsi to death, do you see her in this courtroom?
From what I understand, I didn't see her do it, but Kuwani's sitting right here in this room.
Okay.
Yeah, that's her.
Over here?
Yep, that's her.
I don't have any other questions at this time.
All right, cross-examination.
Yeah, just making sure it's not a password I needed to do. Thank you. All right, good afternoon, Mr. Spillers.
Hey.
Nice to talk to you again. You and I first spoke, I think that was Friday or Saturday while you were at the jail by Zoom call. Is that correct?
Yeah, we sure did.
Other than that conversation, we've never talked before.
No, we had not.
You never reached out to us to try to speak to us in any way about this case.
Actually, I have.
Did you?
Yeah, I've called several times. I've called your office. I've left messages for you
Okay.
over the past few months.
While you were in custody?
Yeah, I was in custody.
Okay. All right.
Yep.
Apologize if I didn't get those messages.
Okay. Yeah, I probably called you half a dozen times. I've left messages with your secretary. I was told that you were the person that I needed, the individual that I needed to talk to probably like 4 months ago. I've been locked up since July. And I have called you many times trying to get in touch with you to reach out and just let you know that I'm here to speak my perspective.
Okay. But before Saturday or when we talked by Zoom at the jail,
this
we
is
had
the
never
first time we've
spoken
spoken.
before.
Yeah, that's right.
We had never talked at one point about what your anticipated testimony was going to be today.
Absolutely not. No, your questions for me on Saturday are mostly in the nature of my relationship with the group. We only talked for 30 minutes.
Right.
I mean, I've been on the stand now for 2.5 hours.
Yes, sir.
You know?
Yes, sir. And I am going to talk a little bit more about your relationship to the group, just to flesh some of that out. Okay.
Let's do it.
But I'm going to start with December the 8th.
Okay.
I know that's a tough day for you. I've seen the emotion on your face about what happened that day.
I care deeply about Kawani and that baby too.
Yeah. I just want to understand a couple of things. When you came into the room at first, Z was already in the room, right?
Yes, he was.
And when you came in, Z was attempting to resuscitate and deal with Hannah, correct?
Yes.
When you first approached Kawani, I'm going to call her Kawani because that's what you call her. I'm going to try to keep that consistent. When you first approached her, was the knife still in her chest?
No.
Or was she holding that in her hand? Or where was the knife?
It was on the floor.
Okay, so the knife was already on the floor beside her.
Yeah.
You didn't do anything to touch or move that knife when you when you came into the room?
Nope.
Okay. And you said that she was saying that she wanted to see her baby. She was moving up to see Nimsy, correct?
Yes.
And she said to you, I'm supposed to die. I'm supposed to die. That's what she was telling you.
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall when she was laying there on the floor, do you recall her reaching out to Nimsy with her right hand?
It's really hard to know. I don't. I remember her like pushing my face away, like she was trying to get me to stop, like she like wanted me to stop trying to like put pressure on the wounds. You know.
Was she also trying to get to the child? Did you think?
No, I don't even think she could get up at that point. Like she said very clearly, I can't even see. Like she says, I can barely move. I can't see. I would just want to see her one last time. And I told her she needed to be still because she's bleeding profusely and the EMS people need to get here.
Okay. I'm not going to make you watch the body cam videos from the officers that came into the scene. The jury's already seen those in this case. If I tell you that one of the prior officers in this case testified that Kawani was reaching out and holding Nimsy's hand, do you have any reason to dispute that could have happened that morning?
Well, it couldn't have been that she was touching her because there's too much distance between them.
Okay.
Like there was too much distance there.
Okay.
Like the baby was on the bed and Z was trying to like breathe into her because she was gurgling blood and there was blood everywhere. But
if an officer says that he saw that, you don't have any reason to dispute what that officer would
I will dispute that.
Okay.
I'll 100% dispute that.
Okay. Have you ever seen the body cam video in this case?
No, I haven't.
Okay. All right. Let me get you back to.
So you're saying, let's be clear one more time. You're saying that Kawani's body was touching Nimsy's body, and that you're saying that if an officer said that, would I dispute it?
I'm not asking you if their bodies were touching each other. I'm asking you if you recall her reaching out and touching her with her arm, with her right hand.
Yes, that's what you're saying.
Yes.
So that's what I'm saying, touching the baby with her hand.
Yeah.
No, that's impossible. There's too much distance between them.
Okay. All right.
There's no way that she could have been touching the baby.
Okay. Now, you did say in response to some questions there by Ms. Gropper that she was asking you about what you thought should happen to Kwani from this case.
Sure.
You understand that what your belief is about that doesn't truly mean a lot. The jury gets to decide that, correct?
Sure. But I mean, I feel like it's a fair question.
Sure. Because you
Yeah.
saw her consistently for about 5 or 6 months.
Yeah.
And you have testified to us pretty extensively about a significant change in her mental state from when you first met her in April or May of 2020 until December of 2020, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Your testimony is, and I think I wrote this down right, you know that wasn't her that did that.
Yeah.
You know that wasn't Chloe Driver that did this, right?
Yes.
You know that because everything that you ever saw her do with that child was what you would expect for a loving mother, right? You know that because of what you saw in that child's eyes and face when that child saw her mother, right?
Yes.
You described her earlier in your testimony that the child was bright and full of life, right?
Yes.
And she got that personality. She got that as a reflection from the treatment she got from her mother.
From the love of her parents.
Yeah, Z too, right?
See too.
But from her mother.
Yeah.
You said that her mother was particularly the one responsible for most of the day-to-day motherly things with the child, changing the diapers, right?
Yeah, I mean, Z changed some diapers too, obviously, but yeah, she was.
But she breastfed this child
Yes,
every
she
time,
did.
right? They did not believe in bottle feeding or
No,
formula.
she breastfed her child.
Right.
Yes, she did.
So she was up all night feeding the child when the child needed to be fed,
She was
right?
an excellent mother. I've already said that.
Yeah. So you know,
She loved her baby.
you know from being with her that, as you just said, there's no good reason why a mother would ever kill her child. You know, in this case, that there was no good reason why she would ever kill her child, right?
No.
Okay. So just taking you back to May when you first met her, the first time that you saw and understood the dynamic of this group relationship that Z was in.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
When you had met him previously in Asheville, and you talked about the trust and that, you didn't really understand the group dynamic at that point in time.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. It was, that's kind of hard to, that's why I was so interested in their group and in their family. And so was Jennifer, this girl I was with at the time. And, it's, you can talk to someone, but you need to see that type of social interaction in person to gain.
You'd never had an experience relationship wise like that, right? You never had a polygamous plurality relationship.
I've had multiple women that I've balanced. I've done that my whole life, really, had multiple girlfriends, if you will. But no, I had never taken the time to introduce them to each other and be like, hey, we're a family now. I'm going to actually be devoted to you as a husband and show you that level of commitment and care and love and appreciation and all these things. Even though I was never really I always showed those things to the women in my life, but never to the level of calling them my wife.
Right.
So like I say, when I heard that, I thought it was very interesting because it was kind of what I had always done anyway with plurality in women, but actually having the intimacy and the fulfillment of having a wife, which I had always had missing from my life and I really wanted. But I never wanted to just settle for one woman. And Z kind of seemed, it was just like, oh, it just like a light clicked on in my head. I was like, oh, so you have multiple wives. That's how you do that. Okay.
And like I said, you never had that relationship with multiple women in a wife type setting.
No,
right?
sir.
Right.
I have not.
So you were curious as to how that existed.
Yes, sir.
And whether or not these people all got along with each other.
Right.
Was the relationship built towards each other, were there infighting amongst some of them, right?
Yeah.
And when you first met them in May, you found that everything was, they all agreed. They got together. They got along.
They
Everybody
really
worked
did.
together, right?
Yeah, it was beautiful. I was inspired by it. And even when we left, I told Jennifer, I was like, I'm about to change my perspective on,
Let me show you. We're going to mark this as Defendant's Exhibit 1, Judge. This is a photograph, I believe, that was taken off of Kuani's phone by law enforcement. You see that photograph on your screen there, sir?
Yeah.
Do you recall an instance like that in May, June at the beach?
I mean, that was pretty much like their life. Look at how happy Kawani is. You know, like look at her face. Look at the babies. You know, like these are just like happy people, like just living their lives.
Does that seem to be a fair and accurate reflection of things that you exhibited with them at that time in May?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And again, Judge, let me show you. We'll call this one Defendant's Exhibit 2, and I'm going to see if I can.
There's Kawani holding and feeding her baby on the beach. You know, like
Zoom
look at
in
her
on that
face.
to make it
Like,
a little bigger. Appears in that photograph, she's actually breastfeeding the child. Is that clear?
Yeah.
Same photograph, time frame. They're on the beach, obviously. Does that appear to be a representation of what they would have been like in May or June of
Yeah.
that year?
Yeah, I mean, like I say, when I left, I told Jen, I'm like, I'm doing this now. I'm gonna have multiple wives one day. And she was like, I was like, so what do you think about that? She's like, actually, she was like, okay. She was like, so I told her, I'm like, I'm gonna bring some other women into like this relationship because she was living with me at the time. Even though I told her, you know, and I was very clear about, you know, that it was more of like an open type relationship, you know. That I was not like fully committed to her, that I wouldn't see other women, but she wasn't like fully committed to me either. It was more like an open relationship, kind of that we were both okay with that circumstance.
Yeah.
We did, even though we did live together.
Okay.
And I told her, I was like, man, we should move another girl in. And she was like, if it could work like that, then okay, you know. Like, this is a woman who 24 hours before, she's like, I don't know about this. We have to go like see these people and see how this works. To, you know, we get down there and we say, she's like, okay.
That
She's like,
ultimately did not work out though with you and Jen.
no, it did.
Right.
You know, that's a whole different story. So,
Judge, I will move to tender Defendant's Exhibits 1 and 2 at this time.
Any objection?
No objection.
They're
but
admitted.
yeah, Jen said, you know, if it could be like that, if it could be the way that they are with each other and they're not like jealous, fighting, bickering little women, you know, who have these, you know, like all of this stuff, you know what I'm saying? Like it's like the things that you would expect, like the jealousy and fighting and bickering between women. It was not there.
Okay.
And we stayed for a week and we saw them in and out. And you know, like when you're around somebody for a week straight, like we were really observant of them. So yeah, I mean, I can't say enough about how their family was just working in this beautiful kind of way.
All right. And then your next interaction with them together was roughly in September when you went to Connecticut.
Well, I saw them a couple times. Like I say, I remember seeing them. Saw Z in Asheville. I met her for lunch at the 12 Tribes one time over the summer. I met Kawani and her parents at the river one day in June. Yeah.
But the next extended time that you spent with them, parents' house.
Yeah,
right?
I need to use this real quick. My nose is yes, the next time I was with them extensively was in September at Z's parents' house, and Mike and Michelle Joyce's house in Bristol, Connecticut.
I'm showing you now.
I'm sorry. I'm going to object to publishing all the exhibits before they've been admitted. I don't know what else he intends to get into. The state's previously provided an exhaustive list of all of our exhibits, but I have no idea what he has on there. That
It's just photographs of her and the child during the time frame that we're talking
just
about.
review whatever he's seeking to admit before we publish it to the jury.
I just don't have them printed out. They're just
It's the same ones that were used during opening.
Oh, okay. No objection to those.
All right. You withdrew your objection?
I withdraw my objection if
All
they're
right.
the same ones during opening.
All right.
this photograph, Mr. Spillers, I believe, was taken in August, so maybe slightly before your visit with them in September. But does that seem to accurately reflect how you would have seen Kawani and Nimsy at that period of time?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, I'll mark that as this defendant's exhibit 3, and we'll move to tender that, I guess, as well.
No objection.
It's admitted.
And then in September, when you were in Connecticut, you were there for about 2 weeks, right?
Yeah.
And I think you said that you stayed in your van for the most part. You slept in your van while you were there.
Yeah.
Kwani, Z, Nimsy were in his parents' home.
Yeah.
Right. And at that point in time, his parents knew her, knew the other women that were involved, right? They were well aware of the relationships that he had.
Yes, they were.
Okay. Did he ever talk to you about a time in which he took Kwani back to his house in Connecticut before the child was born, when they first met, and he had her living in his parents' basement?
Yeah, I do remember him talking about that, like briefly, like that's how they met or something like that. That's when they first met.
You recall him telling you that he kept her in the basement because he didn't want his parents to know about her at that time, that he
No.
took food down there to her?
Definitely not. And they definitely knew that she was there. That's ridiculous.
Okay, this would have been not September of 2020. I'm talking about before that.
Oh
when
yeah,
they
but I
first
mean,
met.
dude, Michelle Joyce is not the kind of lady who has somebody in her house and doesn't know about it. That's impossible.
Okay.
So, like that's just not our thing.
Okay.
Like the idea that, that they didn't know that he was keeping someone in her house. Like, yeah, right. Have you met her?
I have not.
Okay. Well, then you would know. Like, there's no way that's like,
Okay.
yeah. But no, I never heard him talk about that. But that just strikes me as like, if you knew the Joyce family, like,
You don't think that would have happened?
I don't think that's possible.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in September, though, in Connecticut, your testimony is that you begin to see a change in her personality, a change in her.
Yeah, a radical
self.
change.
Yeah.
She struck Z when I was there. And that was just like so like, just out of character. Like,
This is when these episodes were starting in which she would basically zone out or be in a catatonic type state.
definitely.
Is that right?
Yes.
When she was in these states, she would come out of them and not have any recollection of what just happened. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Um,
And I witnessed this many times,
yes.
especially because it developed even more when I, into October and through November, it was severe. I've never seen anything like it.
Was she telling you the type of things that she was hearing or seeing during these delusional spells? Would she tell you that she was hearing voices?
Well, not really like that. No, she was more expressing it as just like this, like aggressive, manic, like thing. She would talk about all kinds of stuff, but it was like really hard to and I was listening attentively and with care and respect for Kwani when she was expressing these things. And, it's like certain things that she would say kind of made sense sometimes, like she would talk about like, gosh, I can't even remember these things specifically. Like she would talk about like evil in the world and like, which there is a lot of evil in the world,
Sure.
So it's not like everything that she said, but some of the things that she was saying were completely like.
But she was expressing to you that this was evil that she felt like was directed at her, right?
Definitely.
Not something that she was just talking about.
But ambivalent, just like an ambivalent force in the room as well, too.
Yeah.
Like not just like an indirect, like just the presence of evil.
Yeah, she sensed this.
Yes.
It's not like she was mad at the war in Israel or something. She was feeling a presence of a body or a presence of an entity that was coming towards her or directed towards her, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, she was.
This was so profound to you when you saw her in September and such a difference in how she was in May. You recall talking to Z about this and telling him that she needed to get some help?
Yeah, I did actually. I was like, dude, I don't know. But I mean, I was trying to say like, maybe she should go to an institution or something like that. But at the same time, I've never been to one of these institutions.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. And Z has a lot of familiarity with these things.
You said you've told us in your conversation we had with you Saturday, your sister has some
Yeah.
relation to social work, right?
My sister has her master's degree in social work and behavioral sciences, and she works as a counselor. And I have a very close relationship with my sister, so we talk about these things. And I pride myself in being an intellectual and having the ability for divergent thinking and to gain objective understanding for concepts rather quickly. So I've always excelled and been in the top of my class kind of guy. So I speak with Chelsea, my sister's name is Chelsea. I speak with Chelsea, and I've spoken with her about these things. And, we spoke a lot about Kawani when this was happening with her.
And I'm not going to hold you to an expert in psychology by any means or psychiatric issues, but you believed, and I think you even told Detective Cruz this in your interview, that you believe that, in fact, Kawani was suffering from specific disorders such as bipolar or schizophrenia, that type of thing, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, I do think that some kind of individual could, but it's like these things came on very suddenly. So it's like I was telling the state earlier in my testimony, and that's why I didn't really push it too far when Z said that he didn't want her to be institutionalized, because this wasn't like how she was all the time. So perhaps I'm incorrect, because to diagnose somebody with schizophrenia means that they have schizophrenia, not that they have schizophrenic-like episodes. Do you understand the differential here? It's like, that's how I'm viewing it now. And honestly, at that time, I had just witnessed Nimsy breathe her last breaths. And, I'm trying to save Kawani's life. So, it's like, I don't even really remember that interview with Tiana Cruz myself. There was like a lot of trauma.
You were still in shock to some degree about what you just.
I'm still traumatized by this to this day.
Yeah.
This is like a huge thing for me to deal with.
But Z's response to you reaching out to him about what you were seeing and your concerns, he did not want her treated.
He didn't want to put her. Well, his expressions were very clear. He didn't want to put her in an institution where she would get less care and less time and consideration than what she was getting from him and from her sisters.
He didn't want pharmaceuticals.
And he didn't want her to become some brain dead pharmaceutical girl, and
he didn't want that for Kawani, but he also didn't want that for Nimsy, right?
Thank you. Yes, that's where I was going. She's breastfeeding this baby, and he didn't want that, and he didn't want her to be institutionalized because she has this. He was trying to keep their family together, man. And I respected him for that, and I respected him for trying to do it organically and without drugs.
So let's talk a little bit about this CBD here. That was State's Exhibit 87. I think when you testified earlier, I thought you testified that you had bought that from a store, but maybe I misunderstood. You got it from a friend of yours.
I bought it from an individual, a woman who's in her 50s, who works in the CBD industry.
Is her name Kylie Cross?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So this appears like in this jar, it appears to be something that was homemade or manufactured by someone and put in that substance. Is that fair?
I'll tell you what I was told.
Okay.
I was told that was manufactured in a large quantity, and that it was processed in a legal type circumstance, and that it was legal to be sold in stores, but it was excess that she had access to.
Okay. But you don't, that's how you got it, right? In that jar.
That's exactly how I got it.
You were told what it was. You were told it was CBD, but other than that, you have no reason to understand that it's CBD or anything else, correct?
I'm just going by what I was told. Yes.
Okay. And you had used some of that yourself.
Yes, sir.
And I think your testimony earlier was you didn't think that it had much of a effect on you.
It really didn't.
Using it for your shoulder, I think.
Yeah, I got a bad. I have a bad neck and a bad rib. I did jujitsu for years and years.
And it didn't really give you any relief.
It did in a way. It did a little bit, but I discontinued my use of CBD.
You didn't have any side effects from it, such as delusions or paranoia or concerns like that, right?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. But you definitely saw what you believe was an increase in paranoia and delusions from Kuwani that occurred at the time she was taking this substance as well,
Yes,
right?
sir, I did.
Did you believe that the CBD or whatever this stuff was causing her symptoms to get worse?
Not at first. When she first started taking it, I gave it to him in September. And then that only progressed until like, that was way later. And she was the one who was saying that. Cause I don't, her delusions, it was like, it's hard for me to differentiate, was this actually, but she was the one who started saying that.
She was telling you that she was having concerns that this substance was causing.
She was telling us, and then Z started to like pull it back and like stop giving it to her.
Okay.
You know,
Ultimately, and you talked a little bit about this earlier, the nature of this relationship and the control, and I don't mean control in necessarily a negative way, but the patriarchal structure of this family, right?
yes, sir.
Ultimately, Z had the final decision about whatever was happening in his family, right?
I mean, yeah, for the most part, but these women were heard. It's not like these were not oppressed,
Sure. I mean,
silenced women, and by no means. In fact, very much the opposite. Like I say, he wakes up every day. It's like, we want to talk. He wants them to talk. They were encouraged to speak. They were encouraged to speak their minds. They were encouraged to tell how they were feeling, so he could be a better man.
But if Z felt like the CBD was something he wanted to have her use, he would be the one to say, let's use that.
Well,
right?
he was vehemently opposed to it at first, but she talked him into it.
And he did agree to it.
And he
right?
finally agreed to
Okay.
it. Yeah.
But if he had not agreed to that, she would not have been able to use it.
Yeah. I mean, that's pretty much the nature of a relationship, unless two people are in agreement. Yeah.
Okay.
Like, I don't think that he would have, just like he didn't want her to use pharmaceuticals, like I said, she's breastfeeding a child.
Did you ever tell him that he needed to stop giving her the CBD?
No, I did not.
Never.
No, I didn't.
Now again, this time frame of September when you're in Connecticut, October when you're in Virginia with them, despite the concerns you're seeing for her declining mental state, her treatment of Hannah was still 100% top-notch motherly
It
treatment.
really was.
Right?
Like, it really was. Yeah. I mean, there were a couple times where, she was so out of it and having like these like episodes of panic and discomfort and violent aggression, where, I felt like she wasn't her best self as far as like giving Hannah all of the attention that the child needed, but that was uncommon. That was only like a few times. Cause it's like when she's manic and like screaming and pulling her hair out, it's like, there's a baby in the room. Like
When she was in that state, she obviously couldn't be a good mother.
there were a couple
to the
times where
child, right?
I had to hold the baby because, she was like, Z was like, here, hold the baby, like, because Kawani's like becoming aggressive and violent and screaming at the top of her lungs in public places. And,
But nothing that she ever did during those times, nothing that happened while she was in those delusional states or those paranoia states, nothing she did was ever violent, aggressive, or harmful to Nimsy.
no, very much the opposite.
Okay.
Still.
All right. Now, when you were in North Carolina, this is, I guess, late October into November, when you got back to North Carolina where you live, right?
Yeah.
Candler. It's like a suburb of Asheville, is that right?
Yes.
Peggy, how far does Peggy live from you?
In Candler?
Yes.
South Asheville, it's like 20 minutes.
Okay, but your house from Peggy's house is same distance, or
What do you mean?
where you live versus where Peggy lives? How far apart do y'all live?
20 minutes.
20 minutes.
Peggy lives in South Asheville,
Okay.
off Overlook Road.
Okay.
I live in Candler, 41 Oakdale was my address.
Okay.
And I would say it'd take, 15, 20 minutes to get over to South Asheville.
So when y'all were in North Carolina, was the rest of the group primarily living at Peggy's apartment with her, or were they
Actually,
staying in both places?
Yeah, basically like both places, but I let my house out to them. I let them stay at my place.
Okay.
When we came back from Virginia Beach, they stayed at Peggy's for a little while, and then Z asked me, and we stayed there. And then Gamiana started doing the dark therapy there at my house. So at that point, they were staying at Peggy's, and that's where she was during the events that happened on November 25th.
Yeah.
And that's why she wasn't there, because she was doing a dark therapy, like I say, for her own pursuit of a higher vibrational frequency.
We'll come back to that November 25th incident in just a minute.
Okay.
But at that point in time, they were staying at Peggy's house. Is that
Yes.
fair to say? Okay. So let's talk a little bit more about the group dynamic and some of the stuff that we're practicing. And you talked on this earlier. This was a patriarchal driven dynamic, right?
Right. Well, Z's like the center. Z's like he's the man of the house, and
He calls himself a prophet, does he not?
a prophet.
Yeah.
I don't know that Z would use that word to describe himself.
You never heard him call himself a
I've
prophet?
never heard him call himself a prophet.
You never heard him call himself Prophet Elihu?
No.
No? If he told Detective Cruz that when he was giving her his name in an interview, would that surprise you?
Eliyahu?
Yeah.
Eliyahu's his given middle name. That means Elliot. That's a Hebrew name.
Okay. But if he called himself a prophet, that would surprise you.
I mean, that kind of would surprise me that he would use that word.
Do you recall him talking about, at times, Z or any of these women in the group? Do you recall them talking about the CIA coming after them and out to get them?
Yeah, there was some talk about that.
Okay. Part of the idea of this trust system, as you talked about, was keeping your property away from the government.
Sure.
You have a, let's say, healthy distrust of the government. Is that right?
Yeah, I would say.
Yeah.
Sure.
You part of the trust idea is that it insulates your property and your income from taxes.
Yes, it does.
Right.
No, that's a fact.
And at the time that you were with this group from May to December, Z didn't have a job, did he?
No.
Nobody else in the family had a job, right? None of the wives had jobs.
No.
Kawani's job was being a mother to this child, right?
That's right.
Do you know what source of income they were living off of?
I know that all of their finances are private through their trust. I mean,
But you don't know how they got them.
I mean, that's.
Do you know anything about him submitting loans to the government during COVID with PPP money?
Yeah, I do remember there being some talk about that, but
Setting loans up in the name of a religious organization that they got money from?
okay.
I mean, are you aware of that?
I mean, I remember them doing that, yeah, but I mean, I didn't really know all the details about that, but I do remember that. Yeah, I do remember there being them using the trust.
What about also this belief in this group that there are only 168,000 souls that are alive in the world? Are you familiar with that?
Yeah, that's not unique to them.
Is that something that you hold as well?
Is my belief what's on debate here? How does this relate back to? I'm trying to understand
Just trying to understand the nature of this group.
Okay, the nature of the group in relation to the death of the child, or
In the relation to what they believed.
okay, what does that have to do with the death of the child?
Mr. Spillers, I get to ask you questions about what I would like to ask you questions about, as long as they're generally relevant.
Okay,
I'm
I'm
asking you
trying to
questions
understand how
about
this
the
is
nature
generally
of this group.
trying to understand how this is generally relevant.
I'm trying to understand why somebody believes that there's only 168,000 alive people in the world.
I personally believe that there's only 500 million bodies in this place, that the population records are all lies, and that there are much less people than there are now, and that there are only about 500 million people instead of 7 billion. So it's like when you go to New York City, and there's this is why I believe that. And so when you go to places like New York or San Francisco, or you go to any major city, really, all you have to do is count. So we're talking about a population demographic, and we're talking about a specific number of people that they say there's 2.5 million people on Manhattan Island.
Mhm.
So all you have to do is go and count the people. All you have to do is drive by and look at the traffic. All you have to do is do some mathematical equations, which would really lead you to believe that there are significantly less people than what they say.
Well,
So
let me put
what
it
does that
you
have to do with NIPSI?
It doesn't necessarily have anything to do with NIPSI, sir, but I'm going to ask you questions about it for a reason.
Okay.
Let me put it to you this way. You're from the South. You grew up in North Carolina, right?
Yeah.
Born and raised there. You're familiar with the idea of college football, right?
Sure.
This weekend, there's going to be a football game between the University of Tennessee and the University of Georgia in Athens, and there's going to be about 96,000 people that fill a stadium. Do you not believe there's 96,000 people that are going to be sitting in that stadium watching a football game?
I mean, if you see them, then they're there. That doesn't mean that there's 7 billion people in the world. The population charts and the demographics and the census records, I think, are a lie, much like a lot of other things. There's a lot of lies in the government, sir. So, yeah, I mean, how much of these lies would you like to expose here in this room? How much fact-based information are we going to discuss?
Well, let's talk a little bit more about some of that in a second. When we get to this idea about the polygamy relationships that he had with these 3 women, there was a 4th wife that he had previously. Is that right?
Yes.
You're aware of her named Gabriella Kuykendall?
Yes.
You ever met Gabriella Kuykendall?
No.
Were you aware that when she had a child with Mr.
Yeah, I don't object to anything involving this thing, relevant.
Relevance is your objection? Want to respond?
I think it's relevant, Judge. He talked earlier about the fact that Z had 4 wives, and we're talking about 3 wives here. And I think it's relevant to his understanding of how this group dynamic worked.
He's already testified he never met her.
I'm not asking him to
All
matter.
right, overrule the objection.
You're aware of who Gabriella Kuykendall is, right?
Yes.
You're aware that she had a child with Z, right?
Yes.
You're aware that she left him in the middle of the night with the child and basically ran away from him, right?
Okay.
Matter of fact, it took place at the same house where this incident happened on December 8th of 2020. Did you know that?
No.
It happened at at Jerry's house.
Okay.
Part of what Z was trying to do with this group was to grow this group, right? He was constantly looking for other women to bring into his group here, right?
Are we not all constantly seeking the companionship of compatible individuals?
I'm asking about Z right now.
Okay.
Wasn't he always trying to talk to other women about bringing them into the group as well?
I mean, sure. Yeah.
Part of what he ultimately wanted to do was to have multiple children with multiple wives as well. Is that right?
That's what I want to.
Okay.
Yeah.
He, in fact, right now, Anna
Yeah, there's
just had a child.
There's a beautiful baby in this world that Gami just birthed. Yes, she did.
And Shaylee is pregnant today, right?
Shaylee's about to have one too. Yep.
His mentality is to grow his religious following, right?
You just use the word religion, which I feel like is inappropriate.
Okay, his mentality is to grow his following.
His mentality is to find like-minded individuals to participate with each other. As is mine. And that's what attracts us to each other.
But Mr. Spillers, he and you don't look for like-minded individuals. You and he look for strays, like castaway dogs on the side of the road. Isn't that true?
That's really ridiculous.
Is that not what you told him in a phone call with him at the jail just a few days ago?
Is it?
I'm asking you.
I don't know. I mean,
You and he have not talked about treating these women like strays, finding these women that you can bring into your group and treat them like strays? That's not a comment that you made on a phone call?
I don't know, maybe, and maybe it was made in sarcasm,
Maybe it was.
Like, I don't know. I don't remember every single word of every single thing that I've said. But no, I've never treated women in my life like that.
Well,
I've
you
never
definitely treat them as submissive individuals, right?
No, I treat them as.
Women are subservient to you, right?
He can explain his answer.
So, yeah, what's your question again?
I said at first that you treat them as submissive individuals.
No, I don't.
They're subservient to you though, right?
I think that women should be in a place that is yeah, sure.
In servitude of the man.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
100%.
Meaning that Benjamin or Z or Brian Joyce, whoever he is, he controls what they do.
No,
And if they
I
don't
mean,
do what he wants, they can get out, right?
Of course.
Right? He controls what they wear, right?
So you're asking.
Yes or no?
You're asking me.
Yes or no first?
I don't know the answer to this question.
He controls what they eat, right?
We have already discussed that there is a standard, and this is the same thing that it is with me and women that I've had in my life since then. Since I've had in my entire life, when I've been a vegetarian, women who come into my life they're vegetarian, or you can not be together.
Right.
Yeah. So you're manipulating this into a control thing when it's just a standard that's set that can be avoided in any time.
If Kawani wanted to go have a hamburger at Wendy's, he'd kick her out of the car, right?
That's really a petty and childish way to describe something. And I mean, your rhetoric is utterly offensive. But no, I mean, why would she want to have, what would motivate her to eat an animal? She's the one who's telling me.
Maybe she really didn't believe in all of that.
Maybe. I mean, why not?
You testified earlier that she didn't really get to talk to her parents much, right?
Well, she was raped by her parents when she was younger and abused by them, according to her.
My question, sir, is she didn't talk to her parents much, right?
She did from time to time.
Are you aware there were times where Z would take her phone from her and she wouldn't have access to her phone to make calls to people?
Not when I was around.
Never saw that.
Never. I never saw him limit them like that. I mean, Shaylee, like, they still do things, independently. Like, if you want to use that word.
His control extended to you too, right? He told you could never touch her.
Yeah, that's a very common Orthodox thing, that men do not touch each other's wives, and I respect that.
I'm not suggesting that men should touch each other's wives in any other sexual way. I'm just, a handshake. You couldn't even give her a handshake.
Why would I want to? Why would I want to touch another man's wife?
You started drinking urine because of him.
I started drinking urine because Peggy Schindler told me about it, and I did my research online and did some self-edification. Perhaps you should do the same.
But Peggy Schindler, I'm not drinking my urine, sir. Peggy Schindler got that information from him, right?
Did she? I don't know.
I'm asking you.
Told me about it. I don't know.
She knew him.
Yeah, I mean, so what? Like, so there's like millions of people who drink their urine. There's like forums online with, tons of individuals, and this has become way more mainstream. And now there's like all kinds. Like I say, I mentioned Troy Casey, and I'd like to drop his name again because he's like a really prominent influencer online. And so I heard about urine therapy from Peggy. I immediately did my research about it. And I've heard about people, surviving on their urine. So I knew that it wasn't going to kill me. So I tried it. And then
And you said you do it daily.
I did.
You still maintain contact with Z?
Sure do.
Day-to-day contact?
Sure do.
You've called him probably 10 times since you've been in the jail here in Cherokee County, right?
Sure have.
You've talked to him, I guess, beginning in August or September, even through today, about the mental state that you saw from Kawani at that time.
Totally.
And your belief is, and you continue to tell him that your belief is that she was insane. I'm not making it to a legal standard of that, but you felt like she was insane.
I mean, yes, I do. I mean, call-ins, this woman was like outside of her ability to discern what was even happening, and her behavior was erratic and out of character, and she would go in and out of these phases, and yeah, I would qualify that as insane from my perspective. I've never seen anything so severe in my life.
Okay. Now, let me back you up to this incident in November in Nashville with Miss Sandra Torres.
Do it.
And I know your testimony from what you told Miss Gropper is that you believe Miss Torres was the instigator of an aggressive, violent act here, right?
Most definitely.
Okay. You did acknowledge that you were the one that got arrested
Yeah.
based on that incident, right?
Yeah, she was the one who called the cops.
Yeah. And you left, right, before the cops got there.
Yeah, before I got shot by a woman who was threatening me with gun violence.
You could have stuck around and talked to the cops about that, though, right?
So you're saying that I should have put myself in harm's way?
Well, I don't know. Maybe you drove a mile up the road and called the cops yourself. You didn't do that either, did you?
No, I didn't.
You left. Before you left, Z had put Chloe in the car with the baby and took off, right?
Kwani got in the car by her own free will, and it was actually her that insinuated that they needed to leave.
Okay,
Like I said earlier, because she could see the.
Sir, Miss Torres called the police because she believed there was an issue going on there, right?
Miss Torres called the police because, I mean, I don't know why she did. I mean,
She didn't have anything to do with you all.
yeah,
Right.
that's what I'm saying. That's why it's so bizarre that someone would go so far out of the way, especially like I say, when I was carrying Kwani across the road, one of the individuals who lived in the apartment complex was walked out, and she walked by us and asked if we needed any help. And I said, no, we don't.
So maybe that lady just didn't want to involve herself with what was going on with you, right?
Or maybe that's probably what a normal person would do if they, saw some woman having a panic attack and all of the individuals around her trying to help.
Well, calling the police is not necessarily calling to get somebody in trouble. As you know, sir, you called the police yourself on December 8th because you knew there was a problem.
That's more like emergency medical.
Right.
Yeah.
But that's what calling 911 does. It gets law enforcement, it gets medical personnel, it gets EMS people out there to determine what the issue is, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if they believe that Kwani was having a medical emergency that needed to get attention, they could take her to the hospital. They could take her to see a doctor, right?
Sure.
You didn't want that to happen.
I don't think that my desire has any reflection on the.
Z didn't want that to happen. He
Yeah.
told, he was the one directing that they get Chloe in the car and get out of there, right?
Actually, like I said, it was Kwani that initiated the sequence for them.
She was telling Miss Torres to call the police.
No,
She was telling Miss Torres to call her parents.
She was telling Miss Torres that she needed to call her parents. And then Miss Torres began behaving erratically, like I said, and began behaving belligerently and aggressively and threatening us.
When you
And
left,
so then Kwani said that, she initiated the sequence for them to leave. She could see that this woman was like this drunken, you could smell the alcohol on her, that she was just this, drunken individual who wanted to involve herself and make probably so bored with her own life or whatever that she wanted to cause drama and involve herself in somebody else's business that had nothing to do with her.
you believe that Miss Torres involved herself in someone else's situation so she
Yes.
could get attacked by you and receive a broken eye socket?
Yeah.
Sir, this is a picture that's dated November 25th of 2020.
Okay.
That's a picture that Miss Torres sent to us, that
Okay.
she took of herself that day.
Continue to object to publishing evidence that has not been admitted yet.
I'm not admitting it yet,
It's
Judge.
being published to the jury. It's not been identified with an exhibit number. It's not been admitted.
It's the same objection.
So I just told you the story of what happened. And, that was never brought to trial. So your assumption,
Yeah, it was never brought to trial, sir, because you pled guilty to that.
I was never brought to trial because they would never give me a trial. I
No.
sat. Yeah, that's very much what happened. I mean, you can make assumptions and
Sir, I'm not making assumptions.
you are making
I've seen the
assumptions.
documentation of your sentence that you received for that case out of North Carolina.
Yeah, I know.
It
Like I
says you
said,
pled guilty to assaulting and inflicting serious injury as a misdemeanor on Mrs. Torres.
pursuant to Alfred law.
No, it actually doesn't say pursuant to Alfred law. That box isn't checked at all. It
Okay.
says you pled guilty.
Then that's misinformation. You could pull up the court records.
That's who I got it from.
Well, then you should pull up the court records from August 29th, 2023.
That's
when I
the
was-
date that you pled guilty.
Yeah, I mean, it says, the judge said very clearly before the court that it was pursuant to Alfred law. So perhaps you have some kind of,
So you're saying there's a mistake in the document?
yes, there is.
Okay.
From
You
what I was-
understand an offered plea is still a plea of guilty though, right?
Yeah, but the reason why I pled guilty is because they were actually, so they didn't give me they were refusing to give me bond dates. They were refusing to give me court dates. They were refusing to give me a trial.
They refused to give you those things because you had violated your bond before. Is that right?
Yeah, I was actually framed by and false evidence was submitted against me by Buncombe County.
Really?
Absolutely.
Have you initiated a civil lawsuit against them for them?
Not yet, but I have spoken with some civil rights attorneys, and I have not initiated that sequence yet, but I have spoken with several attorneys.
And sir, you're currently incarcerated by the federal government, right?
Yes, I am.
For threatening a man online, right?
That's an allegation, which
Yeah, I understand it's an allegation. You haven't been convicted of anything and you stand absolutely innocent until proven guilty.
then I think that we should, not talk about that.
I'm not going to talk to you about it. I'm not going to ask you what you did. I'm not going to ask you who it is. I'm not going to ask you any of those questions, but you are currently charged with that, right?
I have currently been charged with a crime.
14 counts of crime, correct?
Is it?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Counts 1 through 14
Okay.
for communicating threats to kill someone.
Yeah, like I say, that's still.
That's not the first time you've been charged with communicating threats to kill somebody either, is it?
Can you specifically?
I can.
No, it's not. I have never actually threatened to kill someone.
Kylie Cross,
Kylie Cross.
the girl you got the CBD from.
Kylie Cross, I had a sexual relationship with her, and I told her that and she stole $1,600 out of my dresser drawer, and I told her that if she ever came back to my house, that I was going to end her. I didn't say I was going to kill her.
That's what she thought you said, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean,
That's
this
why
is
she
like-
went to the police and had you arrested.
Yeah,
That's why you were charged with threatening her.
I probably should have took that one to trial because I feel like I would have won.
That's two, I guess, you should have taken to trial, but you didn't. You pled guilty to that one too.
Yeah,
You
I
got
should have.
probation and 45 days in jail on that case too, right, sir?
It was actually, I'm still trying to figure out what this has to do with Hannah and what your.
It has to do with
prerogative is.
you.
Okay, and,
I get to ask you questions and it has to do with you.
okay.
But that's what you did. You threatened her and you
Um,
spent time in jail because you pled
like I
guilty
say,
in that case.
I mean, a lot of the circumstances in my life, if I really would have just called the cops, and I should have called the cops on Kylie Cross when I caught her stealing $1,600 out of my drawer, but I couldn't really prove that. And like I say, I mean,
Maybe it didn't happen.
just as you're proving right now that there's like a real sinister nature by your tone and your, I mean, we're here to talk about a baby, and all you seem to want to be is obsessed with me. So it's like, I mean,
I'm not obsessed with you, sir.
then stop asking me questions about myself and let's talk about the crime that happened.
I'm
to this
asking
baby.
you about sinister things because you've committed sinister acts.
Saying,
And I'm asking you those things
Saying
because of how
something-
they have affected this young lady as well.
saying and doing, these all happened after this incident with Kawani. All of these circumstances happened after this incident with Kawani.
Yeah, I'm aware of that.
So do you want to maybe, maybe we should talk about the trauma that I experienced and how that has affected me, and, what has led to me being irate with people. And like I say, the Sandra Torres thing, I'm happy to talk about that because, I mean, I want that. I plan to appeal that to the Superior Court of North Carolina. And I've already spoken to civil rights attorneys about the false evidence that was submitted against me in Buncombe County.
So you're testifying, your testimony earlier was that you never struck Sandra Torres in the eye.
No, I didn't. And there's like some evidence that would prove that in the motion of discovery.
So how did she get the black eye that she says she got in those photographs?
Who knows? Like, I mean, there was like,
I can show you other photographs from her of her black eye that developed over the next 3 days. Would you like to see those?
She went to the hospital, and her hospital visit was 4 hours after the event. Maybe it was her son, the one who came and slashed tires. Maybe she had her son punch her in the face.
She might have, but we don't get to know that, sir, because you pled guilty to assaulting her.
Well,
You pled guilty to doing exactly what she says you did to her, which is punching her in the eye.
I had been held for 22 months, and I felt that I had a really strong civil rights case, and that's only been a year ago. Like I say, I've already spoken to civil rights attorneys, so I did. I wanted to. I pled guilty pursuant to Alfred law because I wanted to stop being oppressively persecuted by the Buncombe County government and get out so I could.
You were in jail a lot of that time because you violated your probation and your case with Kylie Cross as well, right?
No, that was not the case with Kylie Cross.
You were on probation for that case from 2022.
No, I was not. That's so I had actually become off probation, and it wasn't a violation of probation that. Can I have some more of this water? It wasn't a violation of probation that got me reincarcerated on the 5th of April 2023 after they had held me for 8 months on 24-hour house arrest. So I did 10 months in jail. I finally made bond, and they held me for 8 months. And I'm happy to talk about this. This is like a really good venue. I appreciate being able to speak this out before a court because this is all factual information that's going to come out later. And so after they held me for 8 months on 24-hour house arrest, there was a document submitted to the court by a DA, a specific DA that was targeting me named Amy Laura Broughton. And there was false evidence submitted to the court. She brought this photo of a Facebook post that she said that I made, but it was right there it was not on my Facebook, nor did I make this post. And so, like I say, there was false evidence submitted to the court in order to persecute me and frame me. And I've already spoken to several civil rights attorneys about this, and they say they have a very strong case.
Okay.
So, we're moving forward with that in due diligence, and I absolutely have every intention of appealing that guilty plea to the Superior Court of North Carolina and making sure that I get a fair trial, because that's the whole thing. They didn't want it. That's why they held me for so long, and they were refusing to give me court dates even by law. But like I say, and so like I say, I pled guilty to that to end my incarceration. But I came here today to tell my experience with Kawani and give an account to my observation of her and her mental health decline. And I'll say it again, that I do feel like not guilty by reason of insanity would be the correct call from my unprofessional perspective. Perhaps there's something, I just don't feel like I say, she would never do that to her baby. And this was just like, she was like not herself when she did that. And I want her to know that I care about her and I forgive her and I love her very much. And that's it.
Any redirect?
Just briefly. Mr. Spillers, you indicated that you had multiple conversations with her after she was arrested for murdering Hannah, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And when she called Z from jail.
Okay. And so you indicated the nature of those was communicating how much you all love her and that you forgive her for what she did.
Yes.
Did she ever tell you why she killed Hannah?
No, I don't think she ever, I don't think she ever really did. I mean, she spoke to Z about it. I remember, and I'm giving you secondhand information here. That
Don't do that. I'm asking, did she ever tell, when you talked to her, did she
I don't
ever tell
remember
you?
her ever saying anything about that.
Okay. Did she ever tell you that she told the police that she killed Hannah because she just wanted to be with her baby and her husband, but he refused?
What do you mean?
Did she ever tell you that that's what she told the police? That she just wanted to be with him and Hannah, but he refused?
Oh, no way.
Okay, you've
No,
never heard that
definitely
before?
nothing like that.
Okay.
No, I could tell you something, but I don't know. I mean,
Did she ever tell you that she told doctors that she killed Hannah because she thought it was the only way for her and Hannah to be able to escape the situation?
no, definitely not.
You've never heard that before?
No.
Nothing further.
Any further cross-examination? All right, then we are going to let you take a recess, members of the jury, until 3 o'clock. Leave us your notepads. Don't talk about the case with anybody. We are going to, as I said, we're going to ask you to be back at 3 o'clock in the jury room, but you can step downstairs, walk around, take a break, and we'll see you back at 3. Thank you.
Son, just stand right there and I'll swear you in and you have a seat. Would you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear from the evidence you about to present in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Doctor. Have a seat if you would, please. Please state your name for the record and spell it if you would.
My name is Dr. Laura, Lora Darasaw, Darrisaw.
Dr. Darasaw, where do you work?
I work at the GBI, the Georgia Bureau of Investigation,
How long have you been working there?
since 2002, 22 years.
Tell the jury, if you would, your education after high school, your college, and medical background.
I received my electrical engineering degree from Marquette University in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I received my medical doctorate degree from the Medical College of Wisconsin, which is also in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Following that, I did 4 years of residency in pathology at the hospitals of the Medical College of Wisconsin. I then did subspecialty training in pediatric pathology at Baylor College of Medicine in Houston. And I did my forensic pathology training at the GBI through the Medical College of Georgia. And then I also received a Master's of Science degree in public administration from Columbus State University.
What is your official title?
I am the Deputy Chief Medical Examiner and the Director of Pediatric Forensics at the GBI.
And in your position now, do you have any type of specialty or any type of things that you focus on mainly?
I focus on, forensic pathology as a whole, but I also focus on the child deaths and pediatric aspects of forensic pathology.
And outside of your education, what type of things do you do to make sure that you're qualified to do your job? Any type of continuing education or specialties?
Yes, continuing education by way of conferences or continuing medical education credits through online type activities are required to maintain the license.
Are you licensed to practice medicine in these states?
Yes, I'm licensed in Georgia and Wisconsin.
And have you had an opportunity to testify in any courts regarding your specialty, what you do as a medical examiner?
Yes, sir. I've testified 270 times in courts in Georgia.
How many times have you performed an autopsy in general?
To date, I have performed or directly supervised 7,542 autopsies.
And how many times have those been on children?
1,783.
Here at this time, State Tenders, Dr. Darasaw is an expert in forensic pathology and autopsies.
No objection.
So noted.
All right, doctor, we got that out of the way. Let me just ask you some questions about, can you just give us a brief understanding of what an autopsy is and what do you do when you do an autopsy?
Yes, so an autopsy is an examination of a person who has died. There are two major parts of the autopsy, the external examination and the internal examination. The external examination is very similar to the type of examination that you and I get when we go to the doctor. We obtain a height and weight. We look at the body in general in terms of just the features of the body. If there are any injuries that may be identified, those are documented and identified. Following the external examination, the internal examination is when cuts are made in the body to remove the organs. Once the organs are removed, those organs are evaluated and looked at for either a natural disease process or if they are injured, the injuries are documented. And the overall purpose for doing the autopsy is to determine the cause of the individual's death and then ultimately a manner of death.
Forensic pathology, how does that differ from, say, someone that's just a doctor and does pathology?
Forensic pathology is a subspecialty of pathology. A practicing pathologist usually works in the hospital. These are the doctors that will look at and evaluate tissues and organs. If you have surgery, for instance, if you have an appendix taken out, the pathologist is the doctor that looks at that appendix and makes a diagnosis. It may be a tumor or a cancer in an organ, or maybe just an infectious process. The forensic specialty of pathology involves focusing on cause and manner of death, particularly if the death is sudden, unexpected, of violent means, or under suspicious circumstances.
And you talk about cause of death and then type of death. What type of causes of death and things do you look for in cases?
So causes of death may be a natural disease process. It may be an acute drug toxicity. It may be an injury such as a gunshot wound or a stab wound. These are the type of things that are causes of death. It's the thing that actually finally results ultimately in a person dying.
After looking at the cause of death, the act or the thing that caused the death to a person, do you also classify what type of manner of death it is?
Yes, sir.
And what are those categories for that?
And the manner of death is a limited amount of manners. So manners are limited, at least in the state of Georgia, to 5. Most states have 5, some states may have 6. The manner of death involves or is focused on the circumstances by which an individual has died. So a homicide manner of death is when the circumstances are that another individual's actions caused that person's death. Suicide is a manner in which your own actions cause your death. You've taken your own life. Accident is a manner in which some inadvertent event like a car accident or a fall has caused the death. Natural manner is when a natural disease process causes your death, such as pneumonia or a heart attack. And when you can't really be definitive about either of those 4, another category of manner is undetermined.
Do you do autopsy in all homicides in the state of Georgia?
If they are reported, yes, sir. They should be reported. So under the laws of the state, yes, they should be.
Under the Georgia Death Investigation Act, are there certain times when you have to do an autopsy?
Yes, sir.
And when you have a criminal investigation where there's a homicide or was suspected of a homicide, is the GBI the place where the remains of the person is sent for an autopsy?
That's correct.
And when you
I should say, in some counties have their own medical examiner's office. So GBI is the state's medical examiner's office. The GBI is responsible for 152 of the 159 counties in Georgia. There are 7 metro counties that have a county medical examiner's office. In those instances, the body would go to those offices.
Do you know how many autopsies a year that you have to do on an average?
Me personally or our
Yes.
office?
Or both?
Personally, I probably average around 350 to 370, or in some cases, I've done more than that, just depending on our staff purposes. I believe our office handles about 4,500 or so autopsies per year.
And how many people are actually medical examiners in the state?
Currently, in our GBI system, there's 15.
When you do an autopsy, do you generate a report?
Yes, sir.
Is that in every case that you do that?
That's correct.
And when you do a report, what are the things that you are documenting in that report when it goes to evidence of injury and things like that?
So the report is going to document the autopsy itself. It's going to have the sections that deal with the external examination aspect of the autopsy that I talked about. And then it's going to have the section that involves the internal examination. Then there's also a summary and an opinion, and the cause and manner of death are indicated in the autopsy report.
And personal witness, Your Honor. Dr. Aaron, you state Exhibit 88. You just double check that, make sure that that is your autopsy report in this case.
Yes, sir.
Judge, I tender to evidence states 88.
No objection.
It's admitted.
May I post it, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right, Doctor, what I want to do is I kind of want to walk through your report, and I'm not going to show everything, but in this case, do you have a DOFS case number that relates to the autopsy and all the reports for the GBI? What would that be?
That's correct. So that would be the unique identifying number for a specific case. It begins with the year of the autopsy and then a specific number that is assigned to that case.
And looking at States Exhibit 88 here on the top right is what is the case number in this case?
It's 2020 representing 2020, and the case number is 103-1455.
And what was the date that you generated this report?
I completed the report on December 30th, 2020.
And we'll get into the evidence here, and if you would give us the what day did you receive the remains in this case of Hannah?
That I have to find out where that is on the report. I can tell you the day I did the autopsy was on December 10th.
You see where it says evidence on this first page here, December 9th, 2020.
Yes, sir. Okay, so yeah, that's the day it was received. The autopsy was performed the following day.
And how does the GBI receive a person, the remains?
So I talked about the GBI is responsible for the 152 counties. Each county will have a coroner who is responsible for handling the deaths in that county. The bodies are received at our office in a body bag from the county of origin.
And here, who did you perform the autopsy on?
I performed the autopsy on Hannah Driver.
And can you tell us the statistics on Hannah, who she was in the sense of how much she weighed and how old she was?
Yeah, so that is in my autopsy report on page 3, beginning in the general external examination. This was a 13-month-old white child who was 23 pounds and 30 inches.
13 months, you said?
Yes.
When you perform an autopsy, I want to get into the section. You have a section in the report here, and I believe this is, I'm trying to figure out if this on page 3 or 4 of yours. Evidence of injury, do you see that?
Yes, sir.
What page is it on yours there?
It starts on page 2 and ends on page 3.
So evidence of injury, I've noted, is it correct that you actually, when you go through this, I think there are 8 injuries or 8 things you note on evidence of injury?
Yes, I itemize 8 injuries.
And tell the jury, if you would, when you are performing an autopsy, do you visually give an entire perspective and look over all parts of the body to see what type of injuries there are and how they relate to the other injuries?
Yes, sir.
And how much did you know about what took place in this case before you did the autopsy?
So at the beginning of any autopsy, there is always investigative information and circumstantial information of that individual's death. And in fact, we will really not start an autopsy until we have some basic information. And this is just very similar to when we go to the doctor, we have to provide some information as to why we're there. And that focuses us on what we should expect and the type of autopsy we want to do. So the information that we get comes from the coroner. When the coroner reports the death in their county, they provide information of the circumstances of death. For instance, this was an individual that was found dead in bed, and the husband says she has a history of hypertension. That would be a hypothetical of an older person that died in bed. In this particular instance, this was the information that we received this was an individual child who had recently moved into a family with her mother, and then there was injuries that were identified on the child at the home. I mean, there was a lot more information, but I'm giving a very brief summary of such.
Did you know that this was a stabbing case?
Yes.
And when you're looking for the injuries, let's go through. You have the 8 here, beginning with the first one, the right anterior neck stab wound. Tell us about that one. Number 1 you have.
So she had stab wounds on the front of her neck, being the anterior neck. The number 1 that I identified was a stab wound that penetrated somewhat superficially just into the tissues of the neck, into the muscle tissues, did not penetrate very deeply into the vital structures or vascular structures of the neck. The main structures of the neck would be the trachea, the esophagus, and like the carotid artery, the jugular veins.
The second one you have is left anterior neck. Tell us about that one, if you would.
This was another stab wound in the neck that was very similar in terms of its degree of injury to number 1. Not very deep into the neck, mainly stopped and penetrated the muscles, and no vital or vascular structures.
The third injury or stab wound is the central anterior lower neck. Seems to have more information on this one. Was this a more significant injury?
Yes, this was the most significant stab wound of the neck in terms of the injuries that it caused, the sharp object, in this case being a knife, penetrated the neck. It severed or completely cut across the carotid artery, which is the major artery that supplies blood to the brain. There was an injury of the esophagus as well, and there was a defect that went all the way to the cervical vertebra related to this stab wound. It did not go through the vertebra into the spinal cord itself, but it stopped right at the vertebra, and there was a defect or a small nick on the vertebral bone.
And this third injury that you note here, it appears to be you talk about extensive hemorrhaging, and then I think you just talked about the trail of the injury itself. How much do you remember when you say extensive hemorrhaging? How much is that?
So in terms of all the tissues that are in the neck, I can see all the blood that's in the tissues and I can just measure the extent of it. Also, though, there was also, as she was received, she was wearing a shirt that was saturated with blood. So I can't actually quantify in like a volume of how much blood there is, but I make note of a size range of the hemorrhage in the tissues.
It appears the knife traveled through, I think I've got here the muscle trap, carotid artery, esophagus, and then into the fourth vertebrae. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then how deep ultimately was at least how deep was the wound depth?
I measured it as at least 2 inches.
Now the fourth, there's a injury, paragraph 4 here. What was that?
So the other injuries 4 through 8 that I identified were much more minor. Number 4, there was a collection of abrasions on her chin, the lower part of her chin. Those are grouped together as one injury.
And then you had the fifth, right interior chin.
Yes.
Just some marks there too that you noted.
Yeah, the other injuries, well, I should say the 4, 5, and 6 were abrasions, which are small little marks. Sometimes they can be caused by, some of these may have been caused by the sharp object maybe nicking the skin. It was kind of unclear whether these were actually caused by a sharp object or maybe something else that scraped across her lower chin as she was being stabbed.
For the seventh evidence of injury, you talk about an injury to the back, the right upper back. What was that?
She also had a stab wound on the right upper back. The stab wound on the right upper back only penetrated into the muscle of the back. It did not go deep into and actually go into her body cavity at all.
And then finally, the eighth evidence of injury, what is that? The medial upper chest.
Yeah, on her chest, she had 2 small little puncture type marks. Unclear again here whether these were related to the knife causing small little punctures on her chest. So I just described them as puncture marks.
You're on that approach. I mean, State's Exhibits 89 through 98. See if those are photographs that you recognize from the autopsy.
Yes, sir.
Just at this time, I tendered to evidence State's Exhibits 89 through 98.
89 through 98 are admitted.
May I publish those, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right, Doctor, let's begin with Exhibit 89. Tell the jury what we have here, if you would.
So I testified that the bodies come to our office in a body bag from the county of origin. This is the body bag that Hannah was received in, and the bags will have tags, identification tags on there with the individual's name.
Going to State's Exhibit 90. What is this one?
This would be the initial photograph that's taken after the body bag is opened. You can see this is just how the body was received. She had gone to the hospital for emergency medical intervention. All of those devices and intervention things are on her body, the defibrillator patches, the endotracheal tube, and her clothes are on. And I previously mentioned that, she had very clothes that were saturated with blood from the injury.
Is this how, when you do an autopsy, you receive the individual as they come to the, I guess, from the hospital or from the scene?
Yes, sir. This would be a part of our routine photographs that are taken, the routine photographs, including the body bag with the tags. And then as soon as the body bag is open, to show how the body was received before we begin removing clothes and medical intervention.
States 91, what are we looking at here?
So now this is a photograph that documents the stab wound in the right upper back. This would be part of the external examination after all the clothing is removed, the body is cleaned, and if there are injuries, specific photographs of those injuries are taken. This stab wound I already mentioned, it did not penetrate deeply into the chest, it went just into the superficial muscles of the back.
And when you do an autopsy, do you use markers or rulers to show where the injury is in the proportion or relation to the body and other things?
Yes, sir. And then you can see on each of the photographs, the rulers will also have the identifying number or that specific case number.
States 92 is just a closer up look of the injury to Hannah's back.
That's correct.
And anything about the injury itself, or are you familiar with the knife and the way the blade makes an indentation or wound like that?
The injury itself doesn't always allow one to make a specific identification of the knife. There are things characteristics that if we are shown knives, we may say the wound is consistent with it or not consistent with it. But in terms of just documenting it, it's documented as the type of wound it is. It's a stab wound. We'll talk about where it is located as it relates to the body and the orientation. This particular wound is oriented horizontally from 3 to, we'll do a clock face type of orientation. So I'll document all the features of it. I'm not able to say specifically what knife or what caused it, but if I were presented several objects, I may say whether it's consistent or not consistent with that particular implement.
And is it accurate that if we see a photograph with a placard showing an injury, those are the injuries that you found on Hannah and there's no other injuries? In other words, the photographs where we show the actual stabbings or things like that, are you showing the rest of the body, there's no injuries like on the feet or the legs or things like that?
Oh, yes, sir. I didn't understand your question, but yes. So the photographs that we take, we'll take some general photographs that we take on all cases that I talked about, overall picture of the body, we take an overall picture of the face, and then specific documentation photographs for the injuries. If there are no injuries, no pictures, I should say, for instance, of the feet, that means I didn't see any injuries there.
There could be other pictures or pictures we don't use, but what we see are the injuries that are relevant to your autopsy and your opinion in this case. Is that right?
That's correct.
States 93, what do we have here?
This would be one of the routine photographs of the face. We typically will always take a picture of the face of the individual. This is not a picture specifically to document a specific injury.
And then 94, you did note something around the chin on Hannah.
Yeah, although you can see, on the front of her chin, this patchy orange type appearance. This is, I don't remember if I caught this abrasions or excoriations, but it has the appearance of somewhat like a diaper rashes type thing. It's not a specific injury, but it is something that is documented as a skin abnormality. Let's put it that way.
States Exhibit 95, here on Hannah, what do we see here?
This photograph shows the specific stab wounds on her neck. We talked about the 3 stab wounds on her neck. And I also talked about some of the cluster of abrasions on the inferior chin. The upper 2 wounds were the wounds that were into the subcutaneous tissues and the muscles and didn't go deep into the vital structures or vascular structures of the neck. And the lower wound in the center of her neck was the wound that resulted in the most damage to the internal structures of the neck.
Under your summary of findings, you have a category of stab wounds of the neck, and you have 3. Is that what you're discussing here?
That's correct.
And you have a transection of the artery here. Tell us about that. What does that mean? The right carotid artery, what does that mean?
So the carotid arteries, they are the major arteries that come from the heart and supply the blood to the brain. So they travel up through the neck. There's a right and a left. What did I say, the left one?
It's the right.
It's the right. So the right one, as one of the injuries to this stab wound, when I would say transect, it means it was completely cut in half. So, I mean, the artery is like a tube and it's just completely cut in half.
And we say that Hannah died of a stab wound, and the cause of death is the stab, but what is the mechanism, or how does she die? Is it lack of blood, or what causes the death?
Correct. Basically, and you can just pretty much say she kind of bled out. And we don't really, when we talk about cause of death, it's not a mechanism. It's a specific injury or a cause. Mechanistically, this major artery was cut in half. There was a significant amount of blood from that artery, and she basically lost a lot of blood coming from that artery, which then subsequently did not allow her to have sufficient oxygen to her brain and ultimately to other parts of her body, and her heart stopped and she died.
Doctor, as we look at State's Exhibit 96 here, we're looking at the 3 stab wounds here. Any significant about the number that there are? And could one of those themselves have caused the death, or is it a combination? Or tell us, in your opinion, how that works together when we look at the injuries.
Well, I typically will always just group injuries like this. She doesn't have one stab wound to her neck. She has 3, and plus she also has a stab wound in her back, despite the fact that I talk about the 2 of them on the neck and then 1 on the back didn't really go deep into tissues. There's also, I mean, there's injury there. There's always small blood vessels. So collectively, I would say certainly the 1 major stab wound caused the most significant internal trauma, but collectively there's injuries that involve. So in that instance, I said stab wounds of the neck as her cause of death.
As we look at State's Exhibit 96, as we look at the major injuries, the bigger one we see on the left, is that what you're talking about? These injuries that we're talking about, or?
The most significant one was, let me see, I believe it was the one in the center of the lower neck. Yes.
Okay, which one of these, as you see the?
Would be that one. If you go down, yeah, that one would be the most significant.
Now, when it comes to the death of Hannah, and I know the timelines may not be the right phrase. I'm a lawyer. I'm not sure of the medical terms, and help me out on this. But I'm thinking of a question is, how long did it take Hannah to die? Are we talking about seconds, minutes, or hours?
And that's basically how we'll talk about how long it takes one to die. We can never say for sure, but certain types of injuries are categorized in those broad stroke-like time frames, instantaneous, seconds, minutes, hours, sometimes days, months, years. In a case like this, when you have a major artery involved, such as the carotid artery, this would be categorized as a death that results or takes time about minutes. I mean, you can't, but a short period of time, minutes. It's certainly not going to take hours for this injury to have occurred, and then she's not going to die for hours.
And this is the major injury that you know when we're going through, I think, paragraph 3 on the evidence of injury.
Correct.
And the depth of this, again, what was the wound depth?
At least 2 inches.
And this is the one that penetrated all the way to the vertebrae?
Yes, went to the vertebra, but not through it.
Go through 97. We're looking at going down her chest here. We see where the ruler is. What do we have here?
Yeah, these are the 2 little marks on her chest that I obviously documented that there are injuries on her body. I cannot be definitive and conclusive about what caused them. In the setting of her having stab wounds, could they be from the tip of the knife? That would be a reasonable suggestion, but I just categorized them as 2 punctate marks on her chest. They did not penetrate anything. They're just very superficial.
Doctor, did you find the absence of natural diseases or natural deaths that could explain the death of the child here?
Correct. So during the course of an autopsy, of course, I see these injuries. A complete autopsy is further performed where all of the organs of the body are taken out, they're looked at, because you also want to identify whether there was any other cause of death or a competing cause or a contributory cause. This was a 13-month-old child. I didn't find any other natural disease processes or injuries that caused or contributed to her death. And we may have done toxicology too. Yeah, I'm not actually sure, but oftentimes in such deaths, we'll do a toxicology analysis.
Doctor, when I'm going to page 6 and 6 of your report and your opinion summary, in your expert opinion, can you even say, you can say that there are 4 stab wounds, is that right?
Yes, the 3 on the neck and the 1 on the back.
But can you in any way tell the jury which one occurred first and what order those happened in?
No, sir.
Is there anything else about the stab wounds that you could give the jury information about that's relevant to the cause of death and the manner of death of Hannah?
Not more than what we've talked about so far.
And when it comes ultimately to your opinion, what is your opinion for the cause of death of Hannah?
I certify the cause of death as stab wounds of the neck.
And in your expert opinion, your medical expert opinion, do you have an opinion on the manner of death? What is the manner of Hannah's death?
So based upon the circumstances, I certified the manner of death as homicide.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm well.
Good. I just have 1 or 2 brief questions for you. So the manner of death listed as homicide, that's really just one of, I think you said 4 or 5 ways that you have to classify.
That's one of the 5 manners that we have available to us, yes.
Okay, and typically the medical definition of homicide is that it's a death caused by the actions of another individual.
That's correct.
Okay. It doesn't, you're not making any assessment as to the underlying facts of the case or anything related to that when you make that medical determination, correct?
Correct. It's not a legal definition. So there is the difference between legal standards of things that happen when other people cause the death of another. Ours is homicide being hands at the actions of another individual.
As a medical definition is what you're telling me.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Go ahead.
And Dr. Defense Counsel asked you questions about your opinion. Basically, your area of expertise is medicine. So you're reaching an opinion on the medical side of it being a homicide. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you're not giving your opinion whether or not this was murder, because that's a decision that's for someone else, specifically the jury, to make, and not an expert in the field. Is that right?
That's correct.
So at times there are certain opinions that are given by experts, but ultimately some questions, the legal, the forensic question is going to be reserved to the jury. Is that right?
That's correct.
But we can't agree that the manner of death is one person's conduct or actions causing the death of another person, right?
Yes, in this case, yes, this is a homicide.
Thank you, ma'am. Nothing further.
I have no other questions.
Any reason to keep this witness?
There you are.
Shut the light. You can step down. Thank you, ma'am. State may call its next witness.
Can we just take a break? Let's drive a quick break.
Okay. Let's take a 10-minute break. We'll be back at 10 till. Leave us your notepads. You can be in break in the jury room, and we will resume in 10 minutes. Next witness, please.
State calls Dr. Asif Chowdhury. Can you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay. Can you state your name and spell it?
Yeah, Asif Chaudhary, ASIF, last name CHOUDHARY.
Okay. And how are you employed?
Excuse me.
How are you employed?
I'm a psychiatrist. I'm in private practice.
All right. And prior to being in private practice, how were you employed?
With Wellstar.
All right. And when you were employed with Wellstar, what was your role with Wellstar?
So I was a consult liaison psychiatrist for
And
Kennestone.
for Kennestone Hospital?
Yep.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about your educational background and training that brought you to the field of psychiatry?
Yeah, so I did my medical school training at St. Matthew's University, and then graduated from there and did my residency at University of Missouri and did my child and adolescent fellowship at the University of Missouri, and then moved back down to Georgia and started with Wellstar.
Okay. And was Wellstar your first psychiatry position after finishing your education?
Yes,
And for what period of time were you a psychiatrist with Wellstar?
for about 5 years.
And what years were those?
Those would be after about 2018, and then up until, I would say about 2 years ago.
Okay. And in your professional capacity as a psychiatrist with Wellstar, what were your duties and responsibilities?
So my duties and responsibilities were whenever we would get a consult, we would answer the question by the consulting team there. And if it was related to medication management, delirium, or any other mental illness, we answer the question and then treat the patient accordingly.
Okay. And in terms of your professional capacity as a psychiatrist, what can you tell the jury just generally about what is the field of psychiatry in terms of your expertise?
Yeah, so we deal with mental illness, so common syndromes like depression, anxiety, PTSD, ADHD. In the hospital setting, it's a little different because it could be complicated patients. And so inpatient, outpatient settings are a little bit different there, but common mental illnesses that we'll be treating.
Okay. Your Honor, this time I tender Dr. Chowdhury as an expert in psychiatry. No objection. I want to talk to you a little bit about what your role in this particular case was. How were you employed in December of 2020?
So as a consult liaison psychiatrist with Wellstar.
Okay. And does that have anything to do with issues of like legal competence or legal insanity or legal determinations about somebody's mental state?
So we don't make that determination. In our setting is whatever question is asked by the primary team, we go in and answer that question for them. So we don't make the determination of competency. That's more of a legal.
Okay.
There.
And back in 2020, were you employed more as like a clinician and a medical provider?
Yes.
Okay. And so when you say that you were involved in consult psychiatry with Wellstar, how would it come about that you would be called upon to evaluate a patient?
So common things that, for example, the hospitalist team, somebody comes in with suicide attempts or depression or anything like that, where if it's a mental illness, they would consult us to get further assistance in treating the patient or helping with disposition or anything like that. So those are common things.
And back in December of 2020, were there other consult psychiatrists with Wellstar that kind of performed the same function as you?
Yes, I had a partner, Dr. Stefan Rout. So we have a 7-on, 7-off shift. So he would be my counterpart for the other days.
7 days on, 7 days off?
Yes.
All right. So was it just you and Dr. Rout rotating 7 days on, 7 days off?
Yes, and we'd have like nurse practitioners that would be under our supervision as well.
Okay. I cannot hear. Can you adjust your microphone a little
I'm
bit
sorry.
closer to you?
Is that better?
Okay. Thank you. All right, Dr. Chowdhury. Your Honor, at this time, I'm going to tender states 117, 118, and 119, which is the the business record certification, as well as the complete medical record of Chloe Alexis Driver from Kennestone Hospital.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor, thank you. All right,
You're admitted.
thank you. Dr. Chowdhury, did you have an opportunity to review the records in this case?
Yes.
All right. And I've tendered states 117 through 119, which is 1,200 pages of medical records. But I also have sort of excerpts from those medical records to just kind of help us conveniently navigate through the volume. In the voluminous records, do you do like consult psychiatry notes and put documentation of what your evaluation was of Ms. Driver into her more thorough medical record?
Yeah, we input it into the EHR, and so anybody can review those, anybody on the team as well, anybody who's allowed to.
All right. And I'm going to, Your Honor, I think just the easy thing to do would be to just tender all of these states 120 through 127, which are just excerpts from the complete record that has already been admitted by business record certification.
Any objection?
Yes, I will reference them as we go. All right, so states
All
tendering
right.
120 through 127.
Are admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, Dr. Chowdhury. I first want to Is your screen on? Can you see what I'm doing on that screen?
No, it's blank.
Not on. Your Honor, is there a way to turn the screen on? It has text on the bottom, but it says trying to find the transmitter.
I'm not sure I can help with that.
Okay, you can control it up there. All right, well, we'll do it the old-fashioned way, and I will just hand you the physical exhibit. Okay, we'll put it on the screen for the jury. States 120. All right. Let me see. All right, Doctor, I'm going to hand you a physical copy so you can see what is up on the screen.
Sure, thank you.
What is states 120?
Excuse me.
What is depicted in this exhibit?
So this is my initial consult note.
All right. And it says there, here at the top, we have Chloe Alexis Driver, Kennestone, and the dates of her hospitalization admit date. But when we scroll down, it says patient name Norland.
Mhm.
And when you go into history of present illness, it says 100 years old. Why is that designation in there?
So that's more of a hospital system kind of policy there, where if they have a trauma patient, they'll put a random name and a birth date or the age if they don't know for
Okay.
multiple reasons.
All right. So when you have a patient that has experienced some type of trauma, they just put a random name and
Yeah.
age designation rather than their actual identity?
Yeah, and they change that usually a few days in.
Okay.
They'll update it.
All right. And on this particular states 120, it indicates that she was admitted on December the 8th and that your consultation date in this record was December the 9th. Was this the first time that you had attempted to evaluate her?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you do after being called upon on the 9th to attempt to evaluate Ms. Driver?
So upon any consult, we end up going to go see the patient and then obtain like collateral information and then information from the primary team, whatever the information that they have.
Okay. it indicates in states 120 that the patient's chart was reviewed, but patient is currently sedated. And that patient was unable to be interviewed at this time. On this date, the 9th, was all of the information that you obtained from her record and from other medical staff?
Yes.
Okay. Is part of your system in reviewing the chart for psychiatric purposes to review toxicology results?
Yes.
Okay, and if you flip to, I think, the 4th page in States Exhibit 120, what can you tell the jury about her tox and lab results from December the 8th when she was admitted?
Nothing was detected there.
Okay, and what are you testing for in those tox results? Is that a pretty broad spectrum of?
Yeah, usually when they come in from the trauma standpoint, this is done by the primary team. So to rule out if there are any other substances on board or anything that needs to be addressed. So those are typically done, and different tox screens are ran usually, but it just depends on what the ordering provider is actually running at that time.
Okay, and so this panel we see is everything from cocaine, opiates, THC, and nothing was detected in her system. Is that right?
That is correct.
Why is that relevant to you in doing your psychiatric assessment?
Because, you know, substances there can cloud our judgment and can play a role in our mental health there, and can also lead on to other symptoms of like hallucinations, psychosis, and delusions. And the other factor is if they are positive for certain things, we want to make sure that they don't go through withdrawals or life-threatening withdrawals. So our management can also change based off of that.
Okay. All right. I want to next go to States Exhibit 121 and 122. I will give you both. Yes, I'm sorry. States 121 starts on page 51 of the medical record. All right. Dr. Chowdhury, what was the date of your next evaluation of Miss Driver?
And so based off of this, 12/10.
Okay. So this was 2 days after she was admitted?
Yes.
All right. And you put in there chief complaint. How do you designate a chief complaint, and why is that in quotes?
So typically the chief complaint we get is the patient's own words on why they're here, or if they requested to see us, what are the reasons why. And so the quotes are what the patient has said.
Okay. And this says, quote, "I wasn't supposed to make it." Would that be something that came directly from Ms. Driver?
Yes.
And on this date, the 10th, were you following up from your inability to evaluate her on the 9th, or did she request to see psychiatry?
No, we typically continue on. But yeah, this would be a continuation of the initial consult. Yeah.
Okay. From her medical team?
Yes.
Is that standard for anybody that had a suicide attempt?
Yes.
Okay. And then when we look further in the chart, it says the patient was interviewed and chart was reviewed. Patient unable to speak, but is able to mouth answers. Communicated with patient via clipboard at bedside. What can you tell the jury about what her condition was in terms of her ability to communicate?
So she was not able to actually verbally communicate during the interview there, but she was writing and mouthing her answers.
Okay. And in this, on the second line of the subjective area, you wrote the patient was linear and was able to provide details on the events that took place prior to being hospitalized. What does it mean when you state the patient was linear?
So is that her thought process was more focused and kind of orderly there. So that's important if, collecting the history.
Okay. And what was sort of your strategy or purpose in assessing her at this stage? What was it that you were trying to determine?
So the safety and addressing any mood component as well. So in the individual, we look at disposition as well after a suicide attempt, if they need to go inpatient or where they would be going next. And so we look at all areas and looking at medication management if it's indicated as well.
Okay. This summary where it starts with she reports being in a relationship with a male individual for 4 years. Is this summary, are these your words summarizing what information she gave you, or are these her words?
So these were basically a summary of her words, so kind of incorporating it all into some, a format that could be understood and kind of makes sense there.
Okay. And in the initial paragraph, it says patient via clipboard at bedside. Was she able to sort of coherently and logically respond to your questions in writing?
Yes.
Okay. And did you collect those writings and make them a part of her official medical record?
Nursing did, I believe.
Nursing did.
Yeah.
Okay. And is that what is depicted in State's Exhibit 122?
Yes, I believe so.
Her handwritten responses?
Yes.
Okay. And I want to go through the things that she wrote. You've told us that you kind of summarized the things that she wrote here. What from your summary did she tell you was the motivation for her killing her daughter?
It was to get out of the relationship, that she felt the only way out was taking her life or taking the baby's life and her life.
Okay. All right. I want to go to her responses in State's Exhibit 22. Mr. Hathaway, this is page 1262 in the record. All right. So when you were communicating with her, were you verbally asking her a question and then she was writing the answer?
Yes.
Okay. So when we look at State's Exhibit 122, it is multiple pages of writing. Did you document anywhere what question you had asked that prompted these answers?
Typically it's all kind of within the narrative of the subjective. So we don't usually put like this question and then the answer tied to it there, but it's usually all kind of asked together.
Okay. So for example, if we look here at page 1264, there's a writing that says, do you know if I'm going straight to prison or leaving here first? Can you tell from your record whether that would have been in response to a question or if that was a spontaneous statement?
So could you repeat the question there?
Sure. There's a lot of writing on these pages that doesn't all connect. It's not a complete narrative.
Yeah.
So what I'm trying to establish for the jury and help them understand is, were these writings in response to a question that you asked, or was she just wanting to tell you things?
I believe this was a question that she asked.
This was a question that she asked.
Yeah.
Would you ever introduce the concept of prison or incarceration to a patient that you were evaluating?
No.
Okay. And why not?
Because, there's no therapeutic benefit of, saying that, hey, are you going to a prison or do you know if you're going to jail? It's more of us deciding what the safest place for the patient to be. And if, say, for example, jail or anything like this wasn't in question, we'd be looking at either inpatient hospitalization if a patient is acutely, danger to themselves or others there. So we don't ever introduce, if they're discussing jail or things like that, there's no therapeutic benefit there.
Okay. So this would have been something that she was concerned about at that moment that she just asked of you.
Yeah, and it's quite common for a patient to ask, or where am I going next, or when am I getting out of here in the hospital settings.
Okay. All right. I'm going to go up a little bit more. There's a statement here that says, what do you mean prescribe? Would that be in response to something that you asked her?
Yeah, so typically we ask like past psychiatric history if we've been on prescribed medications, or if we take any other like substances as well too.
Okay. Do you know what the statement 8th grade for fun once was in response to?
That may be more so of like substance use.
Okay. And then she wrote, we both disagree with pharmaceuticals. Do you know what that was in response to?
Her husband and her, their thought process behind like using medications.
Okay. And did you discuss with her extensively the prospect of putting her on medication?
Yes.
And at this time on December the 10th, did she express any feelings to you about whether she wanted medication?
She did not want medication.
Okay. And did she ever state to you why?
That it wasn't in their belief system.
Okay. Great. And let me go back. This note that just says my daughter is dead, do you know what that is in response to?
Not specifically, no.
Okay. All right. This statement at the top that says, I think Grace changed them already. Do you know what that was in response to?
I don't know.
Okay. Was there any medical provider named Grace, or was this in response to any type of medical need?
I don't believe so, but I don't know.
Okay. And then she wrote, I hurt myself and my baby. Would that have been in response to an inquiry?
Yes. Sometimes we ask, like, do you know what brought you into the hospital? So that may be in relation to that.
Okay. And then she wrote, I was stating for months I couldn't handle my husband's lifestyle anymore. What would that have been in response to?
That what led up to our hospitalization.
And is that, when you were questioning her, is that, when you say what led up to her hospitalization, are you specific about what led to the suicide attempt or what led to her being physically present in the hospital? Would this be a statement as to her motivation for the act?
So the goal is to kind of assess the timeline of what has been going on, what kind of led to our present moment of being assessed at that time. So why are they in the hospital there? So a lot of times patients will kind of give a timeline of have been feeling depressed for some time, or these symptoms have been going on for some time, and now I'm here, secondary to numerous different things.
Okay. Sorry, I was trying to zoom in for the jurors so they can see better. This portion that says, well, maybe I shouldn't press my luck. He collects people to live with us, and after we got 3 more people, I started perceiving them ganging up on me and leaving me out, changing stories. Would this have been in response to a question or about her mental state? Do you have any recollection of sort of how all these pieces of information fit together in response to what question?
I do not recall.
Okay.
What the question would be.
All right. There's multiple pages of writings here. I want to talk to you about this portion at the bottom where she wrote, for the first 2 years, not so much because it was just us traveling. But once he got people listening to him more, I started feeling scared and was begging for attention for us to be with baby. Do you know what that was in response to?
It was likely asking if you felt safe in the relationship.
Okay. And,
or if there was any safety concerns.
Okay. And so she indicated that that things had changed because there were more people in the group now.
Mm-hmm.
And she had been begging for attention for her and him to be with the baby.
Yes.
Okay. And then over here on the side, do you know what this note was in response to that says, eventually within the last 2+ months, I started taking CBD and I was becoming paranoid?
So I'm not sure what that was specifically in response to, or if it was just a statement that she was making in regards to asking about substance use.
Okay. Anything about her mental state when you were asking these questions and she was responding? I know you put in your record that her thought process was linear, but did you document anything in there about whether you had concerns that she was actively delusional or experiencing any type of hallucinations or delusions at the moment that you were evaluating her?
Not at that moment that anything kind of stood out to me.
Okay. Did she seem coherent, capable of understanding your inquiries, capable of giving logical responses?
Yes.
Okay. Did she describe to you, and I think you kind of summarized it in States 120, did she describe to you sort of the back and forth of her wanting to leave the group and coming back to the group?
She did talk about her inability to leave or the hold that the other individual had on her.
The hold that he had on her?
Yeah, in the meaning of like where she couldn't leave the situation.
Okay. And I think that you put in your summary of her motivation for the act of her harming herself and her daughter, is that she felt like that was her only way out.
That is correct.
Okay. And this portion at the top where she said there was no escape for us, was that consistent with sort of your overarching summary that that was her only way out?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And then this portion where she said, basically he's supposed to marry 1,000+ wives, take over the world, and there's only 169,000 living souls. What was this in response to?
So this may be in response to asking more about kind of the environment that she was in and their belief systems.
Okay. So this portion here, if we go down a little bit further, it says, turned me into really mean and cold for the righteousness of the Holy Spirit. Then it was just us. But then once he got people, he flipped almost all the info he fed me in the beginning. Do you know what this was in response to?
So it would be more so of what their belief system was and what she was being, either told or told to believe.
Okay. And did she express that things changed for her when more people joined the group?
Yes.
Okay. This portion right here, this paragraph that starts with, I was not supposed to live. Do you recall if this was in response to a question?
Yes, it may be a response to, are you happy to be alive?
Okay. And she indicated I was not supposed to live. I wanted to be with her because I do believe I'm too crazy at this point to go on, especially after killing my own daughter. What is this portion that says, I'm pretty sure I was, though, when I asked sometimes they'd confirm lights flickering? What does that mean? Do you have any recollection?
So it may be related to having any sort of hallucinations.
Okay. And when she wrote, they'd confirm that lights were flickering, do you have any idea what that meant?
So, or it may be more so of like she was seeing things and confirmation by others in the home that yes, that is actually happening.
Okay. And this says, I have several times, my big attempt was just a week ago. Was this her describing sort of her thoughts surrounding her, her inability to leave the group?
Yes, I believe so. Or it could also be in relation to if we've had previous suicide attempts. That is a question we typically ask as well.
Okay, so you don't know if this was in reference to an attempt to leave or a prior suicide attempt?
Yes.
All right.
But based off of that, it does look like trying to leave the situation.
Okay. And then she wrote something here about taking out $150,000 loan in her name.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know if that was in response to a question?
It may be more so related to why did we stay back, or were there other reasons that we had to stay?
Okay. All right. What was your kind of assessment of her mental state at this time? This was on the 10th of December, 2 days after she was admitted. I know you've already testified that she said pharmaceuticals were against her belief system and that her motivation for murdering Hannah was because she felt like that was their only way out. What was, from a psychiatric perspective, sort of anything you documented about concerns for her at that point?
Yeah, our concerns were that she was not safe for discharge. So meaning that if an individual had a suicide attempt, that we would not just clearly let them just go home after the hospitalization.
Okay. But did you document any type of active delusions, hallucinations, anything like that at that time?
Not at that time.
Okay. I want to talk to you about State's Exhibit 123, which I'll pull up. Let's try the way that starts on page 61 of the record.
Thank you.
All right. So we talked a little bit about Dr. Rout,
Mhm.
and this is his record. But I want to discuss with you this note here on page 61 of the record. It says patient is able to mouth words but withdrawn with poor cooperation. She is not interested in medications or therapy and reportedly has beliefs that are counter to allopathic treatments and mental health treatment. Was this documentation by your counterpart, Dr. Rout, consistent with the information that she provided to you on the day before, the 10th?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. And then under medication plan and recommendations, did he document continue to hold off on meds, patient refusing?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. All right, and then this last portion, can you read the portion under subjective current status?
Where it starts from withdrawn.
Yes.
Okay, withdrawn, flat, poor eye contact, does not cooperate to write for interview, just intermittently mouths responses, not interested in talking, taking meds, or participating in therapy, still wishes she had died with her daughter.
Okay. All right. And I'm handing you page unit 124. Tell me what that is.
So this is a progress note.
And is that a progress note from you assessing her?
Yes.
I'm sorry, page 84.
Yes, it is.
Okay. And tell me, after yourself and Dr. Rout had evaluated her, obviously you got the bulk of her responses and writings in her initial workup on the 10th. What is the procedure for continuing to go back and assess and evaluate a patient like Ms. Driver?
So, excuse me. So based off of acuity and like what it comes down to, like of medication management, we may see patients frequently, like every day, every few days until we sign off on the patient. So it all just depends on the severity of her symptoms.
Okay. And was this follow-up consult on the 14th primarily about whether she needs medication management?
Yes, if somebody is refusing medications, we'll still follow up to offer those services or even other therapeutic interventions like bedside counseling as well.
Okay. And did she avail herself of any of that?
She did not want any medications.
Okay. And what did you document under your subjective current status on this consult on December the 14th?
So would you like me to read that?
Sure. Yeah.
So a patient is trached and has a difficult time responding, however, is able to mouth answers. She denied suicidal ideations, homicidal ideations, auditory and visual hallucinations. Again, if patient would be agreeable to start medications, she refused and stated that she didn't want to be on anything based on her beliefs. No acute concerns noted by nursing staff and officer with patient.
Okay. And was there anything about her mental state at this time that was different from when you initially assessed her on the 10th, or was she substantially in the linear, capable of following your inquiries?
Yeah, it was similar.
Similar? Okay.
Yep.
All right. I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit 125. All right. This is not your note, but all the records are in. Okay, this is a progress note that we see here on the screen is dated December the 18th of 2020, which is 10 days after her admission to the hospital. Can you read, starting with patient refuses, in terms of what the progress note was from her care?
Yeah, so patient refuses all medication, crying, repeatedly saying, I just want to go back. I just want another chance. I'll be good. Patient refuses any medication for relaxation.
Okay, and was this by the nursing staff?
Yes,
Okay.
I believe so.
Okay. All right, and then I want to hand you State's Exhibit 126. And that is starting on page 102. You put on here chief complaint, I need to rewind back. What can you tell the jury about this consultation on the 18th with regard to when Ms. Driver learned she was being charged with murder?
So based off of this, there is notable decompensation from my previous visits with her.
Okay, and you put in there, she was told yesterday about her charges and decompensated.
Mhm.
And so between the 8th and the 18th, did you attribute her decompensation based upon your consultation with her team to her learning of the charges against her?
Yes, that's what it appeared to be. That was the only change at that time.
Okay. And what did you document about any delusions that she had at that time?
So based on this note, but the patient is delusional throughout the interview. She's fixated that we are living in hell and that we are all actors. She says that this is a movie playing and that we can rewind from the beginning. She says, when you die, you don't really die. She was pressured and anxious, excuse me. And she
Okay.
was told yesterday about her charges and decompensated.
All right. At any time, did you ever either hear her, was she able to speak at this time? Had her trach been removed, do you know, or was she still communicating with you in writing?
She was able to communicate at this time, I believe.
Okay. And so the delusions that you documented are that we are living in hell, that we are all actors, that this is a movie playing that we can rewind, and that when you die, you don't really die. Did she articulate at any time any delusions related to the baby or her daughter?
Not based off of this note, no.
Okay. And then when we go through the mental status exam, were these things that she was cooperative in providing responses to? For example, it says, whether she has suicidal ideations or homicidal ideations, and you've indicated denies.
Mm-hmm.
Would those be questions that she was capable of answering for you?
Yes.
Okay. And then you put thought process disorganized. Does that relate to your sort of summary of she was pressured and anxious?
Yes.
And what does that mean to be pressured and anxious from
So
a psychiatric standpoint?
Yeah, so from the anxious standpoint is that the patients, when we're looking at their affect is how they present to us. So at that time, she was anxious and the thought process being disorganized, meaning that we were kind of jumping from one thing to another and things were not kind of connecting or linear or goal directed.
Okay. And based upon your and Dr. Rout's, well, let me ask you this. When you said you and Dr. Rout were 7 days on, 7 days off,
That's correct.
and from these records, we know Ms. Driver was hospitalized from December 8th until December 22nd.
Mhm.
So between December 8th and December 22nd, would it have been a consistent 7 days on, 7 days off with you and Dr. Rout?
Oftentimes, yes. There are times where we may swap over, we provide coverage for each other because holidays or other things like
Okay,
Yeah.
so she was in the hospital for about 2 weeks. Based on your experience with her, would you have reviewed and consulted Dr. Rout's records as well?
Yeah, so we continue, whenever we transition off, we update each other on the patient list, as
Okay.
long as the patient is still active on our list.
Okay. And was she consistent in her statements to you and Dr. Rout about her belief system and not wanting to be on medication?
Yes, she was.
And then States Exhibit 127. I know this is not your note, it's a physical therapy note, but can you see that on the screen? The PT note?
Yes, I can. Yeah.
Do you mind reading that?
Yeah. Attempted PT this morning. PT deferred mobility, stating that she has no reason to walk since she'll be sitting in a jail cell for the rest of her life. We'll follow up one more time to encourage participation. If she continues to refuse, may discontinue PT next attempt.
Okay. And this note was from December the 22nd?
Yes.
Okay. And beyond sort of assessing her initial mental state and counseling her about medication options, which she refused, was that your limited role in her treatment and care?
That is correct.
Okay. Have you had any involvement at all in the legal proceedings or the legal side of competency, sanity, any of that?
No.
Okay. Is that your wheelhouse, so to speak?
No.
Okay. All right. I have nothing further for this witness.
Okay. Do we need the jury to step out or you've got,
I think I should be okay. Just give me just a second.
okay.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Angela Trethway, and it's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well.
All right, so let me begin by asking you this. When you conduct your mental status exams, you are relying on a patient to verbalize or communicate with you in an accurate manner, correct?
Yes, we're looking at that. Yeah.
Okay, so it's in your experience, can somebody actually be experiencing auditory or visual hallucinations and not report that to you?
Yes, that can happen.
Okay. And that wouldn't be something that you would find inconsistent with treating a psychiatric patient?
Repeat that one more time.
So do you find it fairly common that a psychiatric patient may not accurately report the actual symptoms that they're experiencing?
When it comes down to specifically hallucinations or just in general?
In general.
Yes, that's possible.
Okay. So it's entirely possible that in any of your examinations of Ms. Driver, that you were relying on her to be accurate with you, and that's how you proceeded, correct?
Yes.
So you don't have any independent way of knowing whether or not she's experiencing any type of delusions or auditory or visual hallucinations unless the patient verbalizes that to you, correct?
Well, we have nursing staff, other staff that are monitoring her. So oftentimes they may suggest a patient is responding to unseen stimuli, or they've been like talking to themselves in a corner or to a direction where there's nobody there. And so they are usually being monitored, and they're often, there's sometimes cameras there if there's no individual monitoring them.
Okay, but what I'm asking you, and at least not noted in any of these records, you were not being told by any other staff members or anything that those things were something that they were reporting with respect to Ms. Driver.
That's correct.
So in this particular instance, the only thing you could rely on was what she was actually stating to you in these interviews, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And one of the first things you did when you assessed her initially, I think it was December the 8th, is you noted reviewed all of the other staff members' records, correct?
Yes.
And in those records, you were able to determine what the extent of her injuries were, correct?
Yes.
And those injuries were described as self-inflicted, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember how many stab wounds that she had
I
in
do
her
not.
neck? Okay. On page 7. Okay. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
So 5 stab wounds.
Okay. Do you remember if there were any other additional wounds to her that you recall?
I do not recall.
I'm gonna take that back for you. Okay. If the medical records reflected that she also had a stab wound to the chest, you don't have any reason to dispute that, though, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you also noted in your initial assessment of her that she actually had scars or marks on her own wrists. Is that correct?
I would have to look at those notes. I don't recall.
Okay. You indicated once that a patient would be stable, that there would be somebody that would sign a 1013. Can you explain what a 1013 is?
So 1013 is an involuntary hold. So if somebody is, say for example, suicidal, that we would be holding them in the hospital so they don't have the right to leave.
Okay. This is page 1261. We're on 4. Okay. I'm marking this one as defense exhibit number 4. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what that document is?
This is a 1013.
Okay. And what is the process behind getting a 1013?
So any physician or psychologist or other staff can place an involuntary hold to hold the patient against their will and not be allowing them to discharge.
Okay. And that's kind of a process that involves a court, correct?
No, it doesn't require the court to step in unless we are escalating to different levels of involuntary holds.
Okay, but that is a procedure that you put in place typically when you see cases that are suicide or something else like that.
If there's acute safety concerns, imminent risk to harm for themselves or others, yes.
Okay. We would move to tender defense for as evidence.
It's admitted.
Thank you. So your next contact with Ms. Driver was on December the 9th, correct?
I believe, I don't have my notes in
Okay,
front of me,
that's,
so
so
yeah.
this, the day she came in was December the 8th, and you were unable to assess her at that particular point in time, correct?
Yes,
And were you aware that at that time that she was being given medications by other doctors?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And at that particular point in time, the staff had determined that she was unable to medically make those kind of medical decisions about whether or not to take that kind of medication, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you also indicate that you prescribed, I think it was Haldol, PRN.
Yes,
Can you explain what PRN means?
as needed.
Okay. And do you know if any of the, in this particular case, if that was ever administered by any of the nursing staff?
I don't have that knowledge.
Okay. Would that be something that would have been taken orally or intravenously?
In her case, likely IV or intramuscular.
Okay. And who made the decision, who would make a decision as to when it would be needed?
The treating staff at that time.
Okay. But there was a prescription or an order from you for the Haldol at that particular time?
I believe so.
Okay. And then Ativan as well?
Yes.
And Ativan is used for what?
It's to help in the setting of anxiety, so we often use Haldol and Ativan together.
Now, when you order something PRN and you've determined that a patient does not have the ability to make their own medical decisions, is that something that you or the staff can decide to administer? That you could have any staff member can administer without getting permission of the patient?
Yes.
Okay. And what's the purpose of Haldol? What does that treat?
So it's a first generation antipsychotic that we utilize in agitation. We use it in schizophrenia as well, or other mental illnesses.
Okay. And you already said that Ativan is for like anxiety or anything else related to that. Okay. You again saw her on December the 10th, and that's when you did kind of a more thorough, I guess is the best way to put it,
Sure.
interaction with Ms. Driver. And in that particular point in time, she still had the trach, correct? I'm sorry, you have to answer out loud.
Yeah, I believe so, yes.
Okay, and then still was taking the pain, being administered the pain medications, and to your knowledge?
So other pain medication, I'm not aware of what she was getting.
Okay. One of the things you told us earlier was that she was not able to speak, but was able to mouth answers, correct?
Yes.
All right, and then part of the thing that because of her current condition, was it you or a nurse that gave her the paper and pen to write with? Do you recall?
I believe it was nursing staff.
Okay. Let me pull this up. That's not it. Is it 120? Okay. Do you have the handwritten notes still up
I
there?
do not.
Okay.
They're on, they're.
Oh, they're in order, okay. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
What's that? Yeah, I'm trying to. Tech is not my thing.
The screen is working now, by the way.
Oh, the screen's over there?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Just had to restart it.
All right, so I know that you said you don't recall the specifics with the order or what your specific questions are, correct?
That's correct.
All right, but some of the things that you were trying to assess, I think you indicated was like her current mental status and, trying to develop some background information as to how she got there that day.
That's correct.
Okay. And she told you, at least in these handwritten notes, she said, I hurt myself and my baby. I was stating for months I couldn't handle my husband's lifestyle anymore. He called people to live with us. And after we got through more people, I started perceiving them as ganging up on me and leaving me out, changing stories.
Yes.
And I guess in response to further questioning, she said, if I didn't listen to my husband to go sit or stop talking, he started hitting me after he had 4 individuals by his side. So when she disclosed to you that she had been at least physically abused, was that what prompted the next line of questioning about the nature of the relationship and whether or not she felt safe?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. One of the things she did relate to you on that particular day is that she did have some feelings of being scared, and that she had been taking that CBD and was becoming, I can't read part of it, but something paranoid said about, is that correct?
That is correct. That's what's written there. Yes.
Okay. And I think you told Ms. Gropper you didn't remember what this statement was in response to.
Which statement?
My daughter is dead. The next page, I'm sorry, I'm scrolling up.
Yes, I'm not sure what that is a response to.
Okay. And then if you could flip to the next page, I believe it's page 1264 in your packet.
Mhm.
Some of the things that she continued to explain to you by writing in response to your questions were about the relationship was that he never allowed her to get a licensed car, anything, or job until they were homeless at one point, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And that she communicated to you that she was 17 when she met him and had the baby a few months after.
That's
he was
correct.
19. She also reported to you that he would hit her or threaten her and keep her there even when she wanted to try to.
That is correct.
Okay. And then you were talking, I guess, about part of your process in this is to try to, educate patients, experiencing psychiatric issues for the first time about the benefits and side effects of medication.
Yes, we often discuss all, treatment options.
Okay. Some of the things that she also talked to you about was a different belief system about how the world was and spiritually. She seemed to talk about that in the context of we, correct?
In the context of what?
Of a we instead of just me.
Yes.
She was referring to both her and her husband.
Yes.
Okay. If you could turn to page 1265, it should be the next one.
Mhm.
All right, and she had previously, in questions leading up to this, had indicated to you that they just didn't believe in pharmaceuticals or doctors or anything else like that, correct?
That is correct.
All right, and then this next step in these notes, she seemed to be kind of talking about some things, including that he had taught her that everybody was Satan, parents rape me, the CIA is after us and entities controlling her unless she listened to him. And I guess this is, again, in response to questionings about the relationship.
I believe so.
Okay. And in these statements, it's a clear indication that she is communicating some concerns or things that she felt in this relationship with her husband, correct?
Yes, correct.
All right. And that she also kind of talked to you about some beliefs about what happens when you die and all of those things. And those, would you agree with me that some of the things that she's talking about with the CIA and Satan and her belief systems about death are not necessarily consistent with that of somebody in a good mental state?
Well, that can be relative. They can be bizarre delusions as well too, where like the CIA can be after us. So versus if somebody said that, hey, aliens are after me or something like that. So
okay, but it also could be indicative of somebody having some of those paranoid type thoughts that she was referring to previously.
That is possible, yes.
Okay. And then she also talks about how her husband had tried to give her his own diagnosis.
Yes.
Okay. And that he also shared that something about beliefs regarding heaven and hell.
Yes.
Okay. And that, do you remember talking to her about how she described her marriage? Let's scroll down here in terms of it being a different document. Do you recall what that explanation was?
Yes, like in the sense of like if they were married. And so I believe that it was in reference of that they followed a different kind of document for marriage.
Okay. All right. Part of your job as the resident there at Wellstar is not necessarily to.
So not a resident, attending.
I'm sorry,
yeah.
attending, sorry, is not to necessarily diagnose somebody with a specific disorder, correct?
So as the council liaison, it's more addressing the underlying, the question that is asked by the primary team, but we do try to provide a preliminary diagnosis of what we believe the patient may have at that time.
Okay, and some of the things that you talked about in your notes or your records here is that you had concerns that there was an adjustment disorder with mixed disturbance. Can you explain what that means?
Yeah, so the adjustment disorder, meaning that there has been recent stressors that the patient has been exposed to. And so it was a diagnosis that we put down preliminary.
Okay. And you also noted the physical and emotional abuse victimization.
That's based off of the history that was presented.
Okay. And that some of the things that you wanted, that you felt needed further consideration were the PTSD, which is the post-traumatic stress disorder.
That's correct.
And then an unspecified depressive disorder, correct?
That's correct.
But you continued the Haldol, PRN, and Ativan as
yep.
needed throughout this process, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Jeff, can you help me get it back? Or somebody? Sorry. Okay. You would agree with me, Dr. Chowdhury, that a person's psychiatric condition can vary across different points in time and intervals, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and if somebody is not being actively treated, i.e. refusing medication, that can still continue to happen even though you're seeing that patient consistently over the course of their hospitalization?
Yes, it can.
Okay, so the fact that if someone doesn't report auditory or hallucinations or delusional thoughts initially doesn't mean that that can't develop or progress as they continue to be hospitalized, correct?
That's correct.
All right. In this particular case, you went again and saw her, I believe it was on the 14th. Let's get to that. 25. Yeah. Okay, I'm 125. Average fitness? Yes.
Yeah.
On this particular one is from December 14th. And at that point in time, you did another mental status exam, correct?
That's correct.
And at that particular point in time that you indicate she was denying any type of suicidal or homicidal ideation or the hallucinations, correct?
Correct.
Still didn't want to continue on any kind of medication.
That's correct.
And that again, all of those things were something that needed to be self-reported, right?
That is correct.
Okay. Are you aware that there were other providers, at least notes, that she continued to express concerns about suicide?
I'm sorry to say that again.
Around that same time, were you aware that she had continued to express concerns about or desires to commit suicide?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay. This is Katie Page. I know Ms. Gropper asked you earlier, but you were talking about that she was delusional or appeared to have reported delusions for the first time on December the 18th of 2020. Do you recall that?
I do, as long as.
Let me come up there with that one. Yeah, it's not 125. May I put you in this? At this point in time, you don't have any recollection of whether or not she had been given any of the Haldol or anything that you had prescribed as PRN?
I do not.
Okay. And at that point in time, she did convey that she thought we were living in hell and that everybody around her was actors.
That's correct.
All right. And at that particular point in time was the first time she actually verbalized, at least to you, that she was having those visual hallucinations and delusions.
Yes.
All right. And continued to refuse any type of treatment or intervention. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Do you recall reviewing any notes in this particular case about her discussions with any of the other providers, like the speech language pathologist or anything else like that?
I do not recall.
Okay. This is page 205. I'm going to mark it as defense 5. I apologize. We had the same set of records, so I have to pull some out. So,
No worries.
all right. Yeah. Yes. Show you where I'd like to read into the record. Can you read to the jury and the members of the court what the patient's verbalization was at that particular point in time?
Patient verbalizing, let me die, please let me die. I want the world to start over, I want my baby. Everyone out there hates me and wants me to suffer. Patient alternating between intense crying and completely flat affect in an instant.
Thank you. I could just have 1 second, just make sure. I don't have any further questions. Thank you, Dr. Chowdhury.
Redirect?
Let's just make sure I have these back in the right order. I think I got that right. Thank you. I'll move to admit D5 if I didn't do it already. I don't remember. Thank you.
Dr. Chowdhury, I just wanted to follow up on something Ms. Treadaway asked you. She was talking to you about delusions, and she asked you specifically about the notation of her thinking that the CIA was after them. And your response was something to the effect of like, not necessarily, it's not the same thing as if she said aliens were after them. Can you explain that a little bit for us?
So yes, we can have different kinds of delusions. So there could be non-bizarre or bizarre delusions. Like we could feel like, hey, my house is tapped, which could possibly be, versus something that would be out of character, like, hey, there's another entity around the world or something that's spying on me or things like that. So delusions can be different kinds.
Okay, and what is a delusion?
A false fixed belief.
Okay, a false fixed belief. And if somebody has a untraditional worldview, is that necessarily a delusion?
No.
Are you familiar with the people that call themselves flat earthers?
Yes.
Okay, and they have whole conventions of like tens and hundreds of thousands of people that think the world is flat?
Yes.
Are all those people delusional?
No.
Okay. And in your field of study, is it difficult to assess what is a genuinely held worldview versus something that's a delusion of the mind?
Yes, it can be difficult.
Okay. I have nothing further.
Okay.
Any further cross-examination?
Quick question. Dr. Chowdhury, you'd agree with me that the CIA generally doesn't follow the average person, correct?
I would agree with you. Yes.
And so that could be some sort of false delusion, not necessarily a belief, correct?
Sure, it could be. Yes.
Thank you.
Anything else of this witness?
No, Your Honor.
You can step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Counsel will come forward, please. All right, members of the jury, given the anticipated length of the next witness's testimony, we are going to let you be adjourned for the day. You can leave us your notepads. As instructed earlier, there are media reports about this case. There is coverage about this case. Do not be tempted to view any of it or to gain any information about anybody involved in it, any subject matter of the case, anything at all. And we will see you tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Thank you. you.